Part 1 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Themistocles, Part 1. In the case of Themistocles, his family was too obscure to further his reputation. His father was Neocles, no very conspicuous man at Athens, a Phrygian by deme, of the tribe Leontis. And on his mother's side, he was an alien, as her epitaph testifies. Abritonon was I, and a woman of Thrace. Yet I brought forth that great light of the Greeks, I know, it was Themistocles. Phanias, however, writes that the mother of Themistocles was not a Thracian, but a Carian woman, and that her name was not Abritonon, but Euterpe. And Ianthes actually adds the name of her city in Caria, Halicarnassus. It was for the reason given, and because the aliens were wont to frequent Cynosarges, this is a place outside the gates, a gymnasium of Heracles, for he too was not a legitimate god, but had something alien about him, from the fact that his mother was a mortal. That Themistocles sought to induce certain well-born youths to go out to Cynosarges and exercise with him. And by his success in this bit of cunning, he is thought to have removed the distinction between aliens and legitimates. However, it is clear that he was connected with the family of the Lycomedae, for he caused the chapel shrine at Phlia, which belonged to the Lycomedae and had been burned by the barbarians, to be restored at his own costs and adorned with frescoes, as Simonides has stated. However lowly his birth, it is agreed on all hands that while yet a boy he was impetuous, by nature sagacious, and by election enterprising and prone to public life. In times of relaxation and leisure, when absolved from his lessons, he would not play nor indulge his ease as the rest of the boys did, but would be found composing and rehearsing to himself mock speeches. These speeches would be in accusation or defense of some boy or other. Wherefore his teacher was wont to say to him, "My boy, thou wilt be nothing insignificant, but something great, of a surety, either for good or evil." Moreover, when he was set to study those branches which aimed at the formation of character, or ministered to any gratification or grace of a liberal sort, he would learn reluctantly and sluggishly. And to all that was said for the cultivation of sagacity or practical efficiency, he clearly showed an indifference far beyond his years, as though he put his confidence in his natural gifts alone. Thus it came about that, in after life, at entertainments of a so-called liberal and polite nature, when he was taunted by men of reputed culture, he was forced to defend himself rather rudely, saying that tuning the lyre and handling the harp were no accomplishments of his, but rather taking in hand a city that was small and inglorious, and making it glorious and great. And yet, Stesimbrotus says that Themistocles was a pupil of Anaxagoras and a disciple of Melissus the physicist. But he is careless in his chronology. It was Pericles, a much younger man than Themistocles, whom Melissus opposed at the siege of Samos, and with whom Anaxagoras was intimate. Rather then might one side with those who say that Themistocles was a disciple of Mnesiphilus the Phrygian, a man who was neither a rhetorician nor one of the so-called physical philosophers, but a cultivator of what was then called Sophia, or wisdom, although it was really nothing more than cleverness in politics and practical sagacity. Mnesiphilus received this Sophia and handed it down, as though it were the doctrine of a sect, in unbroken tradition from Solon. His successors blended it with forensic arts, and shifted its application from public affairs to language, and were dubbed sophists. It was this man, then, to whom Themistocles resorted at the very beginning of his public life. But in the first essays of his youth he was uneven and unstable, since he gave his natural impulses free course, which, without due address and training, rushed to violent extremes in the objects of their pursuit, and often degenerate. As he himself in later life confessed, when he said that even the wildest colts made very good horses, if only they got the proper breaking and training. What some story makers add to this, however, to the effect that his father disinherited him, and his mother took her own life for very grief at her son's ill fame, this, I think, is false. And in just the opposite vein, there are some who say that his father fondly tried to divert him from public life, pointing out to him old triremes on the seashore, all wrecked and neglected, and intimating that the people treated their leaders in like fashion when these were past service. Speedily, however, as it seems, and while he was still in all the ardor of youth, public affairs laid their grasp upon Themistocles, and his impulse to win reputation got strong mastery over him. Wherefore, from the very beginning, in his desire to be first, he boldly encountered the enmity of men who had power and were already first in the city, especially that of Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who was always his opponent. And yet it is thought that his enmity with this man had an altogether puerile beginning. They were both lovers of the beautiful Stesilaes, a native of Cius, as Aristotle the philosopher has recorded, and thenceforward they continued to be rivals in public life also. However, the dissimilarity in their lives and characters is likely to have increased their variance. Aristides was gentle by nature, and a conservative in character. He engaged in public life, not to win favor or reputation, but to secure the best results consistent with safety and righteousness. And so he was compelled, since Themistocles stirred the people up to many novel enterprises and introduced great innovations, to oppose him often, and to take a firm stand against his increasing influence. It is sad, indeed, that Themistocles was so carried away by his desire for reputation, and such an ambitious lover of great deeds, that, though he was still a young man when the battle with the barbarians at Marathon was fought, and the generalship of Miltiades was in everybody's mouth, he was seen thereafter to be wrapped in his own thoughts for the most part, and was sleepless o' nights, and refused invitations to his customary drinking parties, and said to those who put wondering questions to him concerning his change of life, that a trophy of Miltiades would not suffer him to sleep. Now, the rest of his countrymen thought that the defeat of the barbarians at Marathon was the end of the war. But Themistocles thought it to be only the beginning of greater contests, and for these he anointed himself, as it were, to be the champion of all Hellas, and put his city into training, because, while it was yet afar off, he expected the evil that was to come. And so, in the first place, whereas the Athenians were wont to divide up among themselves the revenue coming from the silver mines at Laurium, he, and he alone, dared to come before the people with a motion that this division be given up, and that with these monies triremes be constructed for the war against Aegina. This was the fiercest war then troubling Hellas, and the islanders controlled the sea, owing to the number of their ships. Wherefore all the more easily did Themistocles carry his point, not by trying to terrify the citizens with dreadful pictures of Darius or the Persians. These were too far away and inspired no very serious fear of their coming, but by making opportune use of the bitter jealousy which they cherished toward Aegina, in order to secure the armament he desired. The result was that with those monies they built 100 triremes, with which they actually fought at Salamis against Xerxes. And after this, by luring the city on gradually and turning its progress toward the sea, urging that with their infantry they were no match even for their nearest neighbors, but that with the power they could get from their ships they could not only repel the barbarians, but also take the lead in Hellas, he made them, instead of steadfast hoplites, to quote Plato's words, sea-tossed mariners, and brought down upon himself this accusation. Themistocles robbed his fellow citizens of spear and shield, and degraded the people of Athens to the rowing pad and the oar. And this he accomplished in triumph over the public opposition of Miltiades, as Themistocles relates. Now, whether by accomplishing this he did injury to the integrity and purity of public life or not, let the philosopher rather investigate. But that the salvation which the Hellenes achieved at that time came from the sea, and that it was those very triremes which restored against the fallen city of Athens, Xerxes himself bore witness, not to speak of other proofs. For though his infantry remained intact, he took to flight after the defeat of his ships, because he thought he was not a match for the Hellenes, and he left Mardonius behind, as it seems to me, rather to obstruct their pursuit than to subdue them. Some say that Themistocles was an eager money-maker because of his liberality, for since he was fond of entertaining and lavished money splendidly on his guests, he required a generous budget. Others, on the contrary, denounce his great stinginess and parsimony, claiming that he used to sell the very food sent in to him as a gift. When Philidas, the horse-breeder, was asked by him for a colt and would not give it, Themistocles threatened speedily to make his house a wooden horse, thereby darkly intimating that he would stir up accusations against him in his own family, and lawsuits between the men and those of his own household. In his ambition he surpassed all men. For instance, while he was still young and obscure, he prevailed upon Epicles of Hermione, a harpist who was eagerly sought after by the Athenians, to practice at his house, because he was ambitious that many should seek out his dwelling and come often to see him. Again, on going to Olympia, he tried to rival Cimon in his banquets and booths and other brilliant appointments, so that he displeased the Hellenes. For Cimon was young and of a great house, and they thought they must allow him in such extravagances. But Themistocles had not yet become famous, and was thought to be seeking to elevate himself unduly without adequate means, and so was charged with ostentation. And still again, as choregas, or theatrical manager, he won a victory with tragedies, although even at that early time this contest was conducted with great eagerness and ambition, and set up a tablet commemorating his victory with the following inscription: Themistocles the Phrygian was choregas, Phrynicus was poet, Adeimantus was archon. However, he was on good terms with the common folk, partly because he could call offhand the name of every citizen, and partly because he rendered the service of a safe and impartial arbitrator in cases of private obligation and settlement out of court. And so he once said to Simonides of Cius, who had made an improper request from him when he was magistrate, "You would not be a good poet if you should sing contrary to the measure, nor I a clever magistrate if I should show favor contrary to the law." And once again he banteringly said to Simonides that it was nonsense for him to abuse the Corinthians, who dwelt in a great and fair city, while he had portrait figures made of himself, who was of such an ugly countenance. And so he grew in power, and pleased the common folk, and finally headed a successful faction, and got Aristides removed by ostracism. At last, when the Mede was descending upon Hellas, and the Athenians were deliberating who should be their general, all the rest, they say, voluntarily renounced their claims to the generalship, so panic-stricken were they at the danger. But Epicides, the son of Euphemedes, a popular leader who was powerful in speech, but effeminate in spirit and open to bribes, set out to get the office, and was likely to prevail in the election. So Themistocles, fearing lest matters should go to utter ruin in case the leadership fell to such a man, bribed and bought off the ambition of Epicides. Praise is given to his treatment of the linguist, in the company of those who were sent by the king to demand earth and water as tokens of submission. This interpreter he caused to be arrested, and had him put to death by special decree, because he dared to prostitute the speech of Hellas to barbarian stipulations. Also, to his treatment of Artemius of Zelea. On motion of Themistocles, this man was entered on the list of the disfranchised, with his children and family, because he brought the gold of the Medes and offered it to the Hellenes. But the greatest of all his achievements was his putting a stop to Hellenic wars, and reconciling Hellenic cities with one another, persuading them to postpone their mutual hatreds because of the foreign war. To which end, they say, Helios the Arcadian most seconded his efforts. On assuming the command, he straightway went to work to embark the citizens on their triremes, and tried to persuade them to leave their city behind them, and go as far as possible away from Hellas, to meet the barbarians by sea. But many opposed this plan, and so he led forth a large army to the Vale of Tempe, along with the Lacedaemonians, in order to make a stand there in defense of Thessaly, which was not yet at that time supposed to be Medizing. But soon the army came back from this position, without accomplishing anything. The Thessalians went over to the side of the king, and everything was Medizing as far as Boeotia, so that at last the Athenians were more kindly disposed to the naval policy of Themistocles, and he was sent with a fleet to Artemisium to watch the narrows. It was at this place that the Hellenes urged Eurybiades and the Lacedaemonians to take the lead, but the Athenians, since in the number of their ships they surpassed all the rest put together, disdained to follow others, a peril which Themistocles at once comprehended. He surrendered his own command to Eurybiades, and tried to mollify the Athenians with the promise that, if they would show themselves brave men in the war, he would induce the Hellenes to yield a willing obedience to them thereafter. Wherefore he is thought to have been the man most instrumental in achieving the salvation of Hellas, and foremost in leading the Athenians up to the high repute of surpassing their foes in valor and their allies in magnanimity. Now Eurybiades, on the arrival of the barbarian armament at Aphete, was terrified at the number of ships that faced him, and, learning that 200 ships more were sailing around above Cyathus to cut off his retreat, desired to proceed by the shortest route down into Hellas, to get into touch with Peloponnesus and encompass his fleet with his infantry forces there, because he thought the power of the king altogether invincible by sea. Therefore the Euboeans, fearing lest the Hellenes abandon them to their fate, held secret conference with Themistocles, and sent Pelagon to him with large sums of money. This money he took, as Herodotus relates, and gave to Eurybiades. Meeting with most opposition among his fellow citizens from Architeles, who was captain on the seared state galley, and who, because he had no money to pay the wages of his sailors, was eager to sail off home, Themistocles incited his crew all the more against him, so that they made a rush upon him and snatched away his dinner. Then, while Architeles was feeling dejected and indignant over this, Themistocles sent him a dinner of bread and meat in a box, at the bottom of which he had put a talent of silver, and bade him dine without delay, and on the morrow satisfy his crew. Otherwise, he said, he would denounce him publicly as the receiver of money from the enemy. At any rate, such is the story of Phanias the Lesbian. The battles which were fought at that time with the ships of the barbarians in the Narrows were not decisive of the main issue, it is true, but they were of the greatest service to the Hellenes, in giving them experience, since they were thus taught by actual achievements in the face of danger, that neither multitudes of ships, nor brilliantly decorated figureheads, nor boastful shouts or barbarous battle hymns have any terror for men who know how to come to close quarters and dare to fight there, but that they must despise all such things, rush upon the very persons of their foes, grapple with them, and fight it out to the bitter end. Of this, Pindar seems to have been well aware when he said of the battle of Artemisium, where Athenians' valiant sons sat in radiance eternal liberty's cornerstone. For verily the foundation of victory is courage. Artemisium is a part of Euboea, above Hestia, a sea beach stretching away to the north, and just about opposite to it lies Olesen, in the territory once subject to Philoctetes. It has a small temple of Artemis, surnamed Procyon, which is surrounded by trees and enclosed by upright slabs of white marble. This stone, when you rub it with your hand, gives off the color and the odor of saffron. On one of these slabs the following elegy was inscribed: Nations of all sorts of men from Asia's boundaries coming, sons of the Athenians once, here on this arm of the sea, whelmed in a battle of ships, and the host of the Medes was destroyed. These are the tokens thereof, built for the maid Artemis. And a place is pointed out on the shore, with sea sand all about it, which supplies from its depths a dark ashen powder, apparently the product of fire, and here they are thought to have burned their wrecks and dead bodies. However, when they learned by messengers from Thermopylae to Artemisium that Leonidas was slain and that Xerxes was master of the pass, they withdrew further down into Hellas, the Athenians bringing up the extreme rear because of their valor, and greatly elated by their achievements. As Themistocles sailed along the coasts, wherever he saw places at which the enemy must necessarily put in for shelter and supplies, he inscribed conspicuous writings on stones, some of which he found to his hand there by chance, and some he himself caused to be set near the inviting anchorages and watering places. In these writings he solemnly enjoined upon the Ionians, if it were possible, to come over to the side of the Athenians, who were their ancestors, and who were risking all in behalf of their freedom. But if they could not do this, to damage the barbarian cause in battle, and bring confusion among them. By this means he hoped either to fetch the Ionians over to his side, or to confound them by bringing the barbarians into suspicion of them. Although Xerxes had made a raid up through Doris into Phocis, and was burning the cities of the Phocians, the Hellenes gave them no succor. The Athenians, it is true, begged them to go up into Boeotia against the enemy, and make a stand there in defense of Attica, as they themselves had gone up by sea to Artemisium in defense of others. But no one listened to their appeals. All clung fast to the Peloponnesus, and were eager to collect all the forces inside the isthmus, and were building a rampart across the isthmus from sea to sea. Then the Athenians were seized alike with rage at this betrayal, and with sullen dejection at their utter isolation. Of fighting alone with an army of so many myriads, they could not seriously think. And as for the only thing left them to do in their emergency, namely, to give up their city and stick to their ships, most of them were distressed at the thought, saying that they neither wanted victory nor understood what safety could mean if they abandoned to the enemy the shrines of their gods and the sepulchres of their fathers. Then indeed it was that Themistocles, despairing of bringing the multitude over to his views by any human reasonings, set up machinery, as it were, to introduce the gods to them, as a theatrical manager would for a tragedy, and brought to bear upon them signs from heaven and oracles. As a sign from heaven, he took the behavior of the serpent, which is held to have disappeared about that time from the sacred enclosure in the Acropolis. When the priests found that the daily offerings made to it were left whole and untouched, they proclaimed to the multitude, Themistocles putting the story into their mouths, that the goddess had abandoned her city and was showing them their way to the sea. Moreover, with the well-known oracle, he tried again to win the people over to his views, saying that its wooden wall meant nothing else than their fleet, and that the god in this oracle called Salamis divine, not dreadful nor cruel, for the very reason that the island would sometime give its name to a great piece of good fortune for the Hellenes. At last his opinion prevailed, and so he introduced a bill providing that the city be entrusted for safekeeping to Athena, the patroness of Athens, but that all the men of military age embark on the triremes, after finding for their children, wives, and servants such safety as each best could. Upon the passage of this bill, most of the Athenians bestowed their children and wives in Troezen, where the Troezenians very eagerly welcomed them. They actually voted to support them at the public cost, allowing 2 obols daily to each family, and to permit the boys to pluck off the vintage fruit everywhere, and besides to hire teachers for them. The bill was introduced by a man whose name was Nicagoras. Since the Athenians had no public monies in hand, it was the Senate of Areopagus, according to Aristotle, which provided each of the men who embarked with 8 drachmas, and so was most instrumental in manning the triremes. But Cleidemus represents this too, as the result of an artifice of Themistocles. He says that when the Athenians were going down to the Piraeus and abandoning their city, the Gorgon's head was lost from the image of the goddess, and then Themistocles, pretending to search for it and ransacking everything, thereby discovered an abundance of money hidden away in the baggage, which had only to be confiscated, and the crews of the ships were well provided with rations and wages. When the entire city was thus putting out to sea, the sight provoked pity in some, and in others astonishment at the hardihood of the step, for they were sending off their families in one direction, while they themselves, unmoved by the lamentations and tears and embraces of their loved ones, were crossing over to the island where the enemy was to be fought. Besides, many who were left behind on account of their great age invited pity also, and much affecting fondness was shown by the tame domestic animals, which ran along with yearning cries of distress by the side of their masters as they embarked. A story is told of one of these, the dog of Xanthippus, the father of Pericles, how he could not endure to be abandoned by his master, and so sprang into sea, swam across the strait by the side of his master's trireme, and staggered out on Salamis, only to faint and die straightway. They say that the spot which is pointed out to this day as Dog's Mound is his tomb. These were surely great achievements of Themistocles, but there was a greater still to come. When he saw that the citizens yearned for Aristides, and feared lest out of wrath he might join himself to the barbarian and so subvert the cause of Hellas, he had been ostracized before the war in consequence of political defeat at the hands of Themistocles, he introduced a bill providing that those who had been removed for a time be permitted to return home and devote their best powers to the service of Hellas, along with the other citizens. When Aristides, who had the command of the fleet on account of the superior claims of Sparta, but who was faint-hearted in time of danger, wished to hoist sail and make for the isthmus, where the infantry also of the Peloponnesians had been assembled, it was Themistocles who spoke against it, and it was then, they say, that these memorable sayings of his were uttered. When Aristides said to him, "Themistocles, at the games those who start too soon get a caning." "Yes," said Themistocles, "but those who lag behind get no crown." And when Aristides lifted up his staff as though to smite him, Themistocles said, "Smite, but hear me." Then Aristides was struck with admiration at his calmness, and bade him speak, and Themistocles tried to bring him back to his own position. But on a certain one saying that a man without a city had no business to advise men who still had cities of their own to abandon and betray them, Themistocles addressed his speech with emphasis to him, saying, "It is true, thou wretch, that we have left behind us our houses and our city walls, not deeming it meet for the sake of such lifeless things to be in subjection. But we still have a city, the greatest in Hellas, our 200 triremes, which now are ready to aid you if you choose to be saved by them. But if you go and betray us for the second time, straightway many a Hellean will learn that the Athenians have won for themselves a city that is free, and a territory that is far better than the one they cast aside." When Themistocles said this, Aristides began to reflect, and was seized with fear, lest the Athenians go away and abandon him. And again, when the Eretrian tried to argue somewhat against him, "Indeed," said he, "what argument can you make about war, who, like the cuttlefish, have a long pouch in the place where your heart ought to be?" End of Themistocles, Part 1. Part 2 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Themistocles, Part 2. Some tell the story that while Themistocles was thus speaking from off the deck of his ship, an owl was seen to fly through the fleet from the right and alight in his rigging. Wherefore his hearers espoused his opinion most eagerly, and prepared to do battle with their ships. But soon the enemy's armament beset the coast of Attica down to the haven of Phalerum, so as to hide from view the neighboring shores. Then the king in person with his infantry came down to the sea, so that he could be seen with all his hosts. And presently, in view of this junction of hostile forces, the words of Themistocles ebbed out of the minds of the Hellenes, and the Peloponnesians again turned their eyes wistfully towards the isthmus, and were vexed if any one spake of any other course. Nay, they actually decided to withdraw from their position in the night, and orders for the voyage were issued to the pilots. Such was the crisis when Themistocles, distressed to think that the Hellenes should abandon the advantages to be had from the narrowness of the straits where they lay united, and break up into detachments by the cities, planned and concocted the famous affair of Sisenus. This Sisenus was of Persian stock, a prisoner of war, but devoted to Themistocles, and the pedagogue of his children. This man was sent to Xerxes secretly, with orders to say, "Themistocles, the Athenian general, elects the king's cause, and is the first one to announce to him that the Hellenes are trying to slip away, and urgently bids him not to suffer them to escape, but, while they are in confusion and separated from their infantry, to set upon them and destroy their naval power." Xerxes received this as the message of one who wished him well, and was delighted, and at once issued positive orders to the captains of his ships to man the main body of the fleet at their leisure, but with 200 ships to put out to sea at once, and encompass the strait round about on every side, including the islands in their line of blockade, that not one of the enemy might escape. While this was going on, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who was the first to perceive it, came to the tent of Themistocles, who was no friend of his, nay, through whom he had even been ostracized, as I have said. And when Themistocles came forth from the tent, Aristides told him how the enemy surrounded them. Themistocles, knowing the tried nobility of the man, and filled with admiration for his coming at that time, told him all about the Sisenus matter, and besought him to join in this desperate attempt to keep the Hellenes where they were, admitting that he had the greater credit with them, in order that they might make their sea fight in the narrows. Aristides, accordingly, after bestowing praise upon Themistocles for his stratagem, went round to the other generals and triarchs, inciting them on to battle. And while they were still incredulous, in spite of all, a Athenian trireme appeared, a deserter from the enemy, in command of Panatius, and told how the enemy surrounded them, so that, with a courage born of necessity, the Hellenes set out to confront the danger. At break of day, Xerxes was seated on a high place and overlooking the disposition of his armament. This place was, according to Phanodemus, above the Heracleum, where only a narrow passage separates the island from Attica. But according to Assistodorus, it was in the borderland of Megara, above the so-called Horns. Here a gilded throne had been set for him at his command, and many secretaries stationed near at hand, whose task it was to make due record of all that was done in the battle. But Themistocles was sacrificing alongside the admiral's trireme. There 3 prisoners of war were brought to him, of visage most beautiful to behold, conspicuously adorned with raiment and with gold. They were said to be the sons of Sendos, the king's sister, and Artisitis. When Euphrantides the seer caught sight of them, since at one and that same moment a great and glaring flame shot up from the sacrificial victims, and a sneeze gave forth its good omen on the right, he clasped Themistocles by the hand, and bade him consecrate the youths, and sacrifice them all to Dionysus Carnivorous, with prayers of supplication. For on this wise would the Hellenes have a saving victory. Themistocles was terrified, feeling that the word of the seer was monstrous and shocking. But the multitude, who, as is wont to be the case in great struggles and severe crises, looked for safety rather from unreasonable than from reasonable measures, invoked the god with one voice, dragged the prisoners to the altar, and compelled the fulfillment of the sacrifice, as the seer commanded. At any rate, this is what Phanius the Lesbian says, and he was a philosopher, and well acquainted with historical literature. As regards the number of the barbarian ships, Aeschylus the poet, in his tragedy of the Persians, as though from personal and positive knowledge, says this: But Xerxes, and I surely know, had 1,000 ships in number under him. Those of surpassing speed were twice 5 beside and 7. So stands the count. The Attic ships were 180 in number, and each had 18 men to fight upon the decks, of whom 4 were archers and the rest men-at-arms. Themistocles is thought to have divined the best time for fighting, with no less success than the best place, inasmuch as he took care not to send his triremes bow on against the barbarian vessels until the hour of the day had come, which always brought the breeze fresh from the sea, and a swell rolling through the strait. This breeze brought no harm to the Hellenic ships, since they lay low in the water and were rather small. But for the barbarian ships, with their towering sterns and lofty decks, and sluggish movements in getting under way, it was fatal, since it smote them and slew them round, broadside to the Hellenes, who set upon them sharply, keeping their eyes on Themistocles, because they thought he saw best what was to be done, and because confronting him was the admiral of Xerxes, Arianinus, who, being on a great ship, kept shooting arrows and javelins as though from a city wall. Brave man that he was, by far the strongest and most just of the king's brothers. It was upon him that Ammianius the Decilian and Socles the Paeanian bore down, they being together on one ship. And as the 2 ships struck each other bow on, crashed together, and hung fast by their bronze beaks, he tried to board their trireme. But they faced him, smote him with their spears, and hurled him into the sea. His body, as it drifted about with other wreckage, was recognized by Artemisia, who had it carried to Xerxes. At this stage of the struggle, they say that a great light flamed out from Eleusis, and an echoing cry filled the Thriasian plain down to the sea, as of multitudes of men together conducting the mystic Lucullus in procession. Then, out of the shouting throng, a cloud seemed to lift itself slowly from the earth, pass out seawards, and settle down upon the triremes. Others, fancied they saw apparitions and shapes of armed men coming from Aegina, with their hands stretched out to protect the Hellenic triremes. These, they conjectured, were the Aeacidae, who had been prayerfully invoked before the battle to come to their aid. Now, the first man to capture an enemy's ship was Lycomedes, an Athenian captain, who cut off its figurehead and dedicated it to Apollo the laurel-bearer at Phlia. Then the rest, put on an equality in numbers with their foes, because the barbarians had to attack them by detachments in the narrow strait, and so ran foul of one another, routed them, though they resisted till the evening drew on, and thus bore away, as Simonides says, that fair and notorious victory, than which no more brilliant exploit was ever performed upon the sea, either by Hellenes or barbarians, through the manly valor and common ardor of all who fought their ships, but through the clever judgment of Themistocles. After the sea fight, Xerxes, still furious at his failure, undertook to carry moles out into the sea, on which he could lead his infantry across to Salamis against the Hellenes, damming up the intervening strait. But Themistocles, merely by way of sounding Aristides, proposed, as though he were in earnest, to sail with the fleet to the Hellespont, and break the span of boats there, in order, said he, that we may capture Asia in Europe. Aristides, however, was displeased with the scheme, and said, "Now, indeed, the barbarian with whom we have fought consults his ease and pleasure, but should we shut up in Hellas, and bring under fearful compulsion a man who is lord of such vast forces, he will no longer sit under a golden parasol to view the spectacle of the battle at his ease, but he will dare all things, and, superintending everything in person because of his peril, will rectify his previous remissness, and take better counsel for the highest issues thus at stake. We must not, then, said he, tear down the bridge that is already there, Themistocles. Nay, rather we must build another alongside it, if that be possible, and cast the fellow out of Europe in a hurry. Well then, said Themistocles, if that is what is thought for the best, it is high time for us all to be studying and inventing a way to get him out of Hellas by the speediest route. As soon as this policy had been adopted, he sent a certain royal eunuch, whom he discovered among the prisoners of war, by name Amasis, with orders to tell the king that the Hellenes had decided, since their fleet now controlled the sea, to sail up into the Hellespont, where the strait was spanned, and destroy the bridge. But that Themistocles, out of regard for the king, urged him to hasten into home waters and fetch his forces across. He himself, he said, would cause the allies all sorts of delays and postponements in their pursuit. No sooner did the barbarian hear this than he was seized with exceeding fear, and speedily began his retreat. This thoughtful prudence on the part of Themistocles and Aristides was afterwards justified by the campaign with Mardonius, since, although they fought at Plataea with the merest fraction of the armies of Xerxes, they yet staked their all upon the issue. Among the cities now Herodotus says that Aegina bore away the prize of valor, but among individuals all virtually awarded the first place to Themistocles, though their envy made them unwilling to do this directly. For when the generals withdrew to the isthmus and solemnly voted on this question, taking their ballots from the very altar of the god there, each one declared for himself as first in valor, but for Themistocles as second after himself. Then the Lacedaemonians brought him down to Sparta, and while they gave Eurybiades the prize for valor, to him they gave one for wisdom, a crown of olive in each case, and they presented him with the best chariot there was in the city, and sent 300 picked youths along with him to serve as his escort to the boundary. And it is said that when the next Olympic festival was celebrated, and Themistocles entered the stadium, the audience neglected the contestants all day long to gaze on him, and pointed him out with admiring applause to visiting strangers, so that he too was delighted, and confessed to his friends that he was now reaping in full measure the harvest of his toils in behalf of Hellas. And indeed he was by nature very fond of honor, if we may judge from his memorable sayings and doings. When, for example, the city had chosen him to be admiral, he would not perform any public or private business at its proper time, but would postpone the immediate duty to the day on which he was to set sail, in order that then, because he did many things all at once and had meetings with all sorts of men, he might be thought to be some great personage and very powerful. Surveying once the dead bodies of the barbarians, which had been cast up along the sea, he saw that they were decked with golden bracelets and collars, and yet passed on by them himself, while to a friend who followed he pointed them out and said, "Help thyself, thou art not Themistocles." Again, to one who had once been a beauty, Antiphates, and who had at that time treated him disdainfully, but afterwards courted him because of the reputation he had got, "Young man," said he, "it's late, it's true, but both of us have come to our senses." Also, he used to say of the Athenians that they did not really honor and admire him for himself, but treated him for all the world like a plane tree, running under his branches for shelter when it stormed, but when they had fair weather all about them, plucking and docking him. And when he was told by the Seriphian that it was not due to himself that he had got reputation, but to his city, "True," said he, "but neither should I, had I been a Seriphian, have achieved reputation, nor wouldst thou, hadst thou been an Athenian." Again, when one of his fellow generals, who thought he had done some vast service to the city, grew bold with Themistocles, and began to compare his own services with him, "With the festival day," said he, "the day after once began a contention, saying, 'Thou art full of occupations and wearisome, but when I come, all enjoy at their leisure what has been richly provided beforehand.' To which the festival day replied, 'True, but had I not come first, thou hadst not come at all.' So now," said he, "had I not come at that day of Salamis, where would thou and thy colleagues be now?" Of his son, who lorded it over his mother, and threw her over himself, he said jestingly, that the boy was the most powerful of all the Hellenes, for the Hellenes were commanded by the Athenians by himself, himself by the boy's mother, and the mother by her boy. Again, with the desire to be somewhat peculiar in all that he did, when he offered a certain estate for sale, he bade proclamation to be made that it had an excellent neighbor into the bargain. Of 2 suitors for his daughter's hand, he chose the likely man in preference to the rich man, saying that he wanted a man without money rather than money without a man. Such were his striking sayings. After the great achievements now described, he straightway undertook to rebuild and fortify the city, as Theopompus relates, by bribing the Spartan ephors not to oppose the project, but, as the majority say, by hoodwinking them. He came with this object to Sparta, ostensibly on an embassy, and when the Spartans brought up the charge that the Athenians were fortifying their city, and Polyarchus was sent expressly from Aegina with the same accusation, he denied that it was so, and bade them send men to Athens to see for themselves, not only because this delay would secure time for the building of the wall, but also because he wished the Athenians to hold these envoys as hostages for his own person. And this was what actually happened. When the Lacedaemonians found out the truth, they did him no harm, but concealed their displeasure and sent him away. After this, he equipped the Piraeus, because he had noticed the favorable shape of its harbors, and wished to attach the whole city to the sea, thus, in a certain manner, counteracting the policies of the ancient Athenian kings. For they, as it is said, in their efforts to draw the citizens away from the sea and accustom them to live not by navigation but by agriculture, disseminated the story about Athena, how, When Poseidon was contending with her for possession of the country, she displayed the sacred olive tree of the Acropolis to the judges, and so won the day. But Themistocles did not, as Aristophanes the comic poet says, net the Piraeus on to the city. Nay, he fastened the city to the Piraeus, and the land to the sea. And so it was that he increased the privileges of the common people as against the nobles, and filled them with boldness, since the controlling power came now into the hands of skippers and boatswains and pilots. Therefore it was too that the bema in Styx, which had stood so as to look off towards the sea, was afterwards turned by the 30 tyrants so as to look inland, because they thought that maritime empire was the mother of democracy, and that oligarchy was less distasteful to tillers of the soil. But Themistocles cherished yet greater designs, even for securing the naval supremacy. When the fleet of the Hellenes, after the departure of Xerxes, had put in at Pagasae and was mountering there, he made a harangue before the Athenians, in which he said that he had a certain scheme in mind which would be useful and salutary for them, but which could not be broached in public. So the Athenians bade him impart it to Aristides alone, and, if he should approve of it, to put it into execution. Themistocles accordingly told Aristides that he purposed to burn the fleet of the Hellenes where it lay. But Aristides addressed the people, and said of the scheme which Themistocles proposed to carry out, that none could be either more advantageous or more iniquitous. The Athenians therefore ordered Themistocles to give it up. At the Amphictyonic or Holy Alliance conventions, the Lacedaemonians introduced motions that all cities be excluded from the alliance which had not taken part in fighting against the Mede. So Themistocles, fearing lest, if they should succeed in excluding the Thessalians and the Argives and the Thebans too from the convention, they would control the votes completely and carry through their own wishes, spoke in behalf of the protesting cities, and changed the sentiments of the delegates by showing that only 31 cities had taken part in the war, and that the most of these were altogether small. It would be intolerable, then, if the rest of Hellas should be excluded and the convention be at the mercy of the 2 or 3 largest cities. It was for this reason particularly that he became obnoxious to the Lacedaemonians, and they therefore tried to advance Cimon in public favor, making him the political rival of Themistocles. He made himself hateful to the allies also, by sailing round to the islands and trying to extract money from them. When, for instance, he demanded money of the Andrians, Herodotus says, he made a speech to them and got reply as follows. He said he came escorting 2 gods, persuasion and compulsion, and they replied that they already had 2 great gods, penury and powerlessness, who hindered them from giving him money. Timerian, the lyric poet of Rhodes, assailed Themistocles very bitterly in a song, to the effect that for bribes he had secured the restoration of other exiles, but had abandoned him, though a host and a friend, and all for money. The song runs thus: Come, if thou prizest Pausanias, or if Xanthippus, or if Leotychidas, then I shall praise Aristides, the one best man of all, who came from sacred Athens, since Leto loathes Themistocles, the liar, cheat, and traitor, who, though Timerian was his host, by lavish moneys was induced not to bring him back into his native Lalysus, but took 3 talents of silver and went cruising off to perdition, restoring some exiles unjustly, chasing some away, and slaying some. Gorged with moneys, yet at the isthmus he played ridiculous host with the stale meat set before his guests, who ate thereof, and prayed heaven no happy return of the day for Themistocles. Much more wanton and extravagant was the raillery which Timerian indulged in against Themistocles, after the latter's own exile and condemnation. Then he composed the song beginning, O Muse, grant that this song be famed throughout all Hellas, as it is meet and just. It is said that Timorian was sent into exile on the charge of Medizing, and that Themistocles concurred in the vote of condemnation. Accordingly, when Themistocles also was accused of Medizing, Timorian composed these lines upon him. Not Timorian alone, then, made compacts with the Medes, but there are other wretches too. Not I alone am brushless, there are other foxes too. And, at last, when even his fellow citizens were led by their jealousy of his greatness to welcome such slanders against him, he was forced to allude to his own achievements when he addressed the assembly, till he became tiresome thereby, and he once said to the malcontents, "Why are you vexed that the same man should often benefit you?" He offended the multitude also by building the temple of Artemis, whom he surnamed Aristobull, or best counselor, intimating thus that it was he who had given the best counsel to the city and to the Hellenes. This temple he established near his house in Melita, where now the public officers cast out the bodies of those who have been put to death, and carry forth the garments and the nooses of those who have dispatched themselves by hanging. A portrait statue of Themistocles stood in the temple of Aristobull down to my time, from which he appears to have been a man not only of heroic spirit, but also of heroic presence. Well then, they visited him with ostracism, curtailing his dignity and preeminence, as they were wont to do in the case of all whom they thought to have oppressive power, and to be incommensurate with true democratic equality. For ostracism was not a penalty, but a way of pacifying and alleviating that jealousy. Part 3 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Themistocles, Part 3. After he had been thus banished from the city, and while he was sojourning at Argos, circumstances connected with the death of Pausanias gave his enemies at Athens ground for proceeding against him. The one who actually brought in the indictment against him for treason was Leobotes, the son of Alcmaeon, of the deme Agro, but the Spartans supported him in the accusation. Pausanias, while engaged in his grand scheme of treachery, at first kept it concealed from Themistocles. But when he saw him thus banished from his state, and in great bitterness of spirit, he made bold to invite him into partnership in his own undertakings, showing him a letter he had received from the king, and inciting him against the Hellenes as a base and thankless people. Themistocles rejected the solicitation of Pausanias, and utterly refused the preferred partnership. And yet he disclosed the propositions to no one, nor did he even give information of the treacherous scheme, because he expected either that Pausanias would give it up of his own accord, or that in some other way he would be found out, since he was so irrationally grasping after such strange and desperate objects. And so it was that, when Pausanias had been put to death, certain letters and documents regarding these matters were discovered, which cast suspicion on Themistocles. The Lacedaemonians cried him down, and his envious fellow citizens denounced him, though he was not present to plead his cause, but defended himself in writing, making particular use of earlier accusations brought against him. Since he was once slanderously accused by his enemies before his fellow citizens, so he wrote, as one who ever sought to rule, but had no natural bent nor even the desire to be ruled, he could never have sold himself with Hellas to barbarians, much less to foemen. The people, however, were over-persuaded by his accusers, and sent men with orders to arrest him and bring him up in custody to stand trial before a congress of Hellenes. But he heard of this in advance, and crossed over to Corcyra, where he had been recognized as a public benefactor of the city. For he had served as arbiter in a dispute between them and the Corinthians, and settled the quarrel by deciding that the Corinthians should pay an indemnity of 20 talents and administer Leucas as a common colony of both cities. Thence he fled to Epirus, and being pursued by the Athenians and Lacedaemonians, he threw himself upon grievous and desperate chances of escape by taking refuge with Admetus, who was king of the Molossians, and who, since he had once asked some favor of the Athenians and had been insultingly refused it by Themistocles, then, at the height of his political influence, was angry with him ever after, and made it plain that he would take vengeance on him if he caught him. But in the desperate fortune of that time, Themistocles was more afraid of kindred and recent jealousy than of an anger that was of long standing and royal, and promptly cast himself upon the king's mercy, making himself the suppliant of Admetus in a way quite peculiar and extraordinary. That is to say, he took the young son of the king in his arms, and threw himself down at the hearth, a form of supplication which the Molossians regarded as most sacred, and as almost the only one that might not be refused. Some, it is true, say that it was Thea, the wife of the king, who suggested this form of supplication to Themistocles, and that she seated her son on the hearth with him. And certain others that Admetus himself, in order that he might give a religious sanction to the necessity that was upon him of not surrendering the man, arranged beforehand and solemnly rehearsed with him the supplication scene. Thither his wife and children were privately removed from Athens, and sent to him by Epicrates of the deme Acharnae, who, for this deed, was afterwards convicted by Cimon and put to death, as Ctesimbrotus relates. Then, somehow or other, Ctesimbrotus forgets this, or makes Themistocles forget it, and says he sailed to Sicily, and demanded from Hero, the tyrant, the hand of his daughter in marriage, promising as an incentive that he would make the Hellenes subject to his sway, but that Hero repulsed him, and so he set sail for Asia. But it is not likely that this was so, for Theophrastus, in his work On Royalty, tells how, when Hero sent horses to compete at Olympia and set up a sort of booth there with very costly decorations, Themistocles made a speech among the assembled Hellenes, urging them to tear down the booth of the tyrant and prevent his horses from competing. And Thucydides says that he made his way across the country to the sea, and set sail from Pydna, no one of the passengers knowing who he was, until, when the vessel had been carried by a storm to Naxos, to which the Athenians at that time were laying siege, he was terrified, and disclosed himself to the master and the captain of the ship, and partly by entreaties, partly by threats, actually declaring that he would denounce and vilify them to the Athenians as having taken him on board at the start in no ignorance but under bribes, in this way compel them to sail by and make the coast of Asia. Of his property much was secretly abstracted for him by his friends, and sent across the sea to Asia, but the sum total of that, which was brought to light and confiscated, amounted to 100 talents, according to Theopompus. Theophrastus says 80, and yet Themistocles did not possess the worth of 3 talents before he entered political life. After landing at Cydna, and learning that many people on the coast were watching to seize him, and especially Ergotelis and Pythodorus, for the chase was a lucrative one to such as were fond of getting gain from any and every source, since 200 talents had been publicly set upon his head by the king, he fled to Aegae, a little Aeolic citadel. Here no one knew him except his host Nicogenes, the wealthiest man in Aeolia, and well acquainted with the magnates of the interior. With him he remained in hiding for a few days. During this time, after the dinner which followed a certain sacrifice, Albius, the pedagogue of the children of Nicogenes, becoming rapt and inspired, lifted up his voice, and uttered the following verse: Night shall speak, and night instruct thee, night shall give thee victory. And in the night that followed, Themistocles, as he lay in bed, thought he saw in a dream that a serpent wound itself along over his body and crept up to his neck, then became an eagle as soon as it touched his face, enveloped him with its wings, and lifted him on high, and bore him a long distance, when there appeared as it were a golden herald's wand, on which it set him securely down, freed from helpless terror and distress. However that may be, he was sent on his way by Nicogenes, who devised the following scheme for his safety. Most barbarous nations, and the Persians in particular, are savage and harsh in their jealous watchfulness over their women. Not only their wedded wives, but also their bounden slaves and concubines are strictly guarded, so that they are seen by no outsiders, but live at home in complete seclusion, and even on their journeys are carried in tents, closely hung round about with curtains, and set upon four-wheeled wagons. Such a vehicle was made ready for Themistocles, and safely ensconced in this, he made his journey, while his attendants replied in every case to those who met them with inquiries, that they were conducting a Hellenic woman, fair but frail, to one of the king's courtiers. Now Thucydides and Charon of Lampsacus relate that Xerxes was dead, and that it was his son Artaxerxes with whom Themistocles had his interview. But Ephorus and Dinon and Clitarchus and Heraclitus, and yet more besides, have it that it was Xerxes to whom he came. With the chronological data, Thucydides seems to be more in accord, although these are by no means securely established. Be that as it may, Themistocles, thus at the threshold of the dreadful ordeal, had audience first with Artabanus the Chiliarch, or Grand Vizier, and said that he was a Hellene, and that he desired to have an audience with the king on matters which were of the highest importance, and for which the monarch entertained the most lively concern. Whereupon the Chiliarch replied, O stranger, men's customs differ. Different people honor different practices, but all honor the exaltation and maintenance of their own peculiar ways. Now, you Hellenes are said to admire liberty and equality above all things. But in our eyes, among many fair customs, this is the fairest of all, to honor the king, and to pay obedience to him, as the image of that God who is the preserver of all things. If, then, thou approvest our practice, and wilt pay obedience, it is in thy power to behold and address the king. But if thou art otherwise minded, it will be needful for thee to employ messengers to him in thy stead, for it is not a custom of this country that the king give ear to a man who has not paid him obedience. When Themistocles heard this, he said to him, Nay, but I am come, Artabanus, to augment the king's fame and power, and I will not only myself observe your customs, since such is the pleasure of the god who exalts the Persians, but I will induce more men than do so now to pay obedience to the king. Therefore let this matter by no means stand in the way of the words I wish to speak to him. And what Hellene, said Artabanus, shall I say thou art, who hast thus come? Verily, thou dost not seem to be a man of ordinary understanding. And Themistocles said, This, Artabanus, no one may learn before the king. So indeed Phanius says, and Eratosthenes, in his book On Wealth, adds the statement that it was through a woman of Eretria, whom the Chiliarch had to wife, that Themistocles obtained the interview and conference with him. That may or may not be so. But when he was led into the presence of the king, and had made him obedience, and was standing in silence, the king ordered the interpreter to ask him who he was, and on the interpreter's asking he said, I, who thus come to thee, O king, am Themistocles, the Athenian, an exile, pursued by the Hellenes. And to me the Persians are indebted for many ills, but for more blessings, since I hindered the pursuit of the Hellenes at a time when Hellas was brought into safety, and the salvation of my own home gave me an opportunity for showing some favor also to you. Now, therefore, I may look for any sequel to my present calamities, and I come prepared, to receive the favor of one who benevolently offers reconciliation, or to deprecate the anger of one who cherishes the remembrance of injuries. But do thou take my foes to witness for the good I wrought the Persians, and now use my misfortunes for the display of thy virtue rather than for the satisfaction of thine anger. For it is a suppliant of thine whom thou wilt save, but an enemy of the Hellenes whom thou wilt destroy. After these words, Themistocles spoke of divine portents in his favor, enlarging upon the vision which he saw at the house of Nicoganes, and the oracle of Dodonean Zeus, how when he was bidden by it to proceed to the namesake of the god, he had concluded that he was thereby sent to him, since both were actually great kings, and were so addressed. On hearing this, the Persian made no direct reply to him, although struck with admiration at the boldness of his spirit. But in converse with his friends it is said that he congratulated himself over what he called the greatest good fortune, and prayed Arimaeus ever to give his enemies such minds as to drive their best men away from them, and then sacrificed to the gods, and straightway betook himself to his cups, and in the night, in the midst of his slumbers, for very joy called out thrice, I have Themistocles the Athenian. At daybreak he called his friends together, and bade Themistocles to be introduced, who expected no favourable outcome, because he saw that the guards at the gates, when they learned the name of him who was going in, were bitterly disposed, and spoke insultingly to him. And besides, Roxantes the Chiliarch, when Themistocles came along opposite him, the king being seated and the rest hushed in silence, said in an angry undertone, Thou subtle serpent of Hellas, the king's good genius hath brought thee hither. However, when he had come into the king's presence, and had once more paid him obedience, the king welcomed him, and spake him kindly, and said he already owed him 200 talents, for, since he had delivered himself up, it was only just that he himself should receive the reward proclaimed for his captor. And he promised him much more besides, and bade him take heart, and gave him leave to say whatever he wished concerning the affairs of Hellas with all frankness of speech. But Themistocles made answer that the speech of man was like embroidered tapestries, since, like them, this too had to be extended in order to display its patterns, but when it was rolled up it concealed and distorted them. Wherefore he had need of time. The king at once showed his pleasure at his comparison by bidding him take time, and so Themistocles asked for a year, and in that time he learned the Persian language sufficiently to have interviews with the king by himself without interpreters. Outsiders thought these conferences concerned Hellenic matters merely, but since about that time many innovations were introduced by the king at court and among his favorites, the magnates became jealous of Themistocles, on the ground that he had made bold to use his freedom of speech with the king to their harm. For the honors he enjoyed were far beyond those paid to other foreigners. Nay, he actually took part in the king's hunts, and in his household diversions, so far that he even had access to the queen-mother, and became intimate with her, and at the king's bidding heard expositions also of the Magian lore. And when Demaratus the Spartan, being bidden to ask a gift, asked that he might ride in state through Sardis, wearing his tiara upright, after the manner of the Persian kings, Mithridates the king's cousin said, touching the tiara of Demaratus, This tiara of thine hath no brains to cover. Indeed, thou wilt not be Zeus merely because thou graspest the thunderbolt. The king also repulsed Demaratus in anger at his request, and was minded to be inexorable towards him, and yet Themistocles begged and obtained a reconciliation with him. And it is said that later kings also, in whose reigns Persia and Hellas came into closer relations, as often as they asked for a Hellene to advise them, promised him in writing, every one, that he should be more influential at court than Themistocles. And Themistocles himself, they say, now become great and courted by many, said to his children, when a splendid table was once set for him, My children, we should now have been undone, had we not been undone before. 3 cities, as most writers say, were given him for bread, wine, and meat, namely Magnesia, Lampsacus, and Myus, and 2 others are added by Neanthes of Cyzicus and by Phanius, namely Percote and Palacepsis, these for his bedding and raiment. Now, as he was going down to the sea on his commission to deal with Hellenic affairs, a Persian, Epixias by name, satrap of Upper Phrygia, plotted against his life, having for a long time kept certain Pisidians in readiness to slay him whenever he should reach the village called Lion's Head, and take up his night's quarters there. But while Themistocles was asleep at midday before, it is said that the mother of the gods appeared to him in a dream, and said, O Themistocles, shun a head of lions, that thou mightest not encounter a lion. And for this service to thee, I demand of thee Mnesitolema to be my handmaid. Much disturbed, of course, Themistocles, with a prayer of acknowledgment to the goddess, forsook the highway, made a circuit by another route, and passing by that place, at last, as night came on, took up his quarters. Now, since one of the beasts of burden which carried the equipage of his tent had fallen into the river, the servants of Themistocles hung up the curtains which had got wet, and were drying them out. The Pisidians, at this juncture, sword in hand, made their approach, and since they could not see distinctly by the light of the moon what it was that was being dried, they thought it was the tent of Themistocles, and that they would find him reposing inside. But when they drew near and lifted up the hanging, they were fallen upon by the guards and apprehended. Thus Themistocles escaped the peril, and because he was amazed at the epiphany of the goddess, he built a temple in Magnesia in honor of Dindymene, and made his daughter Mnesitolema her priestess. When he had come to Sardis, and was viewing at his leisure the temples built there, and the multitude of their dedicatory offerings, and saw in the temple of the mother the so-called water-carrier, a maid in bronze 2 cubits high, which he himself, when he was water-commissioner at Athens, had caused to be made and dedicated from the fines he exacted of those whom he convicted of stealing and tapping the public water, whether it was because he felt some chagrin at the capture of the offering, or because he wished to show the Athenians what honor and power he had in the king's service, he addressed a proposition to the Lydian satrap, and asked him to restore the maid to Athens. But the barbarian was incensed and threatened to write a letter to the king about it, whereat Themistocles was afraid, and so had recourse to the women's chambers, and, by winning the favor of the satrap's concubines with money, succeeded in assuaging his anger. Thereafter he behaved more circumspectly, fearing now even the jealousy of the barbarians. For he did not wander about over Asia, as Theopompus says, but had a house in Magnesia, and gathered in large gifts, and was honored like the noblest Persians, and so lived on for a long time without concern, because the king paid no heed at all to Hellenic affairs, owing to his occupation with the state of the interior. But when Egypt revolted with Athenian aid, and Hellenic triremes sailed up as far as Cyprus and Cilicia, and Cimon's mastery of the sea forced the king to resist the efforts of the Hellenes and to hinder their hostile growth, and when at last forces began to be moved, and generals were dispatched hither and thither, and messages came down to Themistocles, saying that the king commanded him to make good his promises by applying himself to the Hellenic problem, then, neither embittered by anything like anger against his former fellow citizens, nor lifted up by the great honor and power he was to have in the war, but possibly thinking his task not even approachable, both because Hellas had other great generals at the time, and especially because Cimon was so marvelously successful in his campaigns, yet, most of all, out of regard for the reputation of his own achievements and the trophies of those early days, having decided that his best course was to put a fitting end to his life, he made a sacrifice to the gods, then called his friends together, gave them a farewell clasp of his hand, and, as the Conan story goes, drank bull's blood, or, as some say, took a quick poison, and so died in Magnesia in the 65th year of his life, most of which had been spent in political leadership. They say that the king, on learning the cause and the manner of his death, admired the man yet more, and continued to treat his friends and kindred with kindness. Themistocles left 3 sons by Archippe, the daughter of Lysander, of the deme Alopica, namely, Archeptelis, Polyeuctus, and Cleophantus, the last of whom Plato the philosopher mentions as a capital horseman, but good for nothing else. One of his 2 oldest sons, Neocles, died in boyhood from the bite of a horse, and Diodes was adopted by his grandfather Lysander. He had several daughters, of whom Nesitolema, born of his second wife, became the wife of Archeptelis, her half-brother, Italia of Panthoides the Chian, and Sybaris of Nicomedes the Athenian. Nicomache was given in marriage by her brothers to Phrysichles, the nephew of Themistocles, who sailed to Magnesia after his uncle's death, and who also took charge of Asia, the youngest of all the children. The Magnesians have a splendid tomb of Themistocles in their market-place, and with regard to his remains, Andocides is worthy of no attention when he says, in his address to his associates, that the Athenians stole away those remains and scattered them abroad, for he is trying by his lies to incite the oligarchs against the people. And Philarchus, too, when, as if in a tragedy, he all but erects a theatrical machine for this story, and brings into the action a certain Neocles, forsooth, and Demopolis, sons of Themistocles, wishes merely to stir up tumultuous emotion. His tale even an ordinary person must know is fabricated. Diodorus the topographer, in his work On Tombs, says, by conjecture rather than from actual knowledge, that near the large harbour of the Piraeus a sort of elbow juts out from the promontory opposite Alcymus, and that, as you round this and come inside where the water of the sea is still, there is a basement of goodly size, and that the altar-like structure upon this is the tomb of Themistocles. And he thinks that the comic poet Plato is a witness in favour of his view when he says, "Thy tomb is mounded in a fair and sightly place. The merchantman shall ever hail it with glad cry. It shall behold those outward and those inward bound, and all the emulous rivalry of racing-ships." For the lineal descendants of Themistocles there were also certain dignities maintained in Magnesia down to my time, and the revenues of these were
Part 4 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte de Perrine. Camillus, Part 1. Turning now to Furius Camillus, among the many notable things that are told of him, this seems the most singular and strange, namely, that although in other offices of command he won many and great successes, and although he was 5 times chosen dictator, 4 times celebrated a triumph, and was styled a second founder of Rome, not even once was he consul. The reason for this lay in the political conditions of his time. The common people, being at variance with the Senate, strove against the appointment of consuls, and elected military tribunes to the command instead. These, although they always acted with consular authority and power, were less obnoxious in their sway because of their number. For the fact that 6 men instead of 2 stood at the head of affairs was some comfort to those who were bitterly set against the rule of the few. Now it was at this period that Camillus came to the height of his achievements and fame, and he would not consent to become consul over a reluctant people, although during his career the city tolerated consular elections many times. But in the many other and varied offices which he held, he so conducted himself that even when the authority rightly belonged to him alone, it was exercised in common with others, while the glory that followed such exercise was his alone, even when he shared the command. In the first case, it was his moderation that kept his rule from exciting envy; in the second, it was his ability that gave him the first place with none to dispute it. At a time when the house of the Furii was not yet very conspicuous, he, by his own efforts, was the first of his clan to achieve fame. This he did in the great battle with the Aequians and Volscians, serving under Postumius Tubertus the dictator. Dashing out on his horse in front of the army, he did not abate his speed when he got a wound in the thigh, but dragging the missile along with him in its wound, he engaged the bravest of the enemy and put them to flight. For this exploit, among other honours bestowed upon him, he was appointed censor, in those days an office of great dignity. There is on record a noble achievement of his censorship, that of bringing the unmarried men, partly by persuasion and partly by threatening them with fines, to join in wedlock with the women who were living in widowhood, and these were many because of the wars; likewise a necessary achievement, that of making the orphans, who before this had contributed nothing to the support of the state, subject to taxation. The continuous campaigns, demanding great outlays of money, really required this. Especially burdensome was the siege of Veii; some call the people Veientani. The city was the barrier and bulwark of Tuscany, in quantity of arms and multitude of soldiery no whit inferior to Rome. Indeed, pluming herself on her wealth, and on the refinement, luxury, and sumptuousness in which her citizens lived, she had waged many noble contests for glory and power in her wars with the Romans. At this time, however, she had been crushed in great battles, and had given up her former ambitious pretensions. But her people built their walls high and strong, filled the city full of armour, missiles, grain, and every possible provision, and confidently endured their siege, which, though long, was no less laborious and difficult for the besiegers. These had been accustomed to short campaigns abroad as the summer season opened, and to winters at home; but then for the first time they had been compelled by their tribunes to build forts and fortify their camp, and spend both summer and winter in the enemy's country, the 7th year of the war being now nearly at an end. For this their rulers were held to blame, and finally deprived of their rule, because they were thought to conduct the siege without energy. Others were chosen to carry on the war, and one of these was Camillus, now tribune for the second time. But for the present he had nothing to do with the siege, since it fell to his lot to wage war with the Valerians and the Capenates, who, while the Romans had their hands full, had often harried their territory, and during all the Tuscan war had given them annoyance and trouble. These were overwhelmed by Camillus in battle, and shut up in their fastnesses with great loss of life. And now when the war was at its climax, the calamity of the Alban lake added its terrors. It seemed a most incredible prodigy, without familiar cause or natural explanation. For the season was autumn, and the summer just ended had, to all observation, been neither rainy nor vexed by south winds. Of the lakes, rivers, and streams of all sizes, with which Italy abounds, some had failed utterly, others barely managed to hold out, and all the rivers ran low between high banks, as was always the case in summer. But the Alban lake, which had its source and outlet within itself, and was girt about with fertile mountains, for no reason except it be that heaven willed it, was observed to increase and swell until it reached the skirts of the mountains, and gradually touched their highest ridges. All this rise was without surge or billow. At first it was a prodigy for neighbouring shepherds and herdsmen. But when the volume and weight of water broke away the barrier which, like an isthmus, had kept the lake from the country lying below it, and the huge torrent poured down through the fields and vineyards, and made its way to the sea, then not only were the Romans themselves dismayed, but all the inhabitants of Italy thought it a sign of no small evil to come. There was much talk about it in the army that was besieging Veii, so that even the besieged themselves heard of the calamity. As was to be expected in a long siege requiring many meetings for conference with the enemy, it fell out that a certain Roman became intimate and confidential with one of the citizens of Veii, a man versed in ancient oracles, and reputed wiser than the rest from his being a diviner. The Romans saw that this man, on hearing the story of the lake, was overjoyed and made mock of the siege. He therefore told him this was not the only wonder which the passing days had brought, but that other and stranger signs than this had been given to the Romans, of which he was minded to tell him, in order that, if possible, he might better his own private case in the midst of the public distresses. The man gave eager hearing to all this, and consented to a conference, supposing that he was going to hear some deep secrets. But the Roman led him along little by little, conversing as he went, until they were some way beyond the city gate, when he seized him bodily, being a sturdier man than he, and with the help of comrades who came running up from the camp, mastered him completely, and handed him over to the generals. Thus constrained, and perceiving that fate's decrees were not to be evaded, the man revealed secret oracles regarding his native city, to the effect that it could not be captured until the Alban lake, after leaving its bed and making new channels for itself, should be driven back by the enemy, deflected from its course, and prevented from mingling with the sea. The Senate, on hearing this, was at great loss what to do, and thought it well to send an embassy to Delphi to consult the god. The envoys were men of great repute and influence, Cossus Licinius, Valerius Potitus, and Fabius Ambustus, who made their voyage and came back with the responses of the god. One of these told them that certain ancestral rites, connected with the so-called Latin festivals, had been unduly neglected. Another bade them by all means to keep the water of the Alban lake away from the sea, and force it back into its ancient bed; or, if they could not effect this, by means of canals and trenches, to divert it into the plain and dissipate it. On the receipt of these responses, the priests performed the neglected sacrifices, and the people sallied out into the fields, and diverted the course of the water. In the 10th year of the war, the Senate abolished the other magistracies, and appointed Camillus dictator. After choosing Cornelius Scipio as his master of horse, in the first place he made solemn vows to the gods, that in case the war had a glorious ending, he would celebrate the great games in their honour, and dedicate a temple to the goddess, whom the Romans called Mater Matuta. From the sacred rites used in the worship of this goddess, she might be held to be almost identical with Leucothea. The women bring a serving maid into the sanctuary, and beat her with rods, then drive her forth again. They embrace their nephews and nieces in preference to their own children, and their conduct at the sacrifice resembles that of the nurses of Dionysius, or that of Ino under the flirtations put upon her by her husband's concubine. After his vows, Camillus invaded the country of the Faliscans, and conquered them in a great battle, together with the Capinets, who came up to their aid. Then he turned to the siege of Veii, and seeing that direct assault upon the city was a grievous and difficult matter, he went to digging mines, since the region round the city favoured such works, and allowed their being carried to a great depth without the enemies knowing about it. So then, when his hopes were well on their way to fulfilment, he himself assaulted the city from the outside, and thus called the enemy away to mend their walls, while others secretly made their way along the mines and reached unnoticed the interior of the citadel, where the temple of Juno stood, the largest temple in the city, and the one most held in honor. There, it is said, at this very juncture, the commander of the Tuscans chanced to be sacrificing, and his seer, when he beheld the entrails of the victim, cried out with a loud voice, and said that the god awarded victory to him who should fulfill that sacrifice. The Romans in the mines below, hearing this utterance, quickly tore away the pavement of the temple, and issued forth with battle cries and clash of arms, whereat the enemy were terrified and fled away. The sacrificial entrails were then seized and carried to Camillus, but possibly this will seem like fable. At any rate, the city was taken by storm, and the Romans were pillaging and plundering its boundless wealth, when Camillus, seeing from the citadel what was going on, at first burst into tears as he stood, and then, on being congratulated by the bystanders, lifted up his hands to the gods and prayed, saying, O greatest Jupiter, and ye gods who see and judge men's good and evil deeds, ye surely know that it is not unjustly, but of necessity and in self-defense, that we Romans have visited its iniquity upon this city of hostile and lawless men. But if, as counterpoise to this our present success, some retribution is due to come upon us, spare, I beseech you, the city and the army of the Romans, and let it fall upon my own head, though with a little harm as may be. With these words, as the Roman's custom is after prayer and adoration, he wheeled himself about to the right, but stumbled and fell as he turned. The bystanders were confounded, but he picked himself up again from his fall and said, My prayer is granted. A slight fall is my atonement for the greatest good fortune. After he had utterly sacked the city, he determined to transfer the image of Juno to Rome, in accordance with his vows. The workmen were assembled for the purpose, and Camillus was sacrificing and praying the goddess to accept of their zeal and to be a kindly co-dweller with the gods of Rome, when the image, they say, spoke in low tones, and said she was ready and willing. But Livy says that Camillus did indeed lay his hand upon the goddess, and pray and beseech her, but that it was certain of the bystanders who gave answer that she was ready and willing and eager to go along with him. Those who insist upon and defend the marvel have a most powerful advocate for their contention in the fortune of the city, which, from its small and despised beginning, could never have come to such a pinnacle of glory and power, had God not dwelt with her and made many great manifestations of himself from time to time. Moreover, they adduce other occurrences of a kindred sort, such as statues often dripping with sweat, images uttering audible groans, turning away their faces, and closing their eyes, as not a few historians in the past have written. And we ourselves might make mention of many astonishing things which we have heard from men of our own time, things not lightly to be despised. But in such matters eager credulity and excessive incredulity are alike dangerous, because of the weakness of our human nature, which sets no limits and has no mastery over itself, but is carried away now into vain superstition and now into contemptuous neglect of the gods. Caution is best, and to go to no extremes. Whether it was due to the magnitude of his exploit in taking a city which could vie with Rome and endure a siege of 10 years, or to the congratulations showered upon him, Camillus was lifted up to vanity, cherished thoughts far from becoming to a civil magistrate subject to the law, and celebrated a triumph with great pomp, He actually had 4 white horses harnessed to a chariot, on which he mounted and drove through Rome, a thing which no commander had ever done before, or afterwards did. For they thought such a car sacred and devoted to the king and father of the gods. In this way he incurred the enmity of the citizens, who were not accustomed to wanton extravagance. They had also a second grievance against him, in that he opposed himself to a law dividing the city. The tribunes introduced a measure dividing the people and the senate into 2 parts, one to remain and dwell there, and the one on which the lot fell to remove into the city they had captured, on the ground that they would thus be more commodiously bestowed, and with 2 large and fair cities could better protect their territory as well as their prosperity in general. Accordingly the people, which was now become numerous and poor, welcomed the measure with delight, and was for ever thronging tumultuously about the rostra with demands that it be put to vote. But the Senate and the most influential of the other citizens considered that the measure proposed by the tribunes meant not division but destruction for Rome, and in their aversion to it went to Camillus for aid and succour. He, dreading the struggle, always contrived to keep the people busy with other matters, and so staved off the passage of the bill. For this reason, then, they were vexed with him. But the strongest and most apparent reason why the multitude hated him was based on the matter of the tenth of the spoil of Veii, and herein they had a plausible, though not a very just ground of complaint. He had vowed, as it seems, on setting out against Veii, that if he should take the city, he would consecrate the tenth of its booty to the Delphian god. But after the city had been taken and sacked, he allowed his soldiers full enjoyment of their plunder, either because he shrank from annoying them, or because, in the multitude of his activities, he as good as forgot his vow. At a later time, when he had laid down his command, he referred the matter to the Senate, and the seers announced tokens in their sacrifices that the gods were angry, and must be propitiated with due offerings. The Senate voted, not that the booty should be redistributed, for that would have been a difficult matter, but that those who had got it should, in person and under oath, bring the tenth thereof to the public treasury. This subjected the soldiers to many vexations and constraints. They were poor men who had toiled hard, and yet were now forced to contribute a large share of what they had gained, yes, and spent already. Beset by their tumultuous complaints, and at loss for a better excuse, Camillus had recourse to the absurdest of all explanations, and admitted that he had forgotten his vow. The soldiers were filled with indignation at the thought that it was the goods of the enemy of which he had once vowed a this, but the goods of his fellow citizens from which he was now paying the tithe. However, all of them brought in the necessary portion, and it was decided to make a bowl of massive gold and send it to Delphi. Now there was a scarcity of gold in the city, and the magistrates knew not whence it could be had. So the women of their own accord determinated to give the gold ornaments which they wore upon their persons for the offering, and these amounted to 8 talents weight. The women were fittingly rewarded by the Senate, which voted that thereafter, when women died, a suitable eulogy should be spoken over them as over men. For it was not customary before that time, when a woman died, that a public encomium should be pronounced. Then they chose 3 of the noblest citizens as envoys, manned with its full complement of their best sailors a ship of war decked out in festal array, and sent them on their way. Calm at sea has its perils as well as storm, it would seem, at least so it proved in this case. Envoys and crew came within an ace of destruction, and found escape from their peril when they least expected it. Off the Aeolian Isles, as the wind died down, some riparian galleys put out against them, taking them for pirates. The enemy had sufficient regard to their prayers and supplications not to run their vessel down, but they took it in town, brought it to land, and proclaimed their goods and persons for sale, adjudging them piratical. At last, and with much ado, through the brave intercession of a single man, Themistocles, their general, the Liparians were persuaded to let the captives go. This man then launched boats of his own, convoyed the suppliants on their way, and assisted them in the dedication of their offering. For this he received suitable honours at Rome. Once more the tribunes of the people urged the passage of the law for the division of the city, but the war with the Phaliscans came on opportunely, and gave the leading men occasion to hold such elective assemblies as they wished, and to appoint Camillus military tribune with 5 others. The emergency was thought to demand a leader with the dignity and reputation which experience alone could give. After the people had ratified the election, Camillus, at the head of his army, invaded the territory of the Phaliscans and laid siege to Falerii, a strong city, and well equipped with all the munitions of war. It was not that he thought its capture would demand slight effort or short time, but he wished to turn the thoughts of the citizens to other matters, and keep them busy therein, that they might not be able to stay at home and become the prey of seditious leaders. This was a fitting and sovereign remedy which the Romans used, like good physicians, thereby expelling from the body politic its troublesome distempters. The Phalerians, relying on the great strength of their city at all points, made so light of the siege that, with the exception of the defenders of the walls, the rest went up and down the city in their garb of peace. The boys went to school as usual, and were brought by their teacher along the walls outside to walk about and get their exercise. For the Phalerians, like the Greeks, employed one teacher in common, wishing their boys, from the very start, to herd with one another and grow up together. This teacher, then, wishing to betray Falerii by means of its boys, led them out every day beyond the city walls, at first only a little way, and then brought them back inside when they had taken their exercise. Presently he led them little by little farther and farther out, accustomed them to feel confident that there was no danger at all, and finally pushed in among the Roman outposts with his whole company, handed them over to the enemy, and demanded to be led to Camillus. So led, and in that presence, he said he was a boys' school teacher, but chose rather to win the general's favour than to fulfil the duties of his office, and so had come bringing to him the city in the persons of its boys. It seemed to Camillus, on hearing him, that the man had done a monstrous deed, and turning to the bystanders he said, "War is indeed a grievous thing, and is waged with much injustice and violence. But even war has certain laws which good and brave men will respect, and we must not so hotly pursue victory as not to flee the favours of base and impious doers. The great general will wage war relying on his own native valour, not on the baseness of other men." Then he ordered his attendants to tear the man's clothing from him, tie his arms behind his back, and put rods and scourges in the hands of the boys, that they might chastise the traitor and drive him back into the city. The Phalerians had just become aware of the teacher's treachery, and the whole city, as was natural, was filled with lamentation over a calamity so great. Men and women alike rushed distractedly to the walls and gates, when, lo, there came the boys, bringing their teacher back stripped, bound, and maltreated, while they called Camillus their saviour, their father, and their god. On this wise not only the parents of the boys, but the rest of the citizens as well, when they beheld the spectacle, were seized with admiration and longing for the righteousness of Camillus. In haste they held an assembly, and sent envoys to him, entrusting him with their lives and fortunes. These envoys Camillus sent to Rome. Standing in the Senate, they declared that the Romans, by esteeming righteousness above victory, had taught them to love defeat above freedom, not so much because they thought themselves inferior in strength, as because they confessed themselves vanquished in virtue. On the Senate remanding to Camillus the decision and disposition of the matter, he took a sum of money from the Phalerians, established friendship with all the Phaliscans, and withdrew. But the soldiers thought to have had the sacking of Phalerii, and when they came back to Rome empty-handed, they denounced Camillus to the rest of the citizens as a hater of the common people, and as begrudging to the poor the enjoyment of their rightful booty. And when the tribunes once more put forward the law for the division of the city, and summoned the people to vote upon it, then Camillus, shunning no hatred nor any boldness of utterance, was manifestly the chief one in forcing the multitude away from its desires. Therefore they did indeed reject the law, much against their will, but they were wroth with Camillus, so that even when he met with domestic affliction, and lost one of his 2 sons by sickness, their wrath was in no wise softened by pity. And yet he set no bounds to his sorrow, being by nature a gentle and kindly man. But even after the indictment against him had been published, he suffered his grief to keep him at home, in close seclusion with the women of his household. Well then, his accuser was Lucius Appuleius, and the charge was theft of Tuscan goods. It was said, forsooth, that certain bronze doors belonging to the booty had been seen at his house. But the people were exasperated, and would plainly lay hold of any pretext whatever for condemning him. So then he assembled his friends and comrades in arms, who were many in number, and begged them not to suffer him to be convicted on base charges, and to be made a laughing-stock by his foes. When his friends had laid their heads together and discussed the case, they answered that, as regarded his trial, they thought they could be of no help to him, but if he were punished with a fine, they would help him pay it. This he could not endure, and in his wrath determined to depart the city and go into exile. Accordingly, after he had kissed his wife and son good-bye, he went from his house in silence as far as the gate of the city. There he stopped, turned himself about, and stretching his hands out towards the Capitol, prayed the gods that, if with no justice, but through the wantonness of the people and the abuse of the envious, he was now being driven from his country, the Romans might speedily Part 5 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Camillus, Part 2. After he had thus, like Achilles, invoked curses upon his fellow citizens, he removed from out the city. His case went by default, and he was fined 15,000 asses. This sum, reduced to our money, is 1,500 drachmas. For the ass was the current copper coin, and the silver coin worth 10 of these pieces was for that reason called the denarius, which is equivalent to the drachma. Now there is no Roman who does not believe that justice followed hard upon the imprecations of Camillus, and that he received a requital for his wrongs, which was not pleasing to him but painful. Certainly it was notable and famous. For a great retribution encompassed Rome, and a season of dire destruction and peril, not unmixed with disgrace, assailed the city, whether fortune so brought things to pass, or whether it is the mission of some god not to neglect virtue that goes unrequited. In the first place, then, it seemed to be a sign of great evil impending when Julius the Censor died, for the Romans specially revere and hold sacred the office of censor. In the second place, before Camillus went into exile, a man who was not conspicuous to be sure, but who was esteemed honest and kindly, Marcus Caedicius, informed the military tribunes of a matter well worth their attention. He said that during the night just past, as he was going along the so-called New Street, he was hailed by someone in clear tones, and turned and saw no man, but heard a voice louder than man's, saying, "Hark thou, Marcus Caedicius, early in the morning go and tell the magistrates that within a little time they must expect the Gauls." At this story the tribunes mocked and jested, and a little while after Camillus suffered his disgrace. The Gauls were of the Celtic stock, and their numbers were such, as it is said, that they abandoned their own country, which was not able to sustain them all, and set out in quest of another. There were many myriads of young warriors, and they took along with them a still greater number of women and children. Some of them crossed the Riparian mountains, streamed off towards the northern ocean, and occupied the remotest parts of Europe. Others settled between the Pyrenees and the Alps, near the Senones and the Cautorians, and dwelt there a long time. But at last they got a taste of wine, which was then for the first time brought to them from Italy. They admired the drink so much, and were all so beside themselves with the novel pleasure which it gave, that they seized their arms, took along their families, and made off to the Alps, in quest of the land which produced such fruit, considering the rest of the world barren and wild. The man who introduced wine to them, and was first and foremost in sharpening their appetite for Italy, is said to have been Aaron, a Tuscan. He was a man of prominence, and by nature not prone to evil, but had met with the following misfortune. He was guardian of an orphan boy, who was heir to the greatest wealth in the city, and of amazing beauty, Lucumo by name. This Lucumo, from his youth up, had lived with Aaron, and when he came to man's estate, did not leave his house, but pretended to take delight in his society. He had, however, corrupted Aaron's wife, and been corrupted by her, and for a long time kept the thing a secret. But at last the passions of both culprits increased upon them, so that they could neither put away their desires, nor longer hide them. Wherefore the young man made open attempt to remove the woman and have her to wife. Her husband brought the case to trial, but was defeated by Lucumo, owing to the multitude of his friends, and his lavish outlays of money, and forsook the city. Learning about the Gauls, he betook himself to them, and led them on their expedition into Italy. The Gauls burst in, and straightway mastered all the country which the Tuscans occupied of old, namely, that stretching from the Alps down to both seas, the names of which bear witness to the story. For the northern sea is called Adria, from the Tuscan city of Adria. The southern is called outright the Tuscan Sea. This whole country is studded with trees, has excellent pasturage for flocks and herds, and an abundance of rivers. It had also 18 cities, large and fair, well equipped for profitable commerce and for sumptuous living. These the Gauls took away from the Tuscans, and occupied themselves. But this happened long before the time of which I speak. At this time the Gauls had marched against the Tuscan city of Clusium, and were laying siege to it. The Clusians applied for assistance to the Romans, and begged them to send ambassadors in their behalf with a letter to the barbarians. So there were sent 3 men of the Fabian gens, who were of great repute and honor in the city. The Gauls received them courteously because of the name of Rome, ceased their attacks upon the city walls, and held conference with them. When they were asked what wrong they had suffered at the hands of the Clusians, that they had come up against their city, Brennus, the king of the Gauls, burst into a laugh and said, "The Clusians wrong us in that, being able to till only a small parcel of earth, they yet are bent on holding a large one, and will not share it with us, who are strangers, many in number and poor. This is the wrong which ye too suffered, O Romans, formerly at the hands of the Albans, Fidenets, and Ardeats, and now lately at the hands of the Veientines, Capinets, and many of the Pelasgians and Volscians. Ye march against these peoples, and if they will not share their goods with you, ye enslave them, despoil them, and raze their cities to the ground. Not that in so doing ye are in any wise cruel or unjust, nay, ye are but obeying the most ancient of all laws, which gives to the stronger the goods of his weaker neighbours, the world over, beginning with God himself and ending with the beasts that perish. For these too are so endowed by nature, that the stronger seeks to have more than the weaker. Cease ye therefore to pity the Clusians, when we beseech them, that ye may not teach the Gauls to be kind and full of pity towards those who are wronged by the Romans." From this speech the Roman envoys saw that there was no coming to terms with Brennus, and so they slipped into Clusium, and emboldened and incited its citizens to sally out against the barbarians with them, either because they wished to discover the prowess of those warriors, or to display their own. The Clusians made a sally, and in the fight which raged along the walls one of the Fabii, Quintus Ambustus, drove his horse straight at a stately and handsome Gaul, who was riding far out in front of the rest. At first he was not recognized, because the conflict came swiftly to pass, and his dazzling armor hid his face. But when he had conquered and unhorsed his foe, and was stripping his arms from him, then Brennus recognized him, and called upon the gods to witness how, contrary to the general practice of all mankind, which was deemed just and holy, he had come as an ambassador, but had wrought as an enemy. Then putting a stop to the battle, he straightway led the Clusians alone, and led his host against Rome. But not wishing to have it thought that his people were rejoiced at the outrage, and only wanted some pretext for war, he sent and demanded the offender for punishment, and in the meantime advanced but slowly. When the Senate convened in Rome, many denounced the Fabii, and especially the priests called Fetials, were instant in calling upon the Senate, in the name of all the gods, to turn the curse of what had been done upon the one guilty man, and so to make expiation for the rest. These Fetials were instituted by Numa Pompilius, gentlest and justest of kings, to be the guardians of peace, as well as judges and determiners of the grounds on which war could justly be made. The Senate referred the matter to the people, and although the priests with one accord denounced Fabius, the multitude so scorned and mocked at religion as to appoint him military tribune along with his brothers. The Gauls, on learning this, were wroth, and suffered nothing to impede their haste, but advanced with all speed. What with their numbers, the splendor of their equipment, and their furious violence, they struck terror wherever they came. Men thought the lands about their cities lost already, and their cities sure to follow at once. But contrary to all expectation, the enemy did them no harm, nor took aught from their fields, but even as they passed close by their cities shouted out that they were marching on Rome, and warred only on the Romans, but held the rest as friends. Against this onset of the barbarians, the military tribunes led the Romans forth a battle. They were not inferior in numbers, being no fewer than 40,000 men at arms, but most of them were untrained, and had never handled weapons before. Besides, they had neglected all religious rites, having neither sacrificed with good omens, nor consulted the prophets, as was meet before the perils of battle. But what most of all confounded their undertakings was the number of their commanders. And yet before this, and on the brink of lesser struggles, they had often chosen a single commander with the title of dictator, not unaware how great an advantage it is, when confronting a dangerous crisis, to be of one mind in paying obedience to an authority which is absolute, and holds the scales of justice in its own hands. Moreover, their unfair treatment of Camillus was in no slight degree fatal to discipline, since it was now dangerous to hold command without paying regard to the pleasure and caprice of the people. They advanced from the city about 11 miles, and encamped along the river Allia, not far from its confluence with the Tiber. There the barbarians came suddenly upon them, and after a disorderly and shameful struggle they were routed. Their left wing was at once driven into the river by the Gauls, and destroyed. Their right wing was less cut up, because it withdrew before the enemy's onset from the plain to the hills, from which most of them made their way back to the city. The rest, as many as escaped the enemy's hands, which were weary with slaughter, fled by night to Veii. They thought that Rome was lost and all her people slain. The battle took place just after the summer solstice, when the moon was near the full, on the very day of a former great disaster, when 300 men of the Fabian gens had been cut to pieces by the Tuscans. But the second defeat was so much the worse, that the day on which it fell is called down to the present time Dies Alliensis, from the river. Now concerning Dies Nefasti, our unlucky days, whether we must regard some as such, or whether Heracleitus was right in rebuking Hesiod for calling some days good and some bad, in his ignorance that the nature of every day is one and the same, this question has been fully discussed elsewhere. Still, even in what I am now writing, the mention of a few examples may not be amiss. To begin with, then it was on the 5th day of the month of Hippodromius, which the Athenians call Hecatombaion, that the Boeotians won 2 illustrious victories, which set the Greeks free, that at Leuctra and that at Ceressus, more than 200 years earlier, when they conquered Latmias and the Thessalians. Again, on the 6th day of the month of Boedromion, the Greeks defeated the Persians at Marathon, on the 3rd day at Plataea and Mycale together, and on the 26th day at Arbela. Moreover, it was about full moon of the same month that the Athenians won their sea fight of Naxos, under the command of Chabrias, and about the 20th, that at Salamis, as has been set forth in my treatise on days. Further, the month of Thargelion has clearly been a disastrous one for the barbarians, for in that month the generals of the king were conquered by Alexander at the Granicus, and on the 24th of the month the Carthaginians were roasted by Timoleon of Sicily. On this day, too, of Thargelion, it appears that Ilium was taken, as Ephorus, Callisthenes, Damastes, and Philarchus have stated. Contrariwise, the month of Metageitnion, which the Boeotians call Panemos, has not been favourable to the Greeks. On the 7th of this month they were worsted by Antipater in the battle of Crannon, and utterly undone. Before this they had fought Philip unsuccessfully at Chaeronea, on that day of the month, and in the same year and on the same day of Metageitnion, Archidamus and his army, who had crossed into Italy, were cut to pieces by the barbarians there. The Carthaginians also regard with fear the 22nd of this month, because it has ever brought upon them the worst and greatest of their misfortunes. I am not unaware that, at about the time when the mysteries are celebrated, Thebes was razed to the ground for the second time by Alexander, and that afterwards the Athenians were forced to receive a Macedonian garrison on the 20th of Boedromion, the very day on which they escort the mystic Lucullus forth in procession. And likewise the Romans, on the selfsame day, saw their army under Caepio destroyed by the Cimbri, and later, when Lucullus was their general, conquered Tigranes and the Armenians. Both King Attalus and Pompey the Great died on their own birthdays. In short, one can adduce many cases where the same times and seasons have brought opposite fortunes upon the same man. But this day of the Allia is regarded by the Romans as one of the unluckiest, and its influence extends over 2 other days of each month throughout the year, since in the presence of calamity, timidity and superstition often overflow all bounds. However, this subject has been more carefully treated in my Roman Questions. Now had the Gauls after this battle followed hard upon the fugitives, naught would have hindered Rome from being utterly destroyed, and all those who remained in her from perishing. Such was the terror which the fugitives infused into the occupants of the city, and with such confusion and delirium were they themselves once more filled. But as it was, the barbarians could not realize the magnitude of their victory, and in the excess of their joy turned to revelry and the distribution of the good things captured in their enemy's camp. For this reason the throngs who were for abandoning the city had ample time for flight, and those who were for remaining plucked up hope and prepared to defend themselves. Abandoning the rest of the city, they fenced the capital with ramparts and stocked it with missiles. But their first care was for their sacred things, most of which they carried away to the capital. The fire of Vesta, however, was snatched up and carried off by the Vestal virgins in their flight, along with the other sacred things entrusted to their care. However, some writers state that these virgins have watched and ward over nothing more than the ever-living fire, which Numa the king appointed to be worshipped as the first cause of all things. For fire produces more motion than anything else in nature, and all birth is a mode of motion, or is accompanied by motion. All other portions of matter, in the absence of heat, lie inert and dead, yearning for the force of fire to inform them, like a spirit, and on its accession in any manner soever, they become capable of acting and being acted upon. This principle of fire, then, Numa, who was an extraordinary man, and whose wisdom gave him the repute of holding converse with the Muses, is said to have hallowed and ordered to be kept sleepless, that it might image forth the ever-living force which orders the universe aright. Others say that this fire is kept burning before the sacred things by way of purification, as among the Greeks, and that other objects within the temple are kept hidden from the gaze of all except these virgins, whom they call Vestals. And a very prevalent story had it, that the famous Palladium of Troy was hidden away there, having been brought to Italy by Aeneas. There are some who say that it is the Samothracian images which are hidden there, and they tell the tale of Dardanus bringing these to Troy, after he had founded that city, and consecrating them there with the celebration of their rites, and of Aeneas, at the capture of Troy, stealing them away and preserving them until he settled in Italy. Others still pretending to have larger knowledge in these matters, say that 2 small jars are stored away there, of which one is open and empty, and the other full and sealed up, and that both are visible only to the holy virgins. But others think that these knowing ones have been led astray by the fact that the virgins, at the time of which I am now speaking, cast the most of their sacred treasures into 2 jars, and hid them underground in the temple of Quirinius, whence that place, down to the present time, has the name of Doliola, or jars. However that may be, these virgins took the choicest and most important of the sacred objects, and fled away along the river. There it chanced that Lucius Albinius, a man of the common people, was among the fugitives, carrying off his wife and little children, with the most necessary household goods, upon a wagon. When he saw the virgins with the sacred symbols of the gods in their bosoms, making their way along unattended and in great distress, he speedily took his wife, with the children and the household goods, down from the wagon, and suffered the virgins to mount upon it and make their escape to a Greek city. This pious act of Albinius, and the conspicuous honour which he showed the gods in a season of the greatest danger, could not well be passed over in silence. But the priests of the other gods, and the aged men who had been consuls and celebrated triumphs, could not endure to leave the city, so they put on their robes of state and ceremony, following the lead of Fabius, the Pontifex Maximus, and vowed the gods that they would devote themselves to death in their country's behalf. Then they sat themselves down, thus arrayed, on their ivory chairs in the forum, and awaited their fate. On the 3rd day after the battle, Brennus came up to the city with his army. Finding its gates open, and its walls without defenders, at first he feared a treacherous ambush, being unable to believe that the Romans were in such utter despair. But when he realized the truth, he marched in by the Colline gate, and took Rome. This was a little more than 360 years from her foundation, if one can believe that any accurate chronology has been preserved in this matter, when that of even later events is disputed, owing to the confusion caused by this very disaster. However, it would seem that some vague tidings of the calamity and capture of the city made their way at once to Greece. For Heracleides Ponticus, who lived not long after that time, in this treatise on the soul, says that out of the west a story prevailed, how an army of Hyperboreans had come from afar and captured a Greek city called Rome, situated somewhere on the shores of the great sea. Now I cannot wonder that so fabulous and fictitious a writer as Heracleides should deck out the true story of the capture of Rome with his Hyperboreans and his great sea. But Aristotle the philosopher clearly had accurate tidings of the capture of the city by the Gauls, and yet he says that its saviour was Lucius, although the forename of Camillus was not Lucius but Marcus. However, these details were matters of conjecture. When he had occupied Rome, Brennus surrounded the capital with a guard. He himself went down through the forum, and was amazed to see the men sitting there in public state and perfect silence. They neither rose up to meet their enemies when they approached, nor did they change countenance or colour, but sat there quietly, at ease and without fear, leaning on their staves and gazing into one another's faces. The Gauls were amazed and perplexed at the unwonted sight, and for a long time hesitated to approach and touch them, regarding them as superior beings. But at last one of them, plucking up his courage, drew near Papirius Marcus, and stretching out his hand, gently grasped his chin and stroked his long beard, whereupon Papirius, with his staff, smote him a crushing blow on the head. Then the barbarian drew his sword and killed him. After that they fell upon the rest and slew them, made away with every one else they met, sacked and plundered the houses of the city for many days together, and finally burned them down and levelled them with the ground, in their wrath at the defenders of the Capitol. For these would not surrender at their summons, but when they were attacked, actually repulsed their foes from the ramparts with loss. Therefore the Gauls inflicted every outrage upon the city, and put to the sword Part 6 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Camillus, Part 3. The siege lasted a long time, and the Gauls began to lack provisions. They therefore divided their forces. Some remained with their king and watched the capital, others ravaged the country round about, falling upon the villages and sacking them, not all together in one body, but scattered about by commands and companies, some here, some there, moved by their successes to great confidence and the fear of nothing. The largest and best disciplined body of them marched upon the city of Ardea, where Camillus was staying since his exile. He lived in complete retirement and privacy, it is true, but cherished the hopes and plans, not of a man who eagerly desired to escape the notice and hands of the enemy, but of one who sought to avenge himself upon them if occasion offered. Wherefore, seeing that the Ardeans were of sufficient numbers, but lacked courage, through the inexperience and effeminacy of their generals, he began to reason with the young men first, to the effect that the mishap of the Romans ought not to be laid to the valour of the Gauls, nor the sufferings of that infatuated people to the prowess of men who did not deserve their victory, but rather to the dictates of fortune. It was a fine thing, he said, even at dangerous risks, to repel the attack of an alien and barbarous folk, whose only end in getting the mastery was, as in the work of fire, the utter destruction of what it conquered. But in the present case, if they were bold and zealous, he would find occasion to give them a victory without any danger. After gaining the support of the young men, Camillus went to the rulers and councillors of Ardea, and when he had won them over also, he armed all who were of age for service, and kept them together within the walls, that they might not be perceived by the enemy who were near. These had scoured the country round about, and encamped in the plain, without care or concern, and heavily encumbered with their abundant booty. When night had fallen upon them, putting an end to their carousals, and silence reigned throughout their camp, Camillus, acquainted with this by his scouts, led forth the Ardeans. Passing quietly over the intervening space, they reached the camp about midnight, and with shouts and trumpet blasts on every hand confounded the men, who were scarcely brought to their senses by the din, heavy as they were with drunkenness and sleep. A few of them were sobered by fear, armed themselves, and made resistance to Camillus and his men, so that they fell fighting. But most were still mastered by sleep and wine, when they were fallen upon and slain, without their arms. A few only ran from the camp, under cover of darkness, and when day came, were seen straggling about the fields, but horsemen pursued them and cut them to pieces. Rumour quickly carried news of this exploit to the neighbouring cities, and called to arms many of those who were of age for service, particularly the Romans, who had made their escape from the battle on the Allia, and were in Veii. These lamented among themselves, saying, "O what a leader has heaven robbed Rome in Camillus, only to adorn Ardea with his victories! The city, which bore and reared such a hero, is dead and gone, and we, for lack of generals, sit pent up within alien walls, and see Italy ruined before our very eyes. Come, let us send to Ardea and demand our own general, or take our arms and go ourselves to him. For he is no longer an exile, nor are we citizens, now that our country is no more, but is mastered by the enemy." So said, so done, and they sent and asked Camillus to take the command. But he refused to do so before the citizens on the Capitol had legally elected him. They were preserving the country, as he thought, and if they had commands for him, he would gladly obey, but against their wishes he would meddle with nothing whatsoever. This noble restraint on the part of Camillus was much admired, but it was hard to see how the matter could be referred to the Capitol. Nay, rather, it seemed utterly impossible, while the enemy held the city, for the messenger to elude them and reach the Acropolis. But there was a certain young man, Pontius Caminius by name, who was, in spite of his ordinary birth, a lover of glory and honour. He volunteered to attempt the task. He took no letter with him to the defenders of the Capitol, lest this, in the event of his capture, should help the enemy to discover the purpose of Camillus. But under the coarse garments which he wore, he carried some pieces of cork. The greater part of his journey was made by daylight and without fear, but as night came on he found himself near the city. He could not cross the river by the bridge, since the barbarians were guarding it, so he wrapped his light and scanty garments about his head, fastened the corks to his body, and thus supported swam across, came out on the other side, and went on towards the city, always giving a wide berth to those of the enemy who were watchful and wakeful, as he judged by their fires and noise. He made his way to the Carmental Gate, where there was the most quiet, at which the Capitoline Hill was most sheer and steep, and which was girt about by a huge and jagged cliff. Up this he mounted and perceived, and finally reached, with great pains and difficulty, the sentries posted where the wall was lowest. Hailing them, and telling them who he was pulled up over the wall, and taken to the Roman magistrates. The Senate quickly convening, he appeared before it, announced the victory of Camillus, about which they had not heard, and explained to them the will and pleasure of his fellow soldiers. He exhorted them to confirm Camillus in his command, since he was the only man whom the citizens outside would obey. When the Senate had heard his message, and deliberated upon it, they appointed Camillus dictator, and sent Pontius back again by the way he had come, wherein he repeated his former good fortune. For he eluded the enemy's notice, and brought the Senate's message to the Romans outside the city. These gave eager welcome to the tidings, so that, when Camillus came, he found 20,000 men already under arms. He collected still more from the allies, and made preparations for his attack. Thus Camillus was chosen dictator for the second time, and proceeding to Veii, he put himself at the head of the soldiers there, and collected more from the allies, with the purpose of attacking the enemy. But in Rome, some of the barbarians chanced to pass by the spot where Pontius had made his way by night up to the Capitol, and noticed in many places the marks made by his hands and feet in clambering up, and many places also where the plants that grew upon the rocks had been torn away and the earth displaced. They advised their king of this, and he too came and made inspection. At the time he said nothing, but when evening came, he assembled the nimblest men and the best mountain climbers of the Gauls, and said to them, "The enemy have shown us that there is a way up to them of which we knew not, and one which men can traverse and tread. It would be a great shame for us, after such a beginning as we have made, to fail at the end, and to give the place up as impregnable, when the enemies themselves show us where it can be taken. For where it is easy for one man to approach it, there it will be no difficult matter for many to go one by one, nay, they will support and aid one another greatly in the undertaking. Gifts and honours befitting his valour shall be given to every man." So spake their king, and the Gauls eagerly undertook to do his will. About midnight a large band of them scaled the cliff and made their way upward in silence. They climbed on all fours over places which were precipitous and rough, but which yielded to their efforts better than they had expected, until the foremost of them reached the heights, put themselves in array, and had all but seized the outwork and fallen upon the sleeping watch. Neither man nor dog was aware of their approach. But there were some sacred geese near the temple of Juno, which were usually fed without stint, but at that time, since provisions barely sufficed for the garrison alone, they were neglected and in evil plight. The creature is naturally sharp of hearing and afraid of every noise, and these, being specially wakeful and restless by reason of their hunger, perceived the approach of the Gauls, dashed at them with loud cries, and so waked all the garrison. At once the barbarians, now that they were detected, spared them no noise, and came on more impetuously to the attack. The defenders, snatching up in haste whatever weapon came to hand, made the best shift they could. Manlius first of all, a man of consular dignity, mighty in body and exceeding stout of heart, confronting two of the enemy at once, cut off the right hand of one of them with his sword, as he was lifting his battle-axe, and dashing his shield into the face of the other, tumbled him backwards down the cliff. Then, taking his stand on the wall with those who ran to his aid, and formed about him, he repulsed the rest of the enemy, who had reached the top in no great numbers, and showed no prowess to match their daring. So the Romans escaped out of their peril. At break of day they cast the captain of the watch down the cliff among the enemy, but voted to Manlius a meed of victory which did him more honour than service. They collected for him the rations which each man of them received for one day, namely, half a pound of native spelt, Roman weight, and an eighth of a pint of wine, Greek measure. After this, the case of the Gauls was less hopeful. They lacked provisions, being shut off from foraging through fear of Camillus, and disease lurked among them. They were encamped amid ruins, where multitude of corpses had been cast at random, and besides, an air made dry and acrid by vast quantities of ashes, which wind and heat sent flying abroad, made breathing hurtful. But what most of all affected them was the complete change in their mode of life. They had come all at once from regions of shade, where easy refuge could be had from the heats of summer, into a land which was low-lying and had an unnatural climate towards autumn. Then there was their long and idle sitting down before the Capitol. They were now willing away the 7th month of its siege. For all these reasons the mortality was great in their camp, so many were the dead that they could no longer be buried. All this, however, brought no relief to the besieged, for famine increased upon them, and their ignorance of what Camillus was doing made them dejected. No messenger could come from him, because the city was now closely watched by the barbarians. Wherefore, both parties being in such a plight, a compromise was proposed, at first by the outposts as they encountered one another. Then, since those in authority thought it best, Sulpicius, the military tribune of the Romans, held a conference with Brennus, and it was agreed that on the delivery of 1,000 pounds of gold by the Romans, the Gauls should straightway depart out of the city and the country. Oaths were sworn to these terms, and the gold was brought to be weighed. But the Gauls tampered with the scales, secretly at first, then they openly pulled the balance back out of its poise. The Romans were incensed at this, but Brennus, with a mocking laugh, stripped off his sword, and added it, belt and all, to the weights. When Sulpicius asked, "What means this?" "What else," said Brennus, "but woe to the vanquished?" And the phrase passed at once into a proverb. Some of the Romans were incensed, and though they ought to go back again with their gold, and endure the siege. Others urged acquiescence in the mild injustice. Their shame lay, they argued, not in giving more, but in giving at all. This they consented to do because of the emergency. It was not honourable, but it was necessary. While they were thus at odds in the matter, both with the Gauls and with themselves, Camillus led his army up to the gates of the city. On learning what was going on, he ordered the rest of his army to follow in battle array and deliberately, while he himself, with the flower of his men, pressed on, and presently came to the Romans. These all made way for him, in decorous silence acknowledging him as their dictator. Thereupon he lifted the gold from the scales, and gave it to his attendants, and then ordered the Gauls to take their scales and weighs and be off, saying that it was the custom with the Romans to deliver their city with iron and not with gold. When Brennus in wrath declared that he was wronged by this breaking of the agreement, Camillus answered that the compact was not legally made nor binding, since he himself had already been chosen dictator, and there was no other legal ruler. The agreement of the Gauls had therefore been made with men who had no power in the case. Now, however, they must say what they wanted, for he was come with legal authority to grant pardon to those who asked it, and to inflict punishment on the guilty, unless they showed repentance. At this Brennus raised a clamour and began a skirmish, in which both sides got no further than drawing their sword and pushing one another confusedly about, since the action took place in the heart of the ruined city, where no battle array was possible. But Brennus soon came to his senses, and led his Gauls off to their camp, with the loss of a few only. During the ensuing night he broke camp and abandoned the city with his whole force, and after a march of about 8 miles encamped along the Gabinian way. At break of day Camillus was upon him, in glittering array, his Romans now full of confidence, and after a long and fierce battle routed the enemy with great slaughter, and took their camp. Of the fugitives, some were at once pursued and cut down, but most of them scattered abroad, only to be fallen upon and slain by the people of the surrounding villages and cities. So strangely was Rome taken, and more strangely still delivered, after the barbarians had held it 7 months in all. They entered it a few days after the Ides of July, and were driven out about the Ides of February. Camillus celebrated a triumph, as it was meet that a man should do, who had saved a country that was lost, and who now brought the city back again to itself. For the citizens outside, with their wives and children, accompanied his triumphal chariot as it entered the city, and those who had been besieged on the Capitol, and had narrowly escaped death by starvation, came forth to meet them, all embracing one another, and weeping for the joy that was theirs. The priests and ministrants of the gods, bringing whatever sacred objects they had either buried on the spot, or carried off with them when they took to flight, displayed them, thus preserved in safety, to the citizens, who called the welcome sights with delight, believing in their hearts that the gods themselves were now coming back to Rome with them. After Camillus had made sacrifices to the gods and purified the city in the manner prescribed by those who were versed in such rites, he restored the existing temples and erected a new one to rumour and voice. Having sought out carefully the spot where by night the voice from heaven, announcing the coming of the barbarian host, had fallen upon the ears of Marcus Caedicius. Owing to the zeal of Camillus and the abundant labours of the priesthood, the sites of the temples were at last uncovered, but it proved a grievous undertaking. And since the city had also to be built up again from a state of utter destruction, the multitude were overwhelmed with despair of the task, and shrank from it. They were bereft of all things, and for the present needed some rest and repose after their sufferings, instead of toiling and wearing themselves out on a task for which they had neither means nor strength. And so it was that insensibly their thoughts turned again to Veii, a city which remained intact and was equipped with all things needful. This gave opportunity for mischievous agitations to such as were wont to consult only the people's will and pleasure, and ready ear was given to seditious speeches against Camillus. He had an eye, it was said, only to his own ambition and fame, when he would deprive them of a city that stood ready to receive them, and force them to pitch their tents among a mass of ruins, while they rebuilt what had become a monstrous funeral pyre. He wished not merely to be a leader and general of Rome, but to thrust Romulus to one side and be styled its founder. The Senate, therefore, fearful of this clamour, would not suffer Camillus, much as he wished it, to lay down his office within a year, although no other dictator had served more than 6 months. Meanwhile the senators, by dint of kindly greetings and persuasive words, tried to soften and convert the people, pointing out the sepulchres and tombs of their fathers, and calling to their remembrance the shrines and holy places which Romulus or Numa or some other king had consecrated and left to their care. Among other signs from heaven, they laid chief stress on the newly severed head that was found when the foundation of the Capitol were dug, showing, as it did, that the place where it was found was fated to be the head of Italy. Also on the sacred fire of Vesta, which had been kindled anew by her virgins after the war. If they should quench and extinguish this again by their abandonment of the city, it would be a disgrace to them, whether they saw that city occupied by immigrants and aliens, or abandoned to flocks and herds. Thus did the senators remonstrate with people, both individually in private and often in the public assemblies. They, in their turn, were moved to compassion by the wailing complaints of the multitude, who lamented the helplessness to which they were come, and begged, now that they had been saved alive, as it were from a shipwreck, in nakedness and destitution, that they be not forced to piece together the fragments of their ruined city, when another stood all ready to receive them. Accordingly, Camillus decided that the question should be debated and settled in council. He himself spoke at great length, in exhortation to preserve their common country, and every one else who wished did likewise. Finally, he called upon Lucius Lucretius, to whom custom gave the first vote, and bade him declare his opinion first, and then the other senators in the order due. Silence fell, and Lucretius was on the point of beginning, when it chanced that a centurion with a squad of the day watch passed by outside, and calling with a loud voice on the man who led with the standard, bade him halt and plant his standard there, for that was the best place to settle down and stay in. The utterance fell at the crisis of their anxious thought for the uncertain future, and Lucretius said, with a devout obeisance, that he cast his vote with the god. The rest, one by one, followed his example. Then the inclinations of the multitude were marvellously changed. They exhorted and incited one another to the work, and pitched upon their several sites, not by an orderly assignment, but as each man found it convenient and desirable. Therefore the city was rebuilt, with confused and narrow streets, and a maze of houses, owing to their haste and speed. Within a year's time, it is said, a new city had arisen, with walls to guard it and homes in which to dwell. Those who had been deputed by Camillus to recover and mark out anew the sacred places found them all in utter confusion. When they came to the shrine of Mars, in their circuit of the Palatium, they found that it had been demolished and burned by the barbarians like the rest. But as they were clearing away and renovating the place, they came upon the augural staff of Romulus, buried deep in a great heap of ashes. The augural staff is curved at one end, and is called Litium. It is used to mark off the different quarters of the heavens in the ceremonies of divination by the flight of birds, and so Romulus had used this one, for he was a great diviner. But when he vanished from among men, the priests took his staff and kept it inviolate, like any other sacred object. Their finding this at that time unscatched, when all the rest had perished, gave them more pleasing hopes for Rome. Part 7 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrine. Camillus, Part 4. They were not yet done with these pressing tasks, when a fresh war broke upon them. The Aequians, Volscians, and Latins burst into their territory all at once, and the Tuscans laid siege to Sutrium, and city allied with Rome. The military tribunes in command of the army, having encamped near Mount Marcius, were besieged by the Latins, and were in danger of losing their camp. Wherefore they sent to Rome for aid, and Camillus was appointed dictator for the third time. Two stories are told about this war, and I will give the fabulous one first. They say that the Latins, either as a pretext for war, or because they really wished to revive the ancient affinity between the two peoples, sent and demanded from the Romans free-born virgins in marriage. The Romans were in doubt what to do, for they dreaded war in their unsettled and unrestored condition, and yet they suspected that this demand for wives was really a call for hostages, disguised under the specious name of intermarriage. In their perplexity, a serving maid named Tutula, or as some call her, Philotis, advised the magistrates to send her to the enemy with some maid-servants of the comeliest sort and most genteel appearance, all arrayed like free-born brides. She would attend to the rest. The magistrates yielded to her persuasions, chose out as many maid-servants as she thought meet for her purpose, arrayed them in fine raiment and gold, and handed them over to the Latins, who were encamped near the city. In the night, the rest of the maidens stole away the enemy's swords, while Tutula, or Philotis, climbed a wild fig tree of great height, and after spreading out her cloak behind her, held out a lighted torch towards Rome, this being the signal agreed upon between her and the magistrates, though no other citizen knew of it. Hence it was that the soldiers sallied out of the city tumultuously, as the magistrates urged them on, calling out one another's names, and with much ado getting into rank and file. They stormed the entrenchments of the enemy, who were fast asleep and expecting nothing of the sort, captured their camp, and slew most of them. This happened on the nones of what was then called Quintilis, now July, and the festival since held on that day is in remembrance of the exploit. For, to begin with, they ran out of the city gate in throngs, calling out loudly many local and common names, such as Gaines, Marcus, Lucius, and the like, in imitation of the way the soldiers once called aloud upon each other in their haste. Next, the maidservants in gay attire fun about jesting and joking with the men they meet. They have a mock battle too with one another, implying that they once took a hand in the struggle with the Latins. And as they feast, they sit in the shade of a fig tree's branches. The day is called the Capratine Nones, from the wild fig tree, as they suppose, from which the maid held forth the torch. This goes by the name of Caprificus. But others say that most of what is said and done at this festival has reference to the fate of Romulus. For on this same day he vanished from sight outside the city gates, in sudden darkness and tempest, and as something during an eclipse of the sun. The day, they say, is called the Capratine Nones, from the spot where he thus vanished. For the she-goat goes by the name of Capra, and Romulus vanished from sight while haranguing an assembly of the people at the Goat's Marsh, as has been stated in his life. But most writers adopt the other account of this war, which runs thus. Camillus, having been appointed dictator for the third time, and learning that the army under the military tribunes was besieged by the Latins and Volscians, was forced to put under arms even those of the citizens who were exempt from military duty by reason of advancing years. Fetching a long circuit around Mount Marcius, and thus eluding the enemy's notice, he planted his army securely in their rear, and then, by lighting many fires, made known his presence there. The besieged Romans at once took heart and proposed to sally out and join battle. But the Latins and Volscians retired within their trenches, fenced themselves in with a great wooden palisade, and barricaded their camp on all sides, for they now had a hostile force in front and rear, and were determined to await reinforcements from home. At the same time, they expected aid from the Tuscans also. Camillus, perceiving their design, and fearful of being himself surrounded by the enemy as he had surrounded them, made haste to improve his opportunity. The enemy's barricades were of wood, and a strong wind blew down from the mountains at sunrise. Accordingly, he equipped himself with fiery darts, and leading his forces out towards daybreak, ordered part of them to attack with missiles and loud cries at an opposite point, while he himself, with those appointed to hurl fire, took his post where the wind was wont to smite the enemy's trenches with the greatest force, and awaited the propitious moment. When battle had been joined and the sun rose, and the wind burst forth with fury, he gave orders for an onset, and scattered no end of fiery darts along the trenches. The flames speedily found food in the crowded timbers of the wooden palisades, and spread in all directions. The Latins had nothing at hand with which to ward off or quench them, and when at length their camp was full of fire, they were huddled together into a small space, and at last forced to dash out against an enemy, who were drawn up in full battle array in front of the trenches. Few of them made their escape, and those who were left behind in the camp were all a prey to the fire, until the Romans put it out and fell upon their booty. This business dispatched, he left his son Lucius in command of the camp to guard the captives and the booty, while he himself invaded the enemy's country. He captured the city of the Aequians, brought the Volscians to terms, and straightway led his army towards Sutrium. He was not yet apprised of the fate of the Sutrians, but thought they were still in peril of siege by the Tuscans, and so hastened to relieve them. But they had already surrendered their city to the enemy, and been sent off in utter destitution, with nothing but the clothes on their backs. As Camillus came marching along, they met him, with their wives and children, all lamenting their misfortunes. Camillus himself was filled with compassion at the sight, and noticed that his Romans too, with the Sutrians hanging upon their necks in supplication, were moved to tears and anger at their lot. He therefore determined to make no postponement of his vengeance, but to march straight upon Sutrium that very day. He reasoned that men who had just taken a prosperous and opulent city, leaving none of their enemies in it, and expecting none from without, would be found wholly relaxed in discipline and off their guard, and he reasoned correctly. He not only passed unnoticed through the city's territory, but was actually at its gates and in command of its walls before the enemy knew it. For not a man of them was on guard, but they were all scattered among the houses of the city, drinking and feasting. And even when they perceived that their enemies already had the mastery, they were so sluggishly disposed by reason of satiety and drunkenness, that many did not so much as try to flee, but awaited there in the houses the most shameful of all death, or gave themselves up to their enemies. The city of Sutrium was thus twice captured in a single day, and it came to pass that those who had won it lost it, and those who had first lost it won it back, and all by reason of Camillus. The triumph decreed him for these victories brought him no less favour and renown than his first two had done, and those citizens who had been most envious of him, and preferred to ascribe all his successes to an unbounded good fortune rather than to a native valour, were forced by these new exploits to set the man's glory to the credit of his ability and energy. Now of all those who fought him with hatred and envy, the most conspicuous was Marcus Manlius, the man who first thrust the Gauls down the cliff when they made their night attack upon the capital, and for this reason had been surnamed Capitolinus. This man aspired to be chief in the city, and since he could not in the fairest way outstrip Camillus in the race for glory, he had recourse to the wonted and usual arts of those that would found a tyranny. He courted, that is, the favour of the multitude, especially of the debtor class, defending some and pleading their causes against their creditors, snatching others from arrest and preventing their trial by process of law. In this way great numbers of indignant folks soon formed a party about him, and their bold and riotous conduct in the forum gave the best citizens much to fear. To quell their disorder, Quintus Capitolinus was made dictator, and he cast Manlius into prison. Thereupon the people put on the garb of mourners, a thing done only in times of great public calamity, and the Senate, cowed by the tumult, ordered that Manlius be released. He, however, when released, did not mend his ways, but grew more defiantly seditious, and filled the whole city with faction. Accordingly, Camillus was made again military tribune. When Manlius was brought to trial, the view from the place was a great obstacle in the way of his accusers. For the spot where Manlius had stood when he fought his night battle with the Gauls overlooked the forum from the Capitol, and moved the hearts of the spectators to pity. Manlius himself, too, stretched out his hands towards the spot, and wept as he called to men's remembrance his famous struggle there, so that the judges knew not what to do, and once and again postponed the case. They were unwilling to acquit the prisoner of his crime when the proofs of it were so plain, and they were unable to execute the law upon him when, owing to the place of trial, his saving exploit was, so to speak, in every eye. So Camillus, sensible of all this, transferred the court outside the city to the Petelin Grove, whence there is no view of the Capitol. There the prosecutor made his indictment, and the judges were able to forget the man's past services in their righteous anger at his present crimes. So then Manlius was convicted, carried to the Capitol, and thrust down the rock, thus making one and the same spot a monument of his most fortunate actions, and of his greatest misfortunes. The Romans, besides, razed his house to the ground, and built there a temple to the goddess they call Moneta. They decreed also that in future no patrician should ever have a house on the Capitoline Hill. Camillus, called now to be military tribune for the 6th time, declined the honour, being already well on in years, and fearful perhaps of the envy of men and the resentment of the gods which often follows upon such glorious successes as his. But the most manifest reason was his bodily weakness, for it chanced that in those days he was sick. The people, however, would not relieve him of the office. He had no need, they cried, to fight in the ranks of the cavalry or the men at arms, but only to counsel and ordain, and so they forced him to undertake the command, and with one of his colleagues, Lucius Furius, to lead the army at once against the enemy. These were the Praenestines and Volscians, who, with a large force, were laying waste the lands of the Roman allies. Marching forth, therefore, and encamping near the enemy, he himself thought it best to protract the war, that so, in case a battle should at last be necessary, he might be strong of body for the decisive struggle. But Lucius, his colleague, carried away by his desire for glory, would not be checked in his ardour for battle, and incited the same feelings in the inferior officers of the army. So Camillus, fearing lest it be thought that out of petty jealousy he was trying to rob younger men of the successes to which they eagerly aspired, consented with reluctance that Lucius should lead the forces out to battle, while he himself, on account of his sickness, was left behind in the camp with a few followers. Lucius conducted the battle rashly and was discomfited, whereupon Camillus, perceiving the rout of the Romans, could not restrain himself, but sprang up from his couch and ran with his attendants to the gate of the camp. Through the fugitives he pushed his way to their pursuers. Those of his men who had passed him into the camp wheeled about at once and followed him, and those who came bearing down on him from outside halted and formed their lines about him, exhorting one another not to abandon their general. In this way for that day the enemy were turned back from their pursuit. On the next day Camillus led his forces out, joined battle with the enemy, defeated them utterly, and took their camp, actually bursting into it along with those who fled to it, and slaying most of them. After this, learning that the city of Satricum had been taken by the Tuscans, and its inhabitants, all Romans, put to the sword, he sent back to Rome the main body of his army, comprising the men at arms, while he himself, with the youngest and most ardent of his men, fell suddenly upon the Tuscans who held the city, and mastered them, expelling some and slaying the rest. He returned with much spoil to Rome, having proved that those citizens were the most sensible of all, who did not fear the bodily age and weakness of a leader possessed of experience and courage, but chose him out, though he was ill and did not wish it, rather than younger men who craved and solicited the command. They showed the same good sense when the Tusculans were reported to be on the brink of a revolt, in ordering Camillus to select one of his 5 colleagues as an aide, and march out against them. Although all the 5 wished and begged to be taken, Camillus passed the rest by and selected Lucius Furius, to everyone's surprise. For he was the man who had just now been eager to hazard a struggle with the enemy against the judgment of Camillus, and had been worsted in the battle. But Camillus wished, as it would seem, to hide away the misfortune and wipe away the disgrace of the man, and so preferred him above all the rest. But the Tusculans, when once Camillus was on the march against them, set so rectifying their transgression as craftily as they could. Their fields were found full of men tilling the soil and pasturing flocks, as in times of peace. Their gates lay wide open. Their boys were at school conning their lessons, and of the people the artisans were to be seen in their workshops plying their trades. The men of leisure sauntered over the forum clad in their usual garb, while the magistrates bustled about assigning quarters for the Romans, as though they expected and were conscious of no evil. Their performances did not bring Camillus into any doubt of their intended treachery, but out of pity for the repentance that followed so close upon their treachery, he ordered them to go to the Senate and beg for a remission of its wrath. He himself also helped to make their prayers effectual, so that their city was absolved from all charges and received the rights of Roman citizenship. Such were the most conspicuous achievements of his 6th tribuneship. After this, Licinius Stolo stirred up the great dissension in the city, which brought the people into collision with the Senate. The people insisted that, when 2 consuls were appointed, one of them must certainly be a plebeian, and not both patricians. Tribunes of the people were chosen, but the multitude prevented the consular elections from being duly held. Owing to this lack of magistrates, matters were getting more and more confused, and so Camillus was for the 4th time appointed dictator by the Senate, though much against the wishes of the people. He was not eager for the office himself, nor did he wish to oppose men whose many and great struggles gave them the right to say boldly to him, "Your achievements have been in the field with us, rather than in politics with the patricians. It is through hate and envy that they have now made you dictator. They hope that you will crush the people if you prevail, or be crushed yourself if you fail." However, he tried to ward off the threatening evils. Having learned the day on which the tribunes intended to propose their law, he issued proclamation, making it a day of general muster, and summoned the people from the forum into the Campus Martius, with threats of heavy fines upon the disobedient. The tribunes, on the contrary, for their part, opposed his threats with solemn oaths that they would fine him 50,000 silver drachmas if he did not cease trying to rob the people of its vote and its law. Then, either because he feared a second condemnation to exile, a penalty unbecoming to a man of his years and achievements, or because he was not able, if he wished, to overcome the might of the people, which was now become resistless and invincible, he withdrew to his house, and after alleging sickness for several days, resigned his office. But the Senate appointed another dictator, and he, after making Stolo himself, the very leader of the sedition, his master of horse, suffered the law to be enacted. It was a most vexatious law for the patrician, for it prohibited anyone from owning more than 500 acres of land. At that time, then, Stolo was a resplendent figure, owing to his victory at the polls. But a little while after, he himself was found to be possessed of what he forbade others to own, and so paid the penalty fixed by his own law. There remained, however, the strife over the consular elections, which was the main problem in the dissensions, and it was its first cause, and gave the Senate most concern in its contention with the people. But suddenly clear tidings came that the Gauls had once more set out from the Adriatic Sea, many myriads strong, and were marching on Rome. With the word, the actual deeds of war kept pace. The country was ravaged, and its population, all who could not more easily fly to Rome for refuge, scattered among the mountains. This terror put an end to the dissension in the city, and brought together into conference both the rich and the poor, the Senate and the people. All with one mind chose Camillus dictator for the 5th time. He was now quite old, lacking little of 80 years, but recognizing the peril and the necessity which it laid upon him, he neither made excuse, as before, nor resorted to pretext, but instantly took upon him the command, and went to levying his soldiers. Knowing that the prowess of the barbarians lay chiefly in their swords, which they plied in true barbaric fashion, and with no skill at all, in mere slashing blows at head and shoulders, he had helmets forged for most of his men, which were all iron and smooth of surface, that the enemy's swords might slip off from them or be shattered by them. He also had the long shields of his men rimmed round with bronze, since their wood could not of itself ward off the enemy's blows. The soldiers themselves he trained to use their long javelins like spears, to thrust them under the enemy's swords and catch the downward strokes upon them. When the Gauls were near at hand, being encamped on the Anio, and encumbered with untold plunder, Camillus led his forces out and posted them in a gently sloping glade, with many hollows, so that the largest part of them were concealed, and the part that could be seen had the look of shutting themselves up in hilly places out of fear. This opinion of them Camillus wished to strengthen, and therefore made no defence of those who were plundered even at his very feet, but fenced in his trenches and lay quiet, until he saw that some of the enemy were scattered abroad in foraging parties, while those in the camp did nothing but gorge themselves with meat and drink. Then, while it was yet night, he sent his light-armed troops forward to hinder the barbarians from falling into battle array, and throw them into confusion as they issued from the camp. Just before dawn he led his men-at-arms down into the plain, and drew them up in battle array, many in number and full of spirit, as the barbarians now saw, not few and timid as they had expected. To begin with, it was this which shattered the confidence of the Gauls, who thought it beneath them to be attacked first. Then again the light-armed folk fell upon them, forced them into action before they had taken their usual order and been arrayed in companies, and so compelled them to fight at random and in utter disorder. Finally, when Camillus led his men-at-arms to the attack, the enemy raised their swords on high and rushed for close quarters. But the Romans thrust their javelins into their faces, received their strokes on the parts that were shielded by iron, and so turned the edge of their metal, which was soft and weakly tempered, so much so that their swords quickly bent up double, while their shields were pierced and weighed down by the javelins which struck in them. Therefore they actually abandoned their own weapons and tried to possess themselves of those of their enemies, and to turn aside the javelins by grasping them in their hands. But the Romans, seeing them thus disarmed, at once took to using their swords, and there was a great slaughter of their foremost ranks, while the rest fled every whither over the plain. The hilltops and high places had been occupied beforehand by Camillus, and they knew that their camp could easily be taken, since, in their overweening confidence, they had neglected to fortify it. This battle, they say, was fought 13 years after the capture of Rome, and produced in the Romans a firm feeling of confidence regarding the Gauls. They had mightily feared these barbarians, who had been conquered by them in the first instance, as they felt, in consequence of sickness and extraordinary misfortunes, rather than of any prowess in their conquerors. At any rate, so great had their terror been, that they made a law exempting priests from military service, except in case of a Gallic war. This was the last military exploit performed by Camillus, for the capture of Velitrae was a direct sequel of this campaign, and it yielded to him without a struggle. But the greatest of his civil contests yet remained, and it was harder to wage it now against the people which had come back flushed with victory, and bent on electing a plebeian consul contrary to the established law. But the Senate opposed their demands, and would not suffer Camillus to lay aside his office, thinking that, with the aid of his great power and authority, they could make a better fight in defence of their aristocracy. But once, when Camillus was seated in state, and dispatching public business in the forum, an officer, sent by the tribunes of the people, ordered him to follow, actually laying hands upon him as though to hale him away. All at once such cries and tumult as had never been heard before filled the forum, the friends of Camillus thrusting the plebeian officer down from the tribunal, and the multitude below ordering him to drag the dictator away. Camillus, perplexed at the issue, did not renounce his office, but taking the senators with him, marched off to their place of meeting. Before he entered this, turning to the Capitol, he prayed the gods to bring the present tumults to their happiest end, solemnly vowing to build a temple to Concord when the confusion was over. In the Senate there was a great conflict of opposing views, but nevertheless the milder course prevailed, concession was made to the people, and permission given them to elect one of the consuls from their own body. When the dictator announced this to the people, as the will and pleasure of the Senate, at once, as was to be expected, they were delighted to be reconciled with the Senate, and escorted Camillus to his home with loud applause. On the following day they held an assembly, and voted to build a temple of Concord, as Camillus had vowed, and to have it face the forum and place of assembly, to commemorate what had now happened. They voted also to add a day to the so-called Latin festival, and thereafter to celebrate 4 days, and that all Romans at once perform sacrifices, with garlands on their heads. At the elections held by Camillus, Marcus Aemilius was chosen consul from the patricians, and Lucius Sixtus first consul from the plebeians. This was the last public act of Camillus. In the year following, a pestilential sickness visited Rome, carrying off an incalculable number of the common people and most of the magistrates. Camillus also died at this time, and he was full ripe for death, if any man ever was, considering his years and the completeness of his life. Yet his loss grieved the Romans more than that of all those who perished of the
Part 8 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Aristides, Part 1. Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, belonged to the tribe Antiochus and to the deme Melopece. As regards his substance, stories differ, some having it that he passed all the days of his life in severe poverty, and that at his death he left behind him 2 daughters, who for a long time were not sought in marriage because of their indigence. But in contradiction of this story, which so many writers give, Demetrius of Phalerum, in his Socrates, says he knows of an estate in Phalerum which belonged to Aristides, the one in which he lies buried, and regards as proofs of his opulent circumstances, first his office of Archon Eponimotis, which only he could hold who obtained it by lot from among the families carrying the highest property assessments. These were called Pentecosia Medimni, or 500 bushellers. Second, his banishment in ostracism, for no poor men, but only men from great houses, which incurred envy because of their family prestige, were liable to ostracism. Third and last, the fact that he left in the precinct of Dionysus as offerings for victory some choregic tripods, which, even in our day, were pointed out as still bearing the inscription, "The tribe Antiochus was victorious, Aristides was choregus, Archestratus was poet." Now this last argument, though it seems very strong, is really very weak. For both Epaminondas, who, as all men know, was reared and always lived in great poverty, and Plato the philosopher, took it upon themselves to furnish munificent public performances, the first of men trained to play the flute, the second of boys trained to sing and dance. But Plato received the money that he spent thereon from Dion of Syracuse, and Epaminondas from Pelopidas. Good men wage no savage and relentless war against the gifts of friends, but while they look upon gifts taken to be stored away and increase the receiver's wealth as ignoble and mean, they refuse none which promote an unselfish and splendid munificence. However, as regards the tripods, Pernicius tries to show that Demetrius was deceived by identity of name. From the Persian wars, he says, down to the end of the Peloponnesian War, only 2 Aristides are recorded as victorious choregi, and neither of them is identical with the son of Lysimachus. One was the son of Xenophilus, and the other lived long afterwards, as is proved by the inscription itself, which is written in the character used after Euclides, as well as by the last name, Archestratus, of whom there is no record during the Persian wars, while during the time of the Peloponnesian War his name often appears as that of a choral poet. This argument of Pernicius should be more closely examined as to its validity. But to banishment in ostracism every one was liable who was superior to the common run of men in reputation, or lineage, or eloquence. And so it was that Damon, the teacher of Pericles, was ostracized because he was thought to be rather extraordinary in his wisdom. Furthermore, Idomeneus says that Aristides obtained the office of Archon not by lot, but by the election of the Athenians. And if he was made Archon after the battle of Plataea, as Demetrius himself has written, it is certainly very credible that in view of such a reputation and such successes as he there won, he should be deemed worthy, for his valour, of an office which men who drew lots for it obtained for their wealth. In fact, Demetrius is clearly ambitious to rescue not only Aristides, but also Socrates, from what he deems the great evil of poverty. For he says that Socrates owned not only his house, but also 70 miners out at interest with Crito. Aristides was an intimate friend of that Cleisthenes who set the state in order after the expulsion of the tyrants. He also admired and emulated above all other statesmen Lycurgus the Lacedaemonian. He therefore favoured an aristocratic form of government, and ever had opposed to him as champion of the people Themistocles the son of Neocles. Some say that even as boys and fellow pupils, from the outset, in every word and deed, whether serious or trivial, they were at variance with one another, and that by this very rivalry their natures were straightway made manifest, the one as dexterous, reckless, and unscrupulous, easily carried with impetuosity into any and every undertaking, the other as established on a firm character, intent on justice, and admitting no falsity or vulgarity or deceit, not even in any sport whatsoever. But Ariston of Chios says that this enmity of theirs, which came to be so intense, had its origin in a love affair. They were both enamoured of Stesilaus, who was of Scian birth, and in beauty of person the most brilliant of youths. And they cherished their passion so immoderately that not even after the boy's beauty had faded did they lay aside their rivalry, but, as though they had merely taken preliminary practice and exercise in that, they presently engaged in matters of state also, with passionate heat and opposing desires. Themistocles joined a society of political friends, and so secured no inconsiderable support and power. Hence, when someone told him that he would be a good ruler over the Athenians if he would only be fair and impartial to all, he replied, "Never may I sit on a tribunal where my friends are to get no more advantage from me than strangers." But Aristides walked the way of statesmanship by himself, on a private path of his own, as it were, because in the first place he was unwilling to join with any comrades in wrongdoing, or to vex them by withholding favours, and in the second place he saw that power derived from friends incited many to do wrong, and so was on his guard against it, deeming it right that the good citizen should base his confidence only on serviceable and just conduct. However, since Themistocles was a reckless agitator, and opposed and thwarted him in every measure of state, Aristides himself also was almost compelled, partly in self-defence and partly to curtail his adversary's power, which was increasing through the favour of the many, to set himself in opposition to what Themistocles was trying to do, thinking it better that some advantages should escape the people, than that his adversary, by prevailing everywhere, should become too strong. Finally, there came a time when he opposed and defeated Themistocles in an attempt to carry some really necessary measure. Then he could no longer hold his peace, but declared, as he left the assembly, that there was no safety for the Athenian state unless they threw both Themistocles and himself into the death-pit. On another occasion he himself introduced a certain measure to the people, and was carrying it through successfully, in spite of the attacks of the opposition upon it. But just as the presiding officer was to put it to the final vote, perceiving from the very speeches that had been made in opposition to it the inexpediency of his measure, he withdrew it without a vote. And oftentimes he would introduce his measures through other men, that Themistocles might not be driven by the spirit of rivalry with him to oppose what was expedient for the state. Altogether admirable was his steadfast constancy amid the revulsions of political feeling. He was not unduly lifted up by his honours, and faced adversity with a calm gentleness, while in all cases alike he considered it his duty to give his services to his country freely and without any reward, either in money or, what meant far more, in reputation. And so it befell, as the story goes, that when the verses composed by Aeschylus upon Amphiaraus were recited in the theatre, he wishes not to seem, but rather just to be, and reap a harvest from deep furrows in a mind from which there spring up honourable counsellings. All the spectators turned their eyes on Aristides, feeling that he, above all men, was possessed of such excellence. It was not only against the inclinations of his good will and personal favour that he was a most strenuous champion of justice, but also against those of his anger and hatred. At any rate, a story is told how he was once prosecuting an enemy in court, and after he had made his accusation, the judges were loath to hear the defendant at all, and demanded that their vote be taken against him straightway. But Aristides sprang to his feet, and seconded the culprit's plea for a hearing and the usual legal procedure. And again, when he was serving as private arbitrator between two men, on one of them saying that his opponent had done Aristides much injury, "Tell me rather," he said, "whether he has done thee any wrong. It is for thee, not for myself, that I am seeking justice." When he was elected overseer of the public revenues, he proved clearly that large sums had been embezzled not only by his fellow officials, but also by those of former years, and particularly by Themistocles. The man was clever, but of his hand had no control. For this cause Themistocles banded many together against Aristides, prosecuted him for theft at the auditing of his accounts, and actually got a verdict against him according to Idomeneus. But the first and best men of the city were incensed at this, and he was not only exempted from his fine, but even appointed to administer the same charge again. Then he pretended to repent him of his former course, and made himself more pliable, thus giving pleasure to those who were stealing the common funds by not examining them or holding them to strict account, so that they gorged themselves with the public moneys, and then lauded Aristides to the skies, and pleaded with the people in his behalf, eagerly desirous that he be once more elected to his office. But just as they were about to vote, Aristides rebuked the Athenians. "Verily," said he, "when I served you in office with fidelity and honour, I was reviled and persecuted. But now that I am flinging away much of the common fund to thieves, I am thought to be an admirable citizen. For my part, I am more ashamed of my present honour than I was of my former condemnation, and I am sore distressed for you, because it is more honourable in your eyes to please base men than to guard the public moneys." By these words, as well as by exposing their thefts, he did indeed stop the mouths of the men who were then testifying loudly in his favour, but he won genuine and just praise from the best citizens. Now when Datis, on being sent by Darius ostensibly to punish the Athenians for burning Sardis, but really to subdue all the Hellenes, put in at Marathon with all his armament, and went to ravaging the country, then of the 10 generals appointed by the Athenians for the conduct of the war, it was Miltiades who enjoyed the greatest consideration, but in reputation and influence Aristides was second. By adopting at that time the opinion of Miltiades about the battle to be fought, he did much to turn the scale in its favour. and since each general held the chief authority for a single day in turn, when the command came round to him, he handed it over to Miltiades, thereby teaching his fellow officers that to obey and follow men of wisdom is not disgraceful, but dignified and salutary. By thus appeasing the jealousy of his colleagues and inducing them to be cheerfully contented in the adoption of a single opinion, and that the best, he confirmed Miltiades in the strength which comes from an unrestricted power. For each of the other generals at once relinquished his own right to command for a day in turn, and put himself under the orders of Miltiades. In the battle, the Athenian centre was the hardest pressed, and it was there that the barbarians held their ground the longest, over against the tribes Leontis and Antiochus. There, then, Themistocles and Aristides fought brilliantly, ranged side by side, for one was a Leontid, the other an Antiochid. When the Athenians had routed the barbarians and driven them aboard their ships, and saw that they were sailing away, not toward the islands, but into the gulf toward Attica, under compulsion of wind and wave, then they were afraid lest the enemy find Athens empty of defenders, and so they hastened homeward with 9 tribes, and reached the city that very day. But Aristides was left behind at Marathon with his own tribe, to guard the captives and the booty. Nor did he belie his reputation, but though silver and gold lay about in heaps, and though there were all sorts of raiment and untold wealth besides in the tents and captured utensils, he neither desired to meddle with it himself, nor would he suffer any one else to do so, although certain ones helped themselves without his knowledge. Among these was Callias the torch-bearer. Some barbarian, it seems, rushed up to this man, supposing him to be a king from his long hair and the headband that he wore, made obeisance to him, and taking him by the hand in suppliant fashion, showed him a great mass of gold buried up in a sort of pit. Callias, most savage and lawless of men, took up the gold, but the man, to prevent his betraying the matter to others, he slew. From this circumstance, they say, his descendants are called by the comic poets Lacoplutae, or pit-wealthies, in sly allusion to the place where Callias found his gold. Aristides at once received the office of Archon Eponymus, and yet Demetrius of Phalerum says that it was a little while before his death, and after the battle of Plataea, that the man held this office. But in the official records, after Xanthippides, in whose year of office Mardonius was defeated at Plataea, you cannot find, long as the list is, so much as the name Aristides. Whereas immediately after Philippus, in whose year of office the victory at Marathon was won, an Aristides is recorded as Archon. Of all his virtues, it was his justice that most impressed the multitude, because of its most continual and most general exercise. Wherefore, though poor and a man of the people, he acquired that most kingly and godlike surname of the Just. This no kings or tyrants ever coveted, nay, they rejoiced to be surnamed Besiegers, or Thunderbolts, or Conquerors, and some Eagles or Hawks, cultivating the reputation which is based on violence and power, as it seems, rather than on virtue. And yet divinity, to which such men are eager to adapt and conform themselves, is believed to have 3 elements of superiority: incorruption, power, and virtue, and the most reverend, the divinest of these, is virtue. For vacuum and the ultimate elements partake of incorruption, and great power is exhibited by earthquakes and thunderbolts and rushing tornadoes and invading floods. But in fundamental justice nothing participates except through the exercise of intelligent reasoning powers. Therefore, considering the three feelings which are generally entertained towards divinity, envy, fear, and honourable regard, men seem to envy and felicitate the deities for their incorruption and perpetuity, to dread and fear them for their sovereignty and power, but to love and honour and revere them for their justice. And yet, although men are thus disposed, it is immortality, of which our nature is not capable, and power, the chief disposal of which is in the hands of fortune, that they eagerly desire, while as for virtue, the only divine excellence within our reach, they put it at the bottom of the list, unwisely too, since a life passed in power and great fortune and authority needs justice to make it divine. By injustice it is made bestial. Now, to resume, it befell Aristides to be loved at first because of this surname, but afterwards to be jealously hated, especially when Themistocles set the story going among the multitude that Aristides had done away with the public courts of justice by his determining and judging everything in private, and that, without anyone perceiving it, he had established for himself a monarchy, saving only the armed bodyguard. And besides, the people too must by this time have become greatly elated over their victory. They thought nothing too good for themselves, and were therefore vexed with those who towered above the multitude in name and reputation. So they assembled in the city from all the country round, and ostracized Aristides, giving to their envious dislike of his reputation the name of fear of tyranny. Now the sentence of ostracism was not a chastisement of base practices, nay, it was speciously called a humbling and docking of oppressive prestige and power, but it was really a merciful exorcism of the spirit of jealous hate, which thus vented its malignant desire to injure, not in some irreparable evil, but in a mere change of residence for 10 years. And when ignoble men of the baser sort came to be subjected to this penalty, it ceased to be inflicted at all, and Hyperbolus was the last to be thus ostracized. It is said that Hyperbolus was ostracized for the following reason. Alcibiades and Nicias had the greatest power in the state, and were at odds. Accordingly, when the people were about to exercise the ostracism, and were clearly going to vote against one or the other of these two men, they came to terms with one another, united their opposing factions, and effected the ostracism of Hyperbolus. The people were incensed at this, for they felt that the institution had been insulted and abused, and so they abandoned it utterly and put an end to it. The method of procedure, to give a general outline, was as follows. Each voter took an ostracon or potsherd, wrote on it the name of that citizen whom he wished to remove from the city, and brought it to a place in the agora which was all fenced about with railings. The archons first counted the total number of ostraca cast, for if the voters were less than 6,000, the ostracism was void. Then they separated the names, and the man who had received the most votes they proclaimed banished for 10 years, with the right to enjoy the income from his property. Now at the time of which I was speaking, as the voters were inscribing their ostraca, it is said that an unlettered and utterly boorish fellow handed his ostracon to Aristides, whom he took to be one of the ordinary crowd, and asked him to write Aristides on it. He, astonished, asked the man what possible wrong Aristides had done him. "None whatever," was the answer. "I don't even know the fellow, but I am tired of hearing him everywhere called the Just." On hearing this, Aristides made no answer, but he wrote his name on the ostracon and handed it back. Finally, as he was departing the city, he lifted up his hands to heaven and prayed, a prayer the opposite, as it seems, of that which Achilles made, that no crisis might overtake the Athenians, which should compel the people to remember Aristides. End of Aristides. Part 9 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Aristides, Part 2. But in the 3rd year thereafter, when Xerxes was marching through Thessaly and Boeotia against Attica, they repealed their law of ostracism, and voted that those who had been sent away under it might return. The chief reason for this was their fear of Aristides, lest he attach himself to the enemy's cause, and corrupt and pervert many of his fellow citizens to the side of the barbarian. But they much misjudged the man. Even before this decree of theirs, he was ever inciting and urging the Hellenes to win their freedom. And after it was passed, when Themistocles was general with sole powers, he assisted him in every undertaking and counsel, although he thereby, for the sake of the general safety, made his chiefest foe the most famous of men. Thus, when Eurybiades wished to abandon Salamis, but the barbarian triremes putting out by night had encompassed the strait where he lay round about, and had beset the islands therein, and no Hellene knew of this encompassment, Aristides came over to them from Aegina, venturously sailing through the enemy's ships. He went at once by night to the tent of Themistocles, and called him forth alone. "O Themistocles," said he, "if we are wise, we shall at last lay aside our vain and puerile contention, and begin a salutary and honourable rivalry with one another in emulous struggles to save Hellas, thou as commanding general, I as assistant counsellor, since at the very outset I learned that thou art the only one who has adopted the best policy, urging, as thou dost, to fight a decisive sea fight here in the Narrows as soon as may be. And though thine allies oppose thee, thy foes would seem to assist thee, for the sea round about and behind us is already filled with hostile ships, so that even our unwilling ones must now of necessity be brave men and fight. Indeed, no way of escape is left." To this Themistocles replied, I should not have wished, O Aristides, to find thee superior to me here, but I shall try to emulate thy fair beginning, and to surpass thee in my actions." At the same time he told Aristides of the trick that he had contrived against the barbarian, and entreated him to show Eurybiades convincingly, inasmuch as he had the greater credit with that commander, that there was no safety except in a sea fight. So it happened in the council of generals that Cleocritus the Corinthian declared to Themistocles that Aristides also was opposed to his plan, since he, though present, held his peace. Aristides at once replied that he would not have held his peace had not Themistocles counselled for the best, but as it was he kept quiet, not out of any good will to the man, but because he approved of his plan. While the captains of the Hellenes were acting on this plan, Aristides noticed that Citalaea, a small island lying in the straits in front of Salamis, was full of the enemy. He therefore embarked in small boats the most ardent and the most warlike of the citizens, made a landing on Citalaea, joined battle with the barbarians, and slew them all, save the few conspicuous men who were taken alive. Among these were 3 sons of the king's sister Sandauce, whom he straightway sent to Themistocles. And it is said that, in obedience to some oracle or other, and at the bidding of Euphrantides the seer, they were sacrificed to Dionysus Carnivorous. Then Aristides lined the islets all round with his hoplites, and lay in wait for any who should be cast up there, that no friend might perish, and no foe escape. For the greatest crowding of the ships and the most strenuous part of the battle seems to have been in this region. And for this reason a trophy was erected on Citalaea. After the battle, Themistocles, by way of sounding Aristides, said that the deed they had now performed was a noble one, but a greater still remained, and that was to capture Asia in Europe, by sailing up to the Hellespont as fast as they could, and cutting in twain the bridges there. But Aristides cried out with a loud voice, and bade him abandon the proposal, and seek rather with all diligence how they might most speedily expel the Mede from Hellas, lest, being shut in and unable to make his escape, from sheer necessity he throw this vast force of his upon the defensive. So Themistocles sent once more the eunuch Arnaces, a prisoner of war, bidding him tell the king that the Hellenes had actually set out on a voyage to attack the bridges, but that he, Themistocles, had succeeded in turning them back, wishing to save the king. At this Xerxes grew exceeding fearful, and hurried straight to the Hellespont. But Mardonius, with the flower of the army, to the number of 300,000 men, was left behind. He was a formidable adversary, and because his confidence in his infantry was strong, he wrote threateningly to the Hellenes, saying, "Ye have conquered with your maritime timbers landsmen who know not how to ply the oar. But now broad is the land of Thessaly, and fair the plain of Boeotia for brave horsemen and men-at-arms to contend in." But to the Athenians he sent separate letters and proposals from the king, who promised to rebuild their city, give them much money, and make them lords of the Hellenes, if only they would cease fighting against him. When the Lacedaemonians learned this, they took fright, and sent an embassy to Athens, begging the Athenians to dispatch their wives and children to Sparta, and to accept from her a support for their aged and infirm. for great was the distress among the people, since it had so recently lost both land and city. However, after listening to the embassy, on motion of Aristides, they answered with an admirable answer, declaring that they could be tolerant with their foes for supposing that everything was to be bought for wealth and money, since their foes could conceive of nothing higher than these things. But they were indignant at the Lacedaemonians for having an eye only to the penury and indigence that now reigned at Athens, and for being so unmindful of the valour and ambition of the Athenians as to exhort them to contend for Hellas merely to win their rations. When Aristides had made this motion and had introduced the waiting embassies into the assembly, he bade the Lacedaemonians tell their people that there was not bulk of gold above or below ground, so large that the Athenians would take it in payment for the freedom of the Hellenes. And to the messengers of Mardonius he said, pointing to the sun, "As long as yonder sun journeys his appointed journey, so long will the Athenians wage war against the Persians in behalf of the land which has been ravaged by them, and of the temples which they have defiled and consumed with fire." Still further, he made a motion that the priests should solemnly curse all who came to a parley with the Medes, or forsook the alliance of the Hellenes. When Mardonius for the second time invaded Attica, again the people crossed over to Salamis. Then Aristides, who had been sent as envoy to Lacedaemon, inveighed against their sluggishness and indifference, in that they had once more abandoned Athens to the barbarian, and demanded that they go to the aid of what was still left of Hellas. On hearing this, the Ephors, as long as it was day, publicly disported themselves in easy-going festival fashion, for it was their festival of the Hyacinthia. But in the night they selected 5,000 Spartans, each of whom had 7 helots to attend upon him, and sent them forth without the knowledge of the Athenians. So when Aristides came before them with renewed invectives, they laughed, and said he was but a sleepy babbler, for that their army was already in Arcadia on its march against the strangers. They called the Persians strangers. But Aristides declared they were jesting out of all season, forasmuch as they were deceiving their friends instead of their enemies. This is the way Idomeneus tells the story. But in the decree which Aristides caused to be passed, he himself is not named as envoy, but Cimon, Xanthippus, and Myronides. Having been elected general with sole powers in view of the expected battle, he came to Plataea at the head of 8,000 Athenian hoplites. There Pausanias also, the commander-in-chief of the whole Hellenic army, joined him with his Spartans, and the forces of the rest of the Hellenes kept streaming up. Now, generally speaking, there was no limit to the encampment of the barbarians as it lay stretched out along the river Asopus, so vast was it. But round their baggage trains and chief headquarters they built a quadrangular wall, whereof each side was 10 stadia in length. To Pausanias and all the Hellenes under him, Tisamenus the Elean made prophecy, and foretold victory for them if they acted on the defensive, and did not advance to the attack. But Aristides sent to Delphi, and received from the god response that the Athenians would be superior to their foes if they made vows to Zeus, Cythereonian Hera, Pan, and the Sphragitic nymphs, paid sacrifices to the heroes Andocrates, Leucon, Pysandrus, Damocrates, Hypsion, Actaeon, and Polyidus, and if they sustained the peril of battle on their own soil in the plain of Eleusinian Demeter and Cora. When this oracle was reported to Aristides, it perplexed him greatly. The heroes to whom he was to sacrifice were, it was true, ancient dignitaries of the Plataeans, and the cave of the Sragitic nymphs was on one of the peaks of Cithaeron, facing the summer sunsets, and in it there was also an oracle in former days, as they say, and many of the natives were possessed of the oracular power, and these were called Nympholepii, or nymph-possessed. But the plain of Eleusinian Demeter, and the promise of victory to the Athenians if they fought the battle in their own territory, called them back, as it were, to Attica, and changed the seat of war. At this time the general of the Plataeans, Aristides, had a dream in which he thought he was accosted by Zeus the Saviour, and asked what the Hellenes had decided to do, and replied, "On the morrow, my lord, we are going to lead our army back to Eleusis, and fight out our issue with the barbarians there, in accordance with the Pythian oracle." Then the god said they were entirely in error, for the Pythian oracle's places were there in the neighbourhood of Plataea, and if they sought them they would surely find them. All this was made so vivid to Aristides that as soon as he awoke he summoned the oldest and most experienced of his fellow citizens. By conference and investigations with these, he discovered that near Hysii, at the foot of Mount Cithaeron, there was a very ancient temple, bearing the names of Eleusinian Demeter and Cora. Straightway then he took Aristides and led him to the spot. They found that it was naturally very well suited to the array of infantry against a force that was superior in cavalry, since the spurs of Cithaeron made the edges of the plain adjoining the temple unfit for horsemen. There too was the shrine of the hero Andocrates hard by, enveloped in a grove of dense and shady trees. And besides, that the oracle might leave no rift in the hope of victory, the Plataeans voted, on motion of Aristides, to remove the boundaries of Plataea on the side toward Attica, and to give this territory to the Athenians, that so they might contend in defence of Hellas on their own soil, in accordance with the oracle. This munificence of the Plataeans became so celebrated that Alexander, many years afterwards, when he was now king of Asia, built the walls of Plataea, and had proclamation made by herald at the Olympic games that the king bestowed this grace upon the Plataeans in return for their bravery and magnanimity in freely bestowing their territory upon the Hellenes in the Median war, and so showing themselves most zealous of all. Now with the Athenians the men of Tegea came to strife regarding their position in the line. They claimed that, as had always been the case, since the Lacedaemonians held the right wing, they themselves should hold the left, and in support of their claim they sounded loudly the praises of their ancestors. The Athenians were incensed, and Aristides came forward and made this speech: "To argue with the men of Tegea about noble birth and bravery there is surely no time now. But we declare to you, O Spartans, and to the rest of the Hellenes, that valour is not taken away from a man, nor is it given him, by his position in the line. Whatsoever post ye shall assign to us, we will endeavour to maintain and adorn it, and so bring no disgrace upon the contests we have made before. We are come not to quarrel with our allies, but to do battle with our foes. not to heap praises on our fathers, but to show ourselves brave men in the service of Hellas. It is this contest which will show how much any city or captain or private soldier is worth to Hellas." On hearing this, the councillors and leaders declared for the Athenians, and assigned to them the other wing. While Hellas was thus in suspense, and Athens especially in danger, certain men of that city, who were of prominent families and large wealth, but had been impoverished by the war, saw that with their riches all their influence in the city and their reputation had departed, while other men now had the honours and offices. They therefore met together secretly at a certain house in Plataea, and conspired to overthrow the democracy, or, if their plans did not succeed, to injure the general cause and betray it to the barbarians. Such was the agitation in the camp, and many had already been corrupted, when Aristides got wind of the matter, and, fearful of the crisis that favoured the plot, determined not to leave the matter in neglect, nor yet to bring it wholly to the light, since it could not be known how many would be implicated by a test which was based on justice rather than expediency. Accordingly, he arrested some 8 or so of the many conspirators. 2 of these, against whom the charge was first formally brought, and who were really the most guilty ones, Aeschines of Lamptrae and Agesias of Acharnae, fled the camp. The rest he released, affording thus an opportunity for encouragement and repentance to those who still thought they had escaped detection, and suggested to them that the war was a great tribunal for their acquittal from the charges made against them, provided they took sincere and righteous counsel in behalf of their country. After this, Mardonius made trial of the Hellenes with that arm of his service in which he thought himself most superior. He dispatched all his cavalry against them as they lay encamped at the foot of Cytheron, in positions that were rugged and rocky, all except the Megarians. These, to the number of 3,000, were encamped the rather in open plain. For this reason they suffered severely at the hands of the cavalry, which poured in tides against them, and found access to them on every side. Accordingly they sent a messenger in haste to Pausanias, bidding him come to their aid, since they were unable of themselves to withstand the host of the barbarians. Pausanias, on hearing this, and seeing at once that the camp of the Megarians was as good as hidden from view by the multitude of the enemy's javelins and arrows, and that its defenders were huddled together in narrow quarters, on his own part had no way of rendering them aid against horsemen, since his phalanx of Spartans was full armoured and slow of movement. But to the rest of the generals and captains of the Hellenes who were about him, he proposed, in order to stir up their valour and ambition, that some of them should volunteer to make contention for the succour of the Megarians. The rest all hesitated, but Aristides, in behalf of the Athenians, undertook the task, and dispatched his most zealous captain, Olympiodorus, with the 300 picked men of his command, and archers mingled with them. These quickly arrayed themselves and advanced to the attack on the run. Masistius, the commander of the barbarian cavalry, a man of wonderful prowess and of surpassing stature and beauty of person, saw them coming, and at once wheeled his horse to face them and charged down upon them. Then there was a mighty struggle between those who withstood and those who made the charge, since both regarded this as a test of the whole issue between them. Presently the horse of Mesistius was hit with an arrow, and threw his rider, who lay where he fell, unable to raise himself, so heavy was his armour. And yet he was no easy prey to the Athenians, though they pressed upon him and smote him. For not only his chest and head, but also his limbs were encased in gold and bronze and iron. But at last, with the spike of a javelin, through the eye-hole of his helmet, he was smitten to the death, and the rest of the Persians abandoned his body and fled. The magnitude of their success was known to the Hellenes not from the multitude of those they slew, for few had fallen, but from the grief of the barbarians. For they shore their own hair in tribute to Mesistius, and that of their horses and mules, and filled the plain with their wailing cries. They felt that they had lost a man who, after Mardonius himself, was by far the first in valour and authority. End of Aristides. Part 10 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Aristides, Part 3. After this cavalry battle, both sides refrained from further fighting for a long time, since only as they acted on the defensive would victory be theirs. So the soothsayers interpreted the sacrifices alike for Persians and Hellenes, but if they attacked, defeat. At last Mardonius, since he had supplies remaining for only a few days, and since the Hellenes were ever increasing in number as fresh bodies joined them, impatiently determined to wait no longer, but to cross the Asopus at daybreak and attack the Athenians unexpectedly. During the evening he gave the watchword to his commanders. But about midnight a solitary horseman quietly approached the camp of the Hellenes, and falling in with the outposts, ordered that Aristides the Athenian come to him. He was speedily obeyed, and then said, "I am Alexander the Macedonian, and I am come at the greatest peril to myself, out of my good will toward you, that no suddenness of attack may frighten you into inferior fighting. Mardonius will surely give battle on the morrow, not because he has substantial hope or even courage, but because he is destitute of provisions. His soothsayers indeed are trying to keep him from battle by unpropitious sacrifices and oracular utterances, while his army is full of dejection and consternation, but he must needs boldly try his fortune, or sit still and endure extremest destitution." When he had told him this, Alexander begged Aristides to keep the knowledge to himself, and bear it well in mind, but to tell it to none other. Aristides replied that it was not honourable to conceal this knowledge from Pausanias, since it was on him that the supreme command devolved, but that it should not be told the other leaders before the battle, though in case Hellas were victorious, no man should remain ignorant of Alexander's zeal and valour. After this conversation, the king of the Macedonians rode off back again, and Aristides went to the tent of Pausanias and told him all that had been said. Then they summoned the other leaders and gave them orders to keep the army in array, since there was to be a battle. At this juncture, as Herodotus relates, Pausanias sent word to Aristides, demanding that the Athenians change their position and array themselves on the right wing over against the Persians, where they would contend better, he said, since they were versed already in the Persian style of fighting, and emboldened by a previous victory over them. The left wing, where the Medizing Hellenes were going to attack, should be entrusted to himself and his Spartans. The rest of the Athenian generals thought it inconsiderate and annoying in Pausanias to leave the rest of his line in the position assigned, while he moved them, and them only, back and forth like helots, and put them forward where the fighting was to be hottest. But Aristides declared that they were utterly wrong. They had contended emulously with the Tegeans but a little while back for the occupation of the left wing, and plumed themselves on being preferred before those rivals. But now, when the Lacedaemonians of their own accord vacated the right wing for them, and after a fashion proffered them the leadership among the Hellenes, they neither welcomed the reputation thus to be won, nor counted it gain that their contention would thus be not with men of the same tribes and kindreds, but rather with barbarians and natural enemies. Upon this the Athenians very willingly exchanged posts with the Spartans, and the word passed from lip to lip far through their ranks that their enemies would attack them with no better arms and with no braver spirits than at Marathon, nay, with the same kind of archery as then, and with the same variegated vesture and gold adornments to cover soft bodies and unmanly spirits. While we have not only like arms and bodies with our brethren of that day, but that greater courage which is born of our victories, and our contest is not alone for land and city as theirs was, but also for the trophies which they set up at Marathon and Salamis, in order that the world may think that not even those were due to Miltiades only, or to fortune, but to the Athenians. The Spartans and Athenians, then, were busily engaged in exchanging posts, but the Thebans heard of it from deserters, and told Mardonius. He at once, whether through fear of the Athenians, or out of ambition to engage with the Lacedaemonians, counterchanged his Persians to the right wing, and ordered the Hellenes with him to set themselves against the Athenians. When this change in his enemy's order of battle was manifest, Pausanias returned and occupied the right wing again, whereupon Mardonius also resumed his own left wing, just as he stood at the beginning, facing the Lacedaemonians. And thus the day came to an end without action. The Hellenes, on deliberation, decided to change their camp to a position farther on, and to secure a spot where there was plenty of good water, since the neighbouring springs were defiled and ruined by the barbarians' superior force of captivity. Night came on, and the generals set out to lead their forces to the appointed encampment. The soldiers, however, showed no great eagerness to follow in close order, but when they had once abandoned their first defences, most of them hurried on toward the city of Plataea, and there tumult reigned as they scattered about and encamped in no order whatsoever. But it chanced that the Lacedaemonians were left alone behind the others, and that too against their will. For Amompharetus, a man of a fierce and venturesome spirit, who had long been mad for battle and distressed by the many postponements and delays, now at last lost all control of himself, denounced the change of position as a runaway flight, and declared that he would not abandon his post, but stay there with his company and await the onset of Mardonius. And when Pausanias came up and told him that their action had been formally voted by the Hellenes in council, Amompharetus picked up a great stone and threw it down at the feet of Pausanias, saying that was his personal ballot for battle, and he cared not a whit for the cowardly counsels and votes of the rest. Pausanias, perplexed at the case, sent to the Athenians, who were already moving off, begging them to wait and make the march in company with him, and then began to lead the rest of his troops toward Plataea, with the idea that he would thus force Amompharetus from his position. At this point day overtook them, and Mardonius, who did not fail to notice that the Hellenes had abandoned their encampment, with his force in full array bore down upon the Lacedaemonians, with great shouting and clamour on the part of the barbarians, who felt that there would be no real battle, but that the Hellenes had only to be snatched off as they fled. And this lacked little of coming to pass. For Pausanias, on seeing the situation, though he did check his march and order every man to take post for battle, forgot, either in his rage at Amompharetus or his confusion at the speed of the enemy, to give the signal for battle to the confederate Hellenes. For this reason they did not come to his aid at once, nor in a body, but in small detachments and straggling, after the battle was already joined. When Pausanias got no favourable omens from his sacrifices, he ordered his Lacedaemonians to sit quiet with their shields planted in front of them, and to await his orders, making no attempt to repulse their enemies, while he himself went to sacrificing again. By this time the horsemen were charging upon them. Presently their missiles actually reached them, and many a Spartan was smitten. And then it was that Callicrates, said to be the fairest of the Hellenes to look upon, and the tallest man in their whole army, was shot, and, dying, said he did not grieve at death, since he had left his home to die for Hellas, but at dying without striking a single blow. Their experience was indeed a terrible one, but the restraint of the men was wonderful. They did not try to repel the enemy who were attacking them, but awaited from their god and their general the favourable instant, while they endured wounds and death at their posts. Some say that as Pausanias was sacrificing and praying a little to one side of his line of battle, some Lydians suddenly fell upon him, and rudely hurled away the sacrificial offerings, and that Pausanias and his attendants, being without weapons, smote the intruders with the sacrificial staves and goads. Wherefore to this day, in imitation of this onslaught, the ceremonies of beating the young warriors round the altar at Sparta, and of the procession of the Lydians which follows this, are duly celebrated as rites. Then, in distress at this state of affairs, while the seer slew victim after victim, Pausanias turned his face, all tears, towards the Hiereum, and with hands uplifted prayed Scythiaronian Hiera and the other gods of the Plataean land, that, if it was not the lot of the Hellenes to be victorious, they might at least do great deeds before they fell, and show to a certainty that their enemies had marched out against men who were brave, and who knew how to fight. While Pausanias was thus calling on the gods, right in the midst of his prayers the sacrifices showed themselves propitious, and the seer announced victory. Word was at once passed all along the line to set themselves in motion against the enemy, and the phalanx suddenly had the look of a fierce beast bristling up to defend itself. The barbarians then got assurance that their contest was to be with men who would fight to the death. Therefore they made a rampart of their wicker targets, and shot their arrows into the ranks of the Lacedaemonians. These, however, kept their shields closely locked together as they advanced, fell upon their foemen, tore away their wicker targets, and then, smiting the Persians in face and breast with their long spears, they slew many, who nevertheless did great deeds of courage before they fell. For they grasped the long spears with their naked hands, fractured them for the most part, and then took to short-range fighting with a will, plying their daggers and scimitars, tearing away their enemies' shields, and locking them in close embrace, and so they held out a long time. The Athenians, meanwhile, were quietly awaiting the Lacedaemonians. But when the shouts of those engaged in battle fell loud upon their ears, and there came, as they say, a messenger from Pausanias telling them what was happening, they set out with speed to aid him. However, as they were advancing through the plain to his aid, the Medizing Hellenes bore down upon them. Then Aristides, to begin with, when he saw them, went far forward and shouted to them, invoking the gods of Hellas, that they refrain from battle, and oppose not nor hinder those who were bearing aid to men standing in the van of danger for the sake of Hellas. But as soon as he saw that they paid no heed to him, and were arrayed for battle, then he turned aside from rendering aid where he had proposed, and engaged with these, though they were about 50,000 in number. But the greater part of them at once gave way and withdrew, especially as the barbarians had also retired, and the battle is said to have been fought chiefly with the Thebans, whose foremost and most influential men were at that time very eagerly Medizing, and carried with them the multitude, not of choice, but at the bidding of the few. The contest thus begun in 2 places, the Lacedaemonians were first to repulse the Persians. Mardonius was slain by a man of Sparta named Arimnestus, who crushed his head with a stone, even as was foretold him by the oracle in the shrine of Amphiaraus. Thither he had sent a Lydian man, and a Carian besides, to the oracle of Trophonius. This latter the prophet actually addressed in the Carian tongue, but the Lydian, on lying down in the precinct of Amphiaraus, dreamed that an attendant of the gods stood by his side and bade him begone, and on his refusal hurled a great stone upon his head, insomuch that he died from the blow. So ran the man's dream. These things are so reported. Furthermore, the Lacedaemonians shut the flying Persians up in their wooden stockade. Shortly after this it was that the Athenians routed the Thebans, after slaying 300, their most eminent leaders, in the actual battle. After the rout was effected, and more might have been slain, there came a messenger to the Athenians, telling them that the barbarian force was shut up and besieged in their stockade. So they suffered the Hellenes in front of them to make good their escape, while they themselves marched to the stockade. They brought welcome aid to the Lacedaemonians, who were altogether inexperienced and helpless in storming walled places, and captured the camp with great slaughter of the enemy. Out of 300,000, only 40,000, it is said, made their escape with Artabazus. Of those who contended in behalf of Hellas, there fell in all 1,360. Of these 52 were Athenians, all of the Aeantid tribe, according to Clydemus, which made the bravest contest, for which reason the Aeantids used to sacrifice regularly to the Sphragitic nymphs the sacrifice ordained by the Pythian oracle for the victory, receiving the expenses therefore from the public funds. 91 were Lacedaemonians, and 16 were men of Tegea. Astonishing, therefore, is the statement of Herodotus, where he says that these 159 represented the only Hellenes who engaged the enemy, and that not one of the rest did so. Surely the total number of those who fell, as well as the monuments erected over them, testifies that the success was a common one. Besides, had the men of 3 cities only made the contest, while the rest sat idly by, the altar would not have been inscribed as it was. Here did the Hellenes, flushed with a victory granted by Ares over the routed Persians, together for Hellas delivered, build them an altar of Zeus, Zeus as deliverer known. This battle was fought on the 4th of the month Boedromion, as the Athenians reckon time, but according to the Boeotian calendar, on the 27th of the month Panemus, the day when, down to the present time, the Hellenic council assembles in Plataea, and the Plataeans sacrifice to Zeus the deliverer for the victory. We must not wonder at the apparent discrepancy between these dates, since, even now that astronomy is a more exact science, different peoples have different beginnings and endings for their months. After this, the Athenians would not grant the Spartans the highest meed of valour, nor allow them to erect a general trophy, and the cause of the Hellenes had certainly gone at once to destruction from their armed contention, had not Aristides, by abundant exhortation and admonition, checked his fellow generals, especially Leocrates and Myronides, and persuaded them to submit the case to the Hellenes for decision. Thereupon, in the council of the Hellenes, Theogiton the Megarian said that the meed of valour must be given to some third city, unless they desired the confusion of a civil war. At this point Cleocritus the Corinthian rose to speak. Every one thought he would demand the meed of valour for the Corinthians, since Corinth was held in greatest estimation after Sparta and Athens. But to the astonishment and delight of all, he made a proposition in behalf of the Plataeans, and counselled to take away contention by giving them the meed of valour, since at their honour neither claimant could take offence. To this proposal Aristides was first to agree on behalf of the Athenians, then Pausanias on behalf of the Lacedaemonians. Thus reconciled, they chose out 80 talents of the booty for the Plataeans, with which they rebuilt the sanctuary of Athena, and set up the shrine, and adorned the temple with frescoes, which continue in perfect condition to the present day. Then the Lacedaemonians set up a trophy on their own account, and the Athenians also for themselves. When they consulted the oracle regarding the sacrifice to be made, the Pythian god made answer that they were to erect an altar of Zeus the deliverer, but were not to sacrifice upon it until they had extinguished the fire throughout the land, which he said had been polluted by the barbarians, and kindled it fresh and pure from the public hearth at Delphi. Accordingly the commanders of the Hellenes went about straightway, and compelled all who were using fire to extinguish it, while Eucidas, who promised to bring the sacred fire with all conceivable speed, went from Plataea to Delphi. There he purified his person by sprinkling himself with holy water, and crowned himself with laurel. Then he took from the altar the sacred fire, and started to run back to Plataea. He reached the place before the sun had set, accomplishing thus 1,000 furlongs in one and the same day. He greeted his countrymen, handed them the sacred fire, and straightway fell down, and after a little expired. In admiration of him the Plataeans gave him burial in the sanctuary of Artemis Euclia, and inscribed upon his tomb this tetrameter verse: Eucidas, to Pytho running, came back here the selfsame day. Now Euclia is regarded by most as Artemis, and is so addressed. But some say she was a daughter of Heracles, and of that Myrto who was daughter of Menetius, and sister of Patroclus, and that, dying in virginity, she received divine honours among the Boeotians and Locrians. For she has an altar and an image built in every marketplace, and receives preliminary sacrifices from would-be brides and bridegrooms.
Part 11 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Aristides, Part 4. After this there was a general assembly of the Hellenes, at which Aristides proposed a decree to the effect that deputies and delegates from all Hellas convene at Plataea every year, and that every 4th year festival games of deliverance be celebrated, the Eleuthera; also that a confederate Hellenic force be levied, consisting of 10,000 shield, 1,000 horse, and 100 ships, to prosecute the war against the barbarians. Also that the Plataeans be set apart as inviolable and consecrate, that they might sacrifice to Zeus the deliverer in behalf of Hellas. These propositions were ratified, and the Plataeans undertook to make funeral offerings annually for the Hellenes who had fallen in battle and lay buried there. And this they do yet unto this day, after the following manner. On the 16th of the month Memacterion, which is the Botian Alalcomenius, they celebrate a procession. This is led forth at the break of day, by a trumpeter sounding the signal for battle. Wagons follow filled with myrtle wreaths. Then comes a black bull, then freeborn youths carrying libations of wine and milk in jars, and pitchers of oil and myrrh. No slave may put a hand to any part of that ministration, because the men thus honoured died for freedom. And following all, the chief magistrate of Plataea, who may not at other times touch iron or put on any other raiment than white, at this time is robed in a purple tunic, carries on high a water jar from the city's archive chamber, and proceeds, sword in hand, through the midst of the city to the graves. There he takes water from the sacred spring, washes off with his own hands the gravestones, and anoints them with myrrh. Then he slaughters the bull at the funeral pyre, and with prayers to Zeus and Hermes terrestrial, summons the brave men who died for Hellas to come to the banquet and its copious draughts of blood. Next he mixes a mixture of wine, drinks, and then pours a libation from it, saying these words: "I drink to the men who died for the freedom of the Hellenes." These rites, I say, are observed by the Plataeans down to this very day. After the Athenians had returned to their own city, Aristides saw that they desired to receive the more popular form of government. He thought the people worthy of consideration because of its sturdy valour, and he saw also that it was no longer easy to be forced out of its desires, since it was powerful in arms and greatly elated by its victories. So he introduced a decree that the administration of the city be the privilege of all classes, and that the archons be chosen from all the Athenians. Themistocles once declared to the people that he had devised a certain measure which could not be revealed to them, though it would be helpful and salutary for the city, and they ordered that Aristides alone should hear what it was and pass judgment on it. So Themistocles told Aristides that his purpose was to burn the naval station of the confederate Hellenes, for that in this way the Athenians would be greatest and lords of all. Then Aristides came before the people and said of the deed which Themistocles purposed to do, that none other could be more advantageous, and none more unjust. On hearing this, the Athenians ordained that Themistocles cease from his purpose. So fond of justice was the people, and so loyal and true to the people was Aristides. When he was sent out as general along with Cimon to prosecute the war, and saw that Pausanias and the other Spartan commanders were offensive and severe to the allies, he made his own intercourse with them gentle and humane, and induced Cimon to be on easy terms with them, and to take an actual part in their campaigns, so that, before the Lacedaemonians were aware, not by means of hoplites or ships or horsemen, but by tact and diplomacy, he had stripped them of the leadership. For, well disposed as the Hellenes were toward the Athenians on account of the justice of Aristides and the reasonableness of Cimon, they were made to long for their supremacy still more by the rapacity of Pausanias and his severity. The commanders of the allies ever met with angry harshness at the hands of Pausanias, and the common men he punished with stripes, or by compelling them to stand all day long with an iron anchor on their shoulders. No one could get bedding or fodder or go down to a spring for water before the Spartans, nay, their servants, armed with goads, would drive away such as approached. On these grounds Aristides once had it in mind to chid and admonish them, but Pausanias scowled, said he was busy, and would not listen. Subsequently the captains and generals of the Hellenes, and especially the Chians, Samians, and Lesbians, came to Aristides and tried to persuade him to assume the leadership, and bring over to his support the allies, who had long wanted to be rid of the Spartans, and to range themselves anew on the side of the Athenians. He replied that he saw the urgency and the justice of what they proposed, but that to establish Athenian confidence in them some overt act was needed, the doing of which would make it impossible for the multitude to change their allegiance back again. So Ulyaedes the Samian and Antigoras the Chian conspired together, and ran down the trireme of Pausanias off Byzantium, closing in on both sides of it as it was putting out before the line. When Pausanias saw what they had done, he sprang up and wrathfully threatened to show the world in a little while that these men had run down not so much his ship as their own native cities, but they bade him begone, and be grateful to the fortune which fought in his favour at Plataea. It was because the Hellenes still stood in awe of this, they said, that they did not punish him as he deserved. And finally they went off and joined the Athenians. Then indeed was the lofty wisdom of the Spartans made manifest in a wonderful way. When they saw that their commanders were corrupted by the great powers entrusted to them, they voluntarily abandoned the leadership and ceased sending out generals for the war, choosing rather to have their citizens discreet and true to their ancestral customs, than to have the sway over all Hellas. The Hellenes used to pay a sort of contribution for the war even while the Lacedaemonians had the leadership, but now they wished to be assessed equably city by city. So they asked the Athenians for Aristides, and commissioned him to inspect their several territories and revenues, and then to fix the assessments according to each member's worth and ability to pay. And yet, though he became master of such power, and though after a fashion Hellas put all her property in his sole hands, poor as he was when he went forth on this mission, he came back from it poorer still, and he made his assessments of money not only with purity and justice, but also to the grateful satisfaction and convenience of all concerned. Indeed, as men of old hymned the praises of the age of Cronus, the golden age, so did the allies of the Athenians praise the tariff of Aristides, calling it a kind of blessed happening for Hellas, especially as, after a short time, it was doubled, and then again trebled. For the tax which Aristides laid amounted to 460 talents only, but Pericles must have added almost a third to this, since Thucydides says that when the war began the Athenians had a revenue of 600 talents from their allies. And after the death of Pericles the demagogues enlarged it little by little, and at last brought the sum total up to 1,300 talents, not so much because the war, by reason of its length and vicissitudes, became extravagantly expensive, as because they themselves led the people off into distribution of the public moneys for spectacular entertainments, and for the erection of images and sanctuaries. So then Aristides had a great and admirable name for his adjustment of the revenues. But Themistocles is said to have ridiculed him, claiming that the praise he got therefore was not fit for a man, but rather for a mere money-wallet. He came off second best, however, in this retort upon the plain speech of Aristides, who had remarked, when Themistocles once declared to him the opinion that the greatest excellence in a general was the anticipation of the plans of his enemies, "That is indeed needful, Themistocles, but the honourable thing, and that which makes the real general, is his mastery over his fingers." Aristides did, indeed, bind the Hellenes by an oath, and took oath himself for the Athenians, to mark his imprecations casting iron ingots into the sea. But afterwards, when circumstances, forsooth, compelled a more strenuous sway, he bade the Athenians lay the perjury to his own charge, and turn events to their own advantage. And in general, as Theophrastus tells us, while the man was strictly just in his private relations to his fellow citizens, in public matters he often acted in accordance with the policy which his country had adopted, feeling that this required much actual injustice. For instance, he says that when the question of removing the moneys of the Confederacy from Delos to Athens, contrary to the compacts, was being debated, and even the Samians proposed it, Aristides declared that it was unjust, but advantageous. And yet, although he at last established his city in its sway over so many men, he himself abode by his poverty, and continued to be no less content with the reputation he got from being a poor man than with that based on his trophies of victory. This is clear from the following story. Callias the torchbearer was a kinsman of his. This man was prosecuted by his enemies on a capital charge, and after they had brought only moderate accusations against him within the scope of their indictment, they went outside of it and appealed to the judges as follows. "You know how Aristides, son of Lysimachus," they said, "how he is admired in Hellas. What do you suppose his domestic circumstances are when you see him entering the public assembly in such a scanty cloak as that? Is it not likely that a man who shivers in public goes hungry at home, and is straitened for the other necessaries of life? Callias, however, who is the richest man of Athens, and his cousin at that, allows him to suffer want with his wife and children, though he has often had service of the man, and many times reaped advantage from his influence with you." But Callias, seeing that his judges were very turbulent at this charge, and bitterly disposed toward him, summoned Aristides, and demanded his testimony before the judges, that though often proffered aid from him and importuned to accept it, he had refused it, with the answer that it more became him to be proud of his poverty than Callias of his wealth. For many were to be seen who use wealth well or ill, but it was not easy to find a man who endured poverty with a noble spirit, and those only should be ashamed of poverty who could not be otherwise than poor. When Aristides had borne this witness for Callias, there was no one of his hearers who did not go home preferring to be poor, with Aristides, rather than to be rich, with Callias. This, at any rate, is the story told by Aeschines the Socratic, and Plato maintains that of all those who had great names and reputations at Athens, this man alone was worthy of regard. Themistocles, he says, and Cimon and Pericles filled the city with porches and moneys and no end of nonsense, but Aristides squared his politics with virtue. There are also strong proofs of his reasonableness to be seen in his treatment of Themistocles. This man he had found to be his foe during almost all his public service, and it was through this man that he was ostracized. But when Themistocles was in the same plight, and was under accusation before the city, Aristides remembered no evil. Nay, though Alcmaeon and Cimon and many others denounced and persecuted the man, Aristides alone did and said no meanness, nor did he take any advantage of his enemy's misfortune, just as formerly he did not grudge him his prosperity. As touching the death of Aristides, some say he died in Pontus, on expedition in the public service, others at Athens of old age, honoured and admired by his countrymen. But Craterus the Macedonian tells something like this about the death of the man. After the exile of Themistocles, he says, the people waxed wanton, as it were, and produced a great crop of sycophants, who hounded down the noblest and most influential of men, and subjected them to the malice of the multitude, now exalted with its prosperity and power. Among these he says that Aristides also was convicted of bribery, on prosecution of Diophantus of the Deme Amphitrope, for having taken money from the Ionians when he was regulating the tributes; and further, that being unable to pay the judgment, which was 50 minas, he sailed away and died somewhere in Ionia. But Craterus furnishes no documentary proof of this, no judgment of the court, no decree of indictment, although he is wont to record such things with all due fullness, and to adduce his authorities. All the rest, as I may venture to say, all who rehearse the shortcomings of the people in dealing with their leaders, compile and descant upon the exile of Themistocles, the imprisonment of Miltiades, the fine of Pericles, the death of Paccus in the court-room (he slew himself on the rostrum when he saw that he was convicted), and many such a case, and they put into the list the ostracism of Aristides, but of such a condemnation as this for bribery they make no mention whatsoever. Moreover, his tomb is pointed out at Phalerum, and they say that the city constructed it for him, since he did not leave even enough to pay for his funeral. And they tell how his daughters were married from the Prytaneum at the public cost, the city bestowing the dowry for the marriage and voting outright 3,000 drachmas to each daughter, while to Lysimachus his son the people gave 100 minas in silver, as many acres of vineyard land, and besides this a pension of 4 drachmas per diem, all in a bill which was brought in by Alcibiades. And further, Lysimachus left a daughter, Polycrite, according to Callisthenes, and the people voted for her a public maintenance, in the style of their Olympic victors. Again, Demetrius the Phalerian, Hieronymus the Rhodian, Aristoxenus the musician, and Aristotle, provided in the book On Nobility of Birth, is to be ranked among the genuine works of Aristotle, relate that Myrto, the granddaughter of Aristides, lived in wedlock with Socrates the sage. He had another woman to wife, but took this one up because her poverty kept her a widow, and she lacked the necessaries of life. To these, however, Panaetius, in his work on Socrates, has made sufficient reply. And the Phalerian says, in his Socrates, that he remembers a grandson of Aristides, Lysimachus, a very poor man, who made his own living by means of a sort of dream-interpreting tablet, his seat being near the so-called Lycaeum. To this man's mother and to her sister, Demetrius persuaded the people to give, by formal decree, a pension of 3 obols per diem, though afterwards, in his capacity of sole legislator, he himself, as he says, assigned a drachma instead of 3 obols to each of the women. It is not to be wondered at that the people took such thought for families in the city, since on learning that the granddaughter of Aristogeiton was living humbly in Lemnos, unmarried because of her poverty, they brought her back to Athens, consorted her with a well-born man, and gave her the estate in Potamus for her dowry. For such humanity and benevolence
Part 12 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. The family of Marcus Cato, it is said, was of Tusculan origin, though he lived, previous to his career as soldier and statesman, on an inherited estate in the country of the Sabines. His ancestors commonly passed for men of no note whatever, but Cato himself extols his father, Marcus, as a brave man and good soldier. He also says that his grandfather Cato often won prizes for soldierly valor, and received from the state treasury, because of his bravery, the price of 5 horses which had been killed under him in battle. The Romans used to call men who had no family distinction, but were coming into public notice through their own achievements, new men, and such they called Cato. But he himself used to say that, as far as office and distinction went, he was indeed new, but having regard to ancestral deeds of valor, he was the oldest of the old. His third name was not Cato at first, but Priscus. Afterwards he got the surname of Cato for his great abilities. The Romans call a man who is wise and prudent Catus. As for his outward appearance, he had reddish hair and keen gray eyes, as the author of a well-known epigram ill-naturedly gives us to understand. Red-haired, snapper and biter, his gray eyes flashing defiance. Porcius, come to the shades, back will be thrust by their queen. His bodily habit, since he was addicted from the very first to labor with his own hands, a temperate mode of life, and military duties, was very serviceable, and disposed alike to vigor and health. His discourse, a second body, as it were, and, for the use of a man, who would live neither obscurely nor idly, an instrument with which to perform not only necessary, but also high and noble services. This he developed and perfected in the villages and towns about Rome, where he served as an advocate for all who needed him, and got the reputation of being, first a zealous pleader, and then a capable orator. Thenceforth the weight and dignity of his character revealed themselves more and more to those who had dealings with him. They saw that he was bound to be a man of great affairs, and have a leading place in the state. For he not only gave his services in legal contests, without fee of any sort, as it would seem, but did not appear to cherish even the repute won in such contests as his chief ambition. Nay, he was far more desirous of high repute in battles and campaigns against the enemy, and while he was yet a mere stripling, had his breast covered with honorable wounds. He says himself that he made his first campaign when he was 17 years old, at the time when Hannibal was consuming Italy with the flames of his successes. In battle he showed himself effective of hand, sure and steadfast of foot, and of a fierce countenance. With threatening speech and harsh cries he would advance upon the foe, for he rightly thought, and tried to show others, that oftentimes such action terrifies the enemy more than the sword. On the march he carried his own armor on foot, while a single attendant followed in charge of his camp utensils. With this man, it is said, he was never wroth, and never scolded him when he served up a meal. Nay, he actually took hold himself and assisted in most of such preparations, provided he was free from his military duties. Water was what he drank on his campaigns, except that once in a while, in a raging thirst, he would call for vinegar, or when his strength was failing, would add a little wine. Near his fields was the cottage which had once belonged to Manius Curius, a hero of 3 triumphs. To this he would often go, and the sight of the small farm and the mean dwelling led him to think of their former owner, who, though he had become the greatest of the Romans, had subdued the most warlike nations, and driven Pyrrhus out of Italy, nevertheless tilled this little patch of ground with his own hands, and occupied this cottage after 3 triumphs. Here it was that the ambassadors of the Samnites once found him seated at his hearth cooking turnips, and offered him much gold, but he dismissed them, saying that a man whom such a meal satisfied had no need of gold, and for his part he thought that a more honorable thing than the possession of gold was the conquest of its possessors. Cato would go away with his mind full of these things, and on viewing again his own house, and lands, and servants, and mode of life, would increase the labors of his hands, and lop off his extravagancies. When Fabius Maximus took the city of Tarentum, it chanced that Cato, who was then a mere stripling, served under him, and being lodged with a certain Nearchus, of the sect of the Pythagoreans, he was eager to know of his doctrines. When he heard this man holding forth as follows, in language which Plato also uses, condemning pleasure as the greatest incentive to evil, and the body as the chief detriment to the soul, from which she can release and purify herself only by such reasonings as most do wean and divorce her from bodily sensations, he fell still more in love with simplicity and restraint. Further than this, it is said, he did not learn Greek till late in life, and was quite well on in years when he took to reading Greek books. Then he profited in oratory somewhat from Thucydides, but more from Demosthenes. However, his writings are moderately embellished with Greek sentiments and stories, and many literal translations from the Greek have found a place among his maxims and proverbs. There was at Rome a certain man of the highest birth and greatest influence, who had the power to discern excellence in the bud, and the grace to cultivate it, and bring it into general esteem. This man was Valerius Flaccus. He had a farm next to that of Cato, and learning from Cato's servants of their master's laborious and frugal way of living, he was amazed to hear them tell how Cato, early in the morning, went on foot to the marketplace, and pleaded the cases of all who wished his aid, then came back to his farm, where, clad in a working blouse if it was winter, and stripped to the waist if it was summer, he wrought with his servants, then sat down with them to eat of the same bread and drink of the same wine. They told Valerius many other instances of Cato's fairness and moderation, quoting also sundry pithy sayings of his, until at last Valerius gave command that Cato be invited to dine with him. After this, discovering by converse with him that his nature was gentle and polite, and needed, like a growing tree, only cultivation and room to expand, Valerius urged and at last persuaded him to engage in public life at Rome. Accordingly, taking up his abode in the city, his own efforts as an advocate at once won him admiring friends, and the favor of Valerius brought him great honor and influence, so that he was made military tribune first, and then quaestor. After this, being now launched on an eminent and brilliant career, he shared the highest honors with Valerius, becoming consul with him, and afterwards censor. Of the elder statesmen, he attached himself most closely to Fabius Maximus, who was of the highest reputation, and had the greatest influence, but this was more by way of setting before himself the character and life of the man as the fairest examples he could follow. In the same spirit he did not hesitate to oppose the great Scipio, a youthful rival of Fabius, and thought to be envious of him. When he was sent out with Scipio as quaestor for the war in Africa, he saw that the man indulged in his wonted extravagance, and lavished money without stint upon his soldiery. He therefore made bold to tell him that the matter of expense was not the greatest evil to be complained of, but the fact that he was corrupting the native simplicity of his soldiers, who resorted to wanton pleasures when their pay exceeded their actual needs. Scipio replied that he had no use for a parsimonious quaestor, when the winds were bearing him under full sail to the war. He owed the city an account of his achievements, not of its moneys. Cato therefore left Sicily, and joined Fabius in denouncing before the Senate Scipio's waste of enormous moneys, and his boyish addiction to palaestras and theatres, as though he were not commander of an army, but master of a festival. As a result of these attacks, tribunes were sent to bring Scipio back to Rome, if the charges against him turned out to be true. Well then, Scipio convinced the tribunes that the victory in war depended on the preparations made for it, showed that he could be agreeable in his intercourse with his friends when he had the leisure for it, but was never led by his sociability to neglect matters of large and serious import, and sailed off for his war in Africa. The influence which Cato's oratory won for him waxed great, and men called him a Roman Demosthenes. But his manner of life was even more talked about and noised abroad, for his oratorical ability only set before young men a goal which many already were striving eagerly to attain. But a man who wrought with his own hands, as his fathers did, and was contented with a cold breakfast, a frugal dinner, simple raiment, and a humble dwelling, one who thought more of not wanting the superfluities of life than of possessing them, such a man was rare. The commonwealth had now grown too large to keep its primitive integrity. The sway over many realms and peoples had brought a large admixture of customs, and the adoption of examples set in modes of life of every sort. It was natural, therefore, that men should admire Cato, when they saw that, whereas other men were broken down by toils and enervated by pleasures, he was victor over both, and this too, not only while he was still young and ambitious, but even in his hoary age, after consulship and triumph. Then, like some victorious athlete, he persisted in the regiment of his training, and kept his mind unaltered to the last. He tells us that he never wore clothing worth more than 100 drachmas, that he drank, even when he was praetor or consul, the same wine as his slaves, that, as for fish or meats, he would buy 30 asses' worth for his dinner from the public stalls, and even this for the city's sake, that he might not live on bread alone, but strengthen his body for military service, that he once fell heir to an embroidered Babylonian robe, but sold it at once, that not a single one of his cottages had plastered walls, that he had never paid more than 1,500 drachmas for a slave, since he did not want them to be delicately beautiful, but sturdy workers, such as grooms and herdsmen, and these he thought it his duty to sell when they got oldish, instead of feeding them when they were useless, and that in general he thought nothing cheap that one could do without, but that what one did not need, even if it cost but a penny, was dear. Also, that he bought lands where crops were raised and cattle herded, not those where lawns were sprinkled and paths swept. These things were ascribed by some to the man's parsimony, but others condoned them in the belief that he lived in this contracted way only to correct and moderate the extravagance of others. However, for my part, I regard his treatment of his slaves like beasts of burden, using them to the uttermost, and then, when they are old, driving them off and selling them, as the mark of a very mean nature, which recognizes no tie between man and man but that of necessity. And yet we know that kindness has a wider scope than justice. Law and justice we naturally apply to men alone, but when it comes to beneficence and charity, these often flow in streams from the gentle heart, like water from a copious stream, even down to dumb beasts. A kindly man will take good care of his horses, even when they are worn out with age, and of his dogs too, not only in their puppyhood, but when their old age needs nursing. While the Athenians were building the Parthenon, they turned loose for free and unrestricted pasturage such mules as were seen to be the most persistently laborious. One of these, they say, came back to the works of its own accord, and trotted along by the side of its fellows under the yoke, which were dragging the wagons up to the Acropolis, and even led the way for them, as though exhorting and exciting them on. The Athenians passed a decree that the animal be maintained at the public cost as long as it lived. Then there were the mares of Cimon, with which he won 3 victories at Olympia. Their graves are near the tombs of his family. Dogs also that have been close and constant companions of men often have been buried with honor. Xanthippus, of olden time, gave the dog which swam along by the side of his trireme to Salamis, when the people were abandoning their city, honorable burial on the promontory which is called to this day Cynosesma, or Dog's Mount. We should not treat living creatures like shoes or pots or pans, casting them aside when they are bruised and worn out with service. But, if for no other reason, for the sake of practice and kindness to our fellow men, we should accustom ourselves to mildness and gentleness in our dealings with other creatures. I certainly would not sell even an oxen that had worked for me, just because he was old, much less an elderly man, removing him from his habitual place and customary life, as it were from his native land, for a paltry price, useless as he is to those who sell him, as he will be to those who buy him. But Cato, exulting as it were in such things, said that he left in Spain even the horse which had carried him through his consular campaign, that he might not tax the city with the cost of its transportation. Whether now these things should be set down in greatness of spirit or littleness of mind is an open question. But in other matters his self-restraint was beyond measure admirable. For instance, when he was in command of an army, he took for himself and his retinue not more than 3 Attic bushels of wheat a month, and for his beasts of burden less than 1.5 bushels of barley a day. He received Sardinia as his province, and whereas his predecessors were wont to charge the public treasury with their pavilions, couches, and apparel, while they oppressed the province with the cost of their large retinues of servants and friends, and of their lavish and elaborate banquets, his simple economy stood out in an incredible contrast. He made no demands whatever upon the public treasury, and made his circuit of the cities on foot, followed by a single public officer who carried his robe and chalice for sacrifices. And yet, though in such matters he showed himself mild and sparing to those under his authority, in other ways he displayed a dignity and severity which fully corresponded, for in the administration of justice he was inexorable, and in carrying out the edicts of the government was direct and masterful, so that the Roman power never inspired its subjects with greater fear or affection. Much of the same traits are revealed in the man's oratory. It was at once graceful and powerful, pleasant and compelling, facetious and severe, sententious and belligerent. So Plato says of Socrates that from the outside he impressed his associates as rude, uncouth, and wanton, but within he was full of earnestness and of matters that moved his hearers to tears and wrung their hearts. Wherefore I know not what they can mean who say that Cato's oratory most resembled that of Lysias. However, such questions must be decided by those who are more capable than I am of discerning the traits of a Roman oratory, and I shall now record a few of his famous sayings, believing that men's characters are revealed much more by their speech than, as some think, by their looks. He once wished to dissuade the Roman people from insisting unseasonably upon a distribution of corn, and began his speech with these words: "It is a hard matter, my fellow citizens, to argue with the belly, since it has no ears." Again, inveighing against the prevalent extravagance, he said, "It is a hard matter to save a city in which a fish sells for more than an ox." Again, he said that Romans were like sheep, for as these are not to be persuaded one by one, but all in a body, blindly following their leader, so ye, he said, though as individuals ye would not deign to follow the counsels of certain men, when ye are got together, ye suffer yourselves to be led by them. Discoursing on the power of women, he said, "All other men rule their wives. We rule all other men, and our wives rule us." This, however, is a translation from the sayings of Themistocles. He, finding himself much under his son's orders through the lad's mother, said, "Wife, the Athenians rule the Hellenes. I rule the Athenians. Thou rulest me, and thy son thee. Therefore let him make sparing use of that authority, which makes him, child though he is, the most powerful of the Hellenes." The Roman people, Cato said, fixed the market value not only of dies, but also of behavior. For, said he, as dyers most affect that dye which they see pleases you, so your young men learn and practice that which wins your praise. And he exhorted them, in case it was through virtue and temperance that they became great, to make no changes for the worse, but if it was through intemperance and vice, to change for the better. These had already made them great enough. Of those who were eager to hold high office frequently, he said that like men who did not know the road, they sought to be attended on their way by lictors, lest they go astray. He censured his fellow citizens for choosing the same men over and over again to high office. You will be thought, said he, not to deem your offices worth much, or else not to deem many men worthy of your offices. Of one of his enemies, who had the name of leading a disgraceful and disreputable life, he said, This man's mother holds the wish that he may survive her to be no pious prayer, but a malignant curse. Pointing to a man who had sold his ancestral fields lying near the sea, he pretended to admire him as stronger than the sea. This man, said he, has drunk down with ease what the sea found it hard to push away. When King Eumenes paid a visit to Rome, the Senate received him with extravagant honors, and the chief men of the city strove who should be the most about him. But Cato clearly looked upon him with suspicion and alarm. Surely, someone said to him, he is an excellent man, and a friend of Rome. Granted, said Cato, but the animal known as king is by nature carnivorous. He said further, that not one of the kings whom men so lauded was worthy of comparison with Epaminondas, or Pericles, or Themistocles, or Manius Curius, or with Hamilcar, surnamed Barcus. His enemies hated him, he used to say, because he rose every day before it was light, and neglecting his own private matters, devoted his time to the public interests. He also used to say that he preferred to do right and get no thanks, rather than to do ill and get no punishment, and that he had pardon for everybody's mistakes except his own. The Romans once chose 3 ambassadors to Bithynia, of whom one was gouty, another had had his head trepanned, and the third was deemed a fool. Cato made merry over this, and said that the Romans were sending out an embassy which had neither feet, nor head, nor heart. His aid was once solicited by Scipio at the insistence of Polybius, in behalf of the exiles from Achaia, and after a long debate upon the question in the Senate, where some favored and some opposed their return home, Cato rose and said, Here we sit all day, as if we have naught else to do, debating whether some poor old Greeks should be buried here or in Achaia. The Senate voted that the men be allowed to return, and a few days afterwards Polybius tried to get admission to that body again, with the proposal that the exiles be restored to their former honors in Achaia, and asked Cato's opinion on the matter. Cato smiled and said that Polybius, as if he were another Odysseus, wanted to go back into the cave of the Cyclops for a cap and belt which he had left there. Wise men, he said, profited more from fools than fools from wise men, and the wise shun the mistakes of fools, but fools do not imitate the successes of the wise. He said he liked to see blushes on a young man's face rather than pallor, and that he had no use for a soldier who plied his hands on the march and his feet in battle, and whose snore was louder than his war cry. Railing at the fat knight, he said, Where can such a body be of service to the state, when everything between its gullet and its groins is devoted to belly? A certain epicure wished to enjoy his society, but he excused himself, saying that he could not live with a man whose palate was more sensitive than his heart. As for the lover, he said his soul dwelt in the body of another. As for repentance, he said he had indulged in it himself, but thrice in his whole life, once when he entrusted a secret to his wife, once when he paid the ship's fare to a place instead of walking thither, and once when he remained intestate the whole day. To an old man who was steeped in iniquity he said, Man, old age disgraces enough of its own. Do not add to them the shame of vice. To a tribune of the people, who had been accused of using poison, and who was trying to force the passage of a useless bill, he said, Young man, I know not which is worse, to drink your mixtures, or to enact your bills. And when he was reviled by a man who led a life of shameless debauchery, he said, I fight an unequal battle with you. You listen to abuse calmly, and utter it glibly, while for me it is unpleasant to utter it. Part 13 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Cato Major, Part 2. Having been elected consul with Valerius Flaccus, his intimate friend, the province which the Romans call hither Spain was allotted to his charge. Here, while he was subduing some of the tribes, and winning over others by diplomacy, a great host of barbarians fell upon him, and threatened to drive him disgracefully out of the province. He therefore begged the neighboring Celtiberians to become his allies. On their demanding 200 talents pay for such assistance, all his officers thought it intolerable that Romans should agree to pay barbarians for assistance. But Cato said there was nothing terrible in it. Should they be victorious, they could pay the price with the spoils taken from the enemy, not out of their own purse, whereas, should they be vanquished, there would be nobody left to pay, or to ask the price. In this battle he was completely victorious, and the rest of his campaign was a brilliant success. Polybius indeed says that in a single day the walls of all the cities this side of the river Bytus, and there were very many, and full of warlike men, were torn down at his command. And Cato himself says that he took more cities than he spent days in Spain, nor is this a mere boast, since in fact there were 400 of them. His soldiers got large booty in this campaign, and he gave each of them a pound of silver besides, saying that it was better to have many Romans go home with silver in their pockets than a few with gold. But in his own case, he says that no part of the booty fell to him, except what he ate and drank. Not that I find fault, he says, with those who seek profit by such a case, but I prefer to strive in bravery with the bravest, rather than in wealth with the richest, or in greed for money with the greediest. And he strove to keep not only himself, but also his associates, free from all taint of gain. He had 5 attendants with him in the field. One of these, whose name was Pacus, bought 3 boys from his own account from among the public prisoners, but finding that Cato was aware of the transaction, or ever he had come into his presence, went out and hanged himself. Cato sold the boys, and restored the money to the public treasury. While Cato still tarried in Spain, Scipio the Great, who was his enemy, wished to obstruct the current of his successes, and take away from him the administration of affairs in Spain, got himself appointed his successor in command of that province. Then he set out with all speed possible, and brought Cato's command to an end. But Cato took 5 cohorts of men-at-arms, and 500 horsemen as escort on his way home, and on the march subdued the tribe of the Lacedæmonians, and put to death 600 deserters whom they delivered up to him. Scipio was enraged at this proceeding, but Cato, treating him with mock humility, said that only then would Rome be at her greatest, when her men of high birth refused to yield the palm of virtue to men of lower rank, and when plebeians like himself contended in virtue with their superiors in birth and reputation. However, in spite of Scipio's displeasure, the Senate voted that no change whatever be made in what Cato had ordered and arranged. And so the administration of Scipio was marked by inactivity and idleness, and detracted from his own, rather than from Cato's reputation. Cato, on the other hand, celebrated a triumph. Most men who strive more for reputation than for virtue, when once they have obtained the highest honours of consulship and triumphs, straightway adjust their future lives to the enjoyment of a pleasurable ease, and give up their public careers. But Cato did not thus remit and dismiss his virtue, nay, rather like men first taking up the public service, and all athirst for honour and reputation, he girt his loins anew, and held himself ever ready to serve his friends and fellow citizens, either in the forum or in the field. And so it was that he assisted Tiberius Sempronius, the consul, in subduing the regions in Thrace and on the Danube, acting as his ambassador, and as legionary tribune under Manius Acilius, he marched into Greece against Antiochus the Great, who gave the Romans more to fear than any man after Hannibal. For he had won back almost all of Seleucus Nicator's former dominions in Asia, reduced to subjection many warlike nations of barbarians, and was eager to engage the Romans, whom he deemed the only worthy foemen left for him. So he crossed into Greece with an army, making the freeing of the Greeks a specious ground for war. This they did not need at all, since they had recently been made free and independent of Philip and the Macedonians by grace of the Romans. Greece was at once a stormy sea of hopes and fears, being corrupted by her demagogues with expectations of royal bounty. Accordingly, Manius sent envoys to the several cities. Most of those which were unsettled in their allegiance Titus Flaminius restrained without ado and quieted down, as I have written in his life. But Corinth, Patrae, and Aegium were brought over to Rome by Cato. He also spent much time at Athens, and we are told that a certain speech of his is extant, which he addressed to the Athenian people in Greek, declaring that he admired the virtues of the ancient Athenians, and was glad to behold a city so beautiful and grand as theirs. But this is not true. On the contrary, he dealt with the Athenians through an interpreter. He could have spoken to them directly, but he always clung to his native ways, and mocked at those who were lost in admiration of anything that was Greek. For instance, he poked fun at Postumius Albinus, who wrote a history in Greek, and asked the indulgence of his readers. Cato said that they might have shown him indulgence had he undertaken his task in consequence of a compulsory vote of the Amphictyotic assembly. Moreover, he says the Athenians were astonished at the speed and pungency of his discourse. For what he himself set forth with brevity, the interpreter would repeat to them at great length and with many words. And on the whole, he thought that the words of the Greeks were born on their lips, but those of the Romans in their hearts. Now Antiochus had blocked up the narrow pass of Thermopylae with his army, adding trenches and walls to the natural defences of the place, and sat there, thinking that he had locked the war out of Greece. And the Romans did indeed despair utterly of forcing a direct passage. But Cato, calling to mind the famous compass and circuit of the pass which the Persians had once made, took considerable force and set out under cover of darkness. They climbed the heights, but their guide, who was a prisoner of war, lost the way, and wandered about in impracticable and precipitous places, till he had filled the soldiers with dreadful dejection and fear. Cato, seeing their peril, bade the rest remain quietly where they were, while he himself, with a certain Lucius Manlius, an expert mountain climber, made his way along, with great toil and hazard, in the dense darkness of a moonless night, his vision much impeded and obscured by wild olive trees and rocky peaks, until at last they came upon a path. This, they thought, led down to the enemy's camp. So they put marks and signs on some conspicuous cliffs, which towered over Mount Calidromus, and then made their way back again to the main body. This too they conducted to the marks and signs, struck into the path indicated by these, and started forward. But when they had gone on a little way, the path failed them, and a ravine yawned to receive them. Once more dejection and fear were rife. They did not know, and could not see, that they were right upon the enemy whom they sought. But presently gleams of daylight came. Here and there a man thought he heard voices, and soon they actually saw a Greek outpost entrenched at the foot of the cliffs. So then Cato halted his forces there, and summoned the men of Firmum to a private conference. These soldiers he had always found trusty and zealous in his service. When they had run up and stood grouped about him, he said, "I must take one of the enemy's men alive, and learn from him who they are that form this advance guard, what their number is, and with what disposition and array their main body awaits us. But the task demands the swift and bold leaps of lions, fearlessly rushing, all unarmed, through the timorous beasts on which they prey." So spake Cato, and the Firmians instantly started, just as they were, rushed down the mountainside, and ran upon the enemy's sentinels. Falling upon them unexpectedly, they threw them all into confusion, and scattered them in flight. One of them they seized, arms and all, and delivered him over to Cato. From the captive Cato learned that the main force of the enemy was encamped in the pass with the king himself, and that the detachment guarding the pass over the mountains was composed of 600 picked Aetolians. Despising their small numbers and their carelessness, he led his troops against them at once, with bray of trumpet and war-cry, being himself the first to draw his sword. But when the enemy saw his men pouring down upon them from the cliffs, they fled to the main army, and filled them all with confusion. Meanwhile Manius also, down below, threw his whole force forward into the pass, and stormed the enemy's fortifications. Antiochus, being hit in the mouth with a stone, which knocked his teeth out, wheeled his horse about for very anguish. Then his army gave way everywhere before the Roman onset. Although flight for them meant impracticable roads and helpless wanderings, while deep marshes and steep cliffs threatened those who slipped and fell, still they poured along through the pass into these, crowding one another on in the fear of the enemy's deadly weapons, and so destroyed themselves. Cato, who was ever rather generous, it would seem, in his own praises, did not hesitate to follow up his great achievements with boastings equally great, is very pompous in his account of this exploit. He says that those who saw him at that time pursuing the enemy, hewing them down, felt convinced that Cato owed less to Rome than Rome to Cato. Also that the consul Manius himself, flushed with victory, threw his arms about him, still flushed with his own victory, and embraced him for a long time, crying out for joy that neither he himself nor the whole Roman people could fittingly requite Cato for his benefactions. Immediately after the battle he was sent to Rome as the messenger of his own triumphs. He had a fair passage to Brundisium, crossed the peninsula from there to Tarentum in a single day, and travelled thence 4 days more, and on the 5th day after landing reached Rome, where he was the first to announce the victory. He filled the city full of joy and sacrifices, and the people with the proud feeling that it was able to master every land and sea. These are perhaps the most remarkable features of Cato's military career. In political life he seems to have regarded the impeachment and conviction of malefactors as a department worthy of his most zealous efforts, for he brought many prosecutions himself, assisted others in bringing theirs, and even instigated some to begin prosecutions, as, for instance, Petilius against Scipio. That great man, however, trampled the accusations against him underfoot, as the splendor of his house and his own inherent loftiness of spirit prompted him to do, and Cato, unable to secure his capital conviction, dropped the case. But he so cooperated with the accusers of Lucius, Scipio's brother, as to have him condemned to pay a large fine to the state. This debt Lucius was unable to meet, and was therefore liable to imprisonment. Indeed, it was only at the intercession of the tribunes that he was at last set free. We are also told that a certain young man, who had got a verdict of civil outlawry against an enemy of his dead father, was passing through the forum on the conclusion of the case, and met Cato, who greeted him and said, "These are the sacrifices we must bring to the spirits of our parents, not lambs and kids, but the condemnations and tears of their enemies. However, he himself did not go unscathed, but wherever in his political career he gave his enemies the slightest handle, he was all the while suffering prosecutions and running risk of condemnation. It is said that he was defendant in nearly 50 cases, and in the last one when he was 85 years of age. It was in the course of this that he uttered the memorable saying, "It is hard for one who has lived among men of one generation to make his defense before those of his another." But even with this case he did not put an end to his forensic contests, but 4 years later, at the age of 90, he impeached Servius Galba. Indeed, he may be said, like Nestor, to have been vigorous and active among 3 generations. For after many political struggles with Scipio the Great, as told above, he lived to be contemporary with Scipio the Younger, who was the elder's grandson by adoption, and the son of that Paulus Aemilius, who subdued Perseus and the Macedonians. 10 years after his consulship, Cato stood for the censorship. This office towered, as it were, above every other civic honor, and was in a way the culmination of a political career. The variety of its powers was great, including that of examining into the lives and manners of the citizens. Its creators thought that no one should be left to his own devices and desires, without inspection and review, either in his marrying, or in the begetting of his children, or in the ordering of his daily life, or in the entertainment of his friends. Nay, rather, thinking that these things revealed a man's real character more than did his public and political career, they set men into office to watch, admonish, and chastise, that no one should turn aside to wantonness and forsake his native and customary mode of life. They chose to this office one of the so-called patricians and one of the plebeians. These officers were called censors, and they had authority to degrade a knight or to expel a senator who led an unbridled and disorderly life. They also revised the assessments of property and arranged the citizens in lists according to their social and political classes. There were other great powers also connected with the office. Therefore, when Cato stood for it, nearly all the best known and most influential men of the senatorial party united to oppose him. The men of noble parentage among them were moved by jealousy, thinking that nobility of birth would be trampled in the mire if men of ignoble birth forced their way up to the summits of honor and power, while those who were conscious of base practices and of a departure from ancestral customs feared the severity of the man, which was sure to be harsh and inexorable in the exercise of power. Therefore, after due consultation and preparation, they put in opposition to Cato 7 candidates for the office, who sought the favor of the multitude, with promises of mild conduct in office, supposing, forsooth, that it wanted to be ruled with a lax and indulgent hand. Cato, on the contrary, showed no complaisance whatever, but plainly threatened wrongdoers in his speeches, and loudly cried that the city had need of a great purification. He abjured the people, if they were wise, not to choose the most agreeable physician, but the one who was most in earnest. He himself, he said, was such a physician, and so was Valerius Flaccus of the patricians. With him as colleague, and him alone, he thought he could cut and sear to some purpose the hydra-like luxury and effeminacy of the time. As for the rest of the candidates, he saw that they were all trying to force their way into the office in order to administer it badly, since they feared those who would administer it well. And so truly great was the Roman people, and so worthy of great leaders, that they did not fear Cato's rigor and haughty independence, but rejected rather those agreeable candidates who, it was believed, would do everything to please them, and elected Flaccus to the office along with Cato. To Cato they gave ear, not as to one soliciting office, but as to one already in office and issuing his decrees. As censor, then, Cato made Lucius Valerius Flaccus, his colleague and friend, chief senator. He also expelled many members of the Senate, including Lucius Quintius. This man had been consul 7 years before, and, a thing which gave him more reputation than the consulship even, was brother of Titus Flaminius, who conquered King Philip. The reason for his expulsion was the following. There was a youth who, ever since his boyhood, had been the favorite of Lucius. This youth Lucius kept ever about him, and took with him on his campaigns in greater honor and power than one of his nearest friends and kinsmen had. He was once administering the affairs of his consular province, and at a certain banquet this youth, as was his wont, reclined at his side, and began to pay his flatteries to a man who, in his cups, was too easily led about. "I love you so much," he said, "that once, when there was a gladiatorial show at home, a thing which I had never seen, I rushed away from it to join you, although my heart was set on seeing a man slaughtered." "Well, for that matter," said Lucius, "don't lie there with any grudge against me, for I will cure it." Thereupon he commanded that one of his men who were lying under sentence of death be brought to the banquet, and that a lictor with an axe stand by his side. Then he asked his beloved if he wished to see the man smitten. The youth said he did, and Lucius ordered the man's head to be cut off. This is the version which most writers give of the affair, and so Cicero has represented Cato himself as telling the story in his dialogue On Old Age. But Livy says the victim was a Gallic deserter, and that Lucius did not have the man slain by a lictor, but smote him with his own hand, and that this is the version of the story in a speech of Cato's. On the expulsion of Lucius from the Senate by Cato, his brother was greatly indignant, and appealed to the people, urging that Cato state his reasons for the expulsion. Cato did so, narrating the incident of the banquet. Lucius attempted to make denial, but when Cato challenged him to a formal trial of the case with a wager of money upon it, he declined. Then the justice of his punishment was recognized. But once, when a spectacle was given in the theatre, he passed along by the senatorial seats, and took his place as far away from them as he could. Then the people took pity upon him, and shouted till they had forced him to change his seat, thus rectifying, as far as possible, and alleviating the situation. Cato expelled another senator who was thought to have had good prospects for the consulship, namely Manilius, because he embraced his wife in open day before the eyes of his daughter. For his own part, he said, he would never embrace his wife unless it thundered loudly. It was a pleasantry of his to remark that he was a happy man when it thundered. Cato was rather bitterly censured for his treatment of Lucius, the brother of Scipio, whom, though he had achieved the honor of a triumph, he expelled from the equestrian order. He was thought to have done this as an insult to the memory of Scipio Africanus. But he was most obnoxious to the majority of his enemies because he lopped off extravagance in living. This could not be done away with outright, since most of the people were already infected and corrupted by it, and so he took a roundabout way. He had all apparel, equipages, jewelry, furniture, and plate, the value of which in any case exceeded 1,500 drachmas, assessed at 10 times its worth, wishing by means of larger assessments to make the owner's taxes also larger. Then he laid a tax of 3 on every 1,000 asses thus assessed, in order that such property holders, burdened by their charges, and seeing that people of equal wealth who led modest and simple lives paid less into the public treasury, might desist from their extravagance. As a result, both classes were incensed against him, both those who endured the taxes for the sake of their luxury, and those no less who put away their luxury because of the taxes. For most men think themselves robbed of their wealth if they are prevented from displaying it, and that display of it is made in the superfluities, not in the necessities of life. This, we are told, is what most astonished Aristides the philosopher, namely, that those who possess the superfluities of life should be counted happy, rather than those well provided with life's necessary and useful things. Scopas, the Thessalian, when one of his friends asked for something of his which was of no great service to him, with the remark that he asked for nothing that was necessary and useful, replied, and yet my wealth and happiness are based on just such useless and superfluous things. Thus the desire for wealth is no natural adjunct. Part 14 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Cato Major, Part 3. However, Cato paid not the slightest heed to his accusers, but grew still more strict. He cut off the pipes by which people conveyed part of the public water supply into their private houses and gardens. He upset and demolished all buildings that encroached on public land. He reduced the cost of public works to the lowest, and forced the rent of public lands to the highest possible figure. All these things brought much odium upon him. Titus Flaminius headed a party against him which induced the Senate to annul as useless the outlays and payments which he had authorized for temples and public works, and incited the boldest of the tribunes to call him to account before the people and fine him 2 talents. The Senate also strongly opposed the erection of the basilica which he built at the public cost below the council house in the Forum, which was called the Basilica Porcia. Still, it appears that the people approved of his censorship to an amazing extent. At any rate, after erecting a statue to his honor in the Temple of Health, they commemorated in the inscription upon it not the military commands nor the triumph of Cato, but, as the inscription may be translated, the fact that, when the Roman Senate was tottering to its fall, he was made censor, and by helpful guidance, wise restraints, and sound teachings, restored it again. And yet, before this time, he used to laugh at those who delighted in such honors, saying that, although they knew it not, their pride was based simply on the work of statuaries and painters, whereas his own images, of the most exquisite workmanship, were borne about in the hearts of his fellow citizens. And to those who expressed their amazement that many men of no fame had statues, while he had none, he used to say, "I would rather have men ask why I have no statue than why I have one." In short, he thought a good citizen should not even allow himself to be praised, unless such praise was beneficial to the commonwealth. And yet of all men he has heaped most praises upon himself. He tells us that men of self-indulgent lives, when rebuked for it, used to say, "We ought not to be blamed. We are no Catos." Also that those who imitated some of his practices and did it clumsily were called left-handed Catos. Also that the Senate looked to him in the most dangerous crisis as seafarers to their helmsman, and often, if he was not present, postponed its most serious business. These boasts of his are confirmed, it is true, by other witnesses, for he had great authority in the city, alike for his life, his eloquence, and his age. He was also a good father, a considerate husband, and a household manager of no mean talent, nor did he give only a fitful attention to this, as a matter of little or no importance. Therefore, I think I ought to give suitable instances of his conduct in these relations. He married a wife who was of gentler birth than she was rich, thinking that, although the rich and the high-born may be alike given to pride, still women of high birth have such a horror of what is disgraceful that they are more obedient to their husbands in all that is honorable. He used to say that the man who struck his wife or child laid violent hands on the holiest of holy things. Also that he thought it more praiseworthy to be a good husband than a great senator. Nay, there was nothing else to admire in Socrates of old, except that he was kind and gentle in his intercourse with his shrewish wife and stupid sons. After the birth of his son, no business could be so urgent, unless it had a public character, as to prevent him from being present when his wife bathed and swaddled the babe. For the mother nursed it herself, and often gave suck also to the infants of her slaves, that so they may come to cherish a brotherly affection for her son. As soon as the boy showed signs of understanding, his father took him under his own charge, and taught him to read, although he had an accomplished slave, Chilo by name, who was a schoolteacher and taught many boys. Still Cato thought it not right, as he tells us himself, that his son should be scolded by a slave, or have his ears tweaked when he was slow to learn, still less that he should be indebted to his slave for such a priceless thing as education. He was therefore himself not only the boy's reading teacher, but his tutor in law and his athletic trainer, and he taught his son not merely to hurl the javelin and fight in armor and ride the horse, but also to box, to endure heat and cold, and to swim lustily through the eddies and billows of the Tiber. His History of Rome, as he tells us himself, he wrote out with his own hand and in large characters, that his son might have in his own home an aid to acquaintance with his country's ancient traditions. He declares that his son's presence put him on his guard against indecencies of speech, as much as that of the so-called Vestal Virgins, and that he never bathed with him. This, indeed, would seem to have been a general custom with the Romans, for even fathers-in-law avoided bathing with their sons-in-law, because they were ashamed to uncover their nakedness. Afterwards, however, when they learned from the Greeks their freedom in going naked, they in their turn infected the Greeks with the practice, even when women were present. So Cato wrought at the fair task of molding and fashioning his son to virtue, finding his zeal blameless, and his spirit answering to his good natural parts. But since his body was rather too delicate to endure much hardship, he relaxed somewhat in his favor the excessive rigidity and austerity of his own mode of life. But his son, although thus delicate, made a sturdy soldier, and fought brilliantly under Paulus Aemilianus in the battle against Perseus. On that occasion his sword either was smitten from his hand or slipped from his moist grasp. Distressed at this mishap, he turned to some of his companions for aid, and supported by them, rushed again into the thick of the enemy. After a long and furious struggle he succeeded in clearing the place, and found the sword at last among the many heaps of arms and dead bodies, where friends and foes alike lay piled upon one another. Paulus, his commander, admired the young man's exploit, and there is still extant a letter written by Cato himself to his son, in which he heaps extravagant praise upon him for this honorable zeal in recovering his sword. The young man afterwards married Tertia, a daughter of Paulus, and a sister of the younger Scipio, and his admission into such a family was due no less to himself than to his father. Thus Cato's careful attention to the education of his son bore worthy fruit. He owned many domestics, and usually bought those prisoners of war who were young and still capable of being reared and trained like whelps or colts. Not one of his slaves ever entered another man's house unless sent thither by Cato or his wife, and when such an one was asked what Cato was doing, he always answered that he did not know. A slave of his was expected either to be busy about the house or to be asleep, and he was very partial to the sleepy ones. He thought these gentler than the wakeful ones, and that those who enjoyed the gift of sleep were better for any kind of service than those who lacked it. In the belief that his slaves were led into the most mischief by their sexual passions, he stipulated that the males should consort with the females at a fixed price, but should never approach any other women. At the outset, while he was still poor and in military service, he found no fault at all with what was served up to him, declaring that it was shameful for a man to quarrel with a domestic over food and drink. But afterwards, when his circumstances were improved, he used to entertain his friends and colleagues at table. No sooner was the dinner over than he would flog those slaves who had been remiss at all in preparing or serving it. He was always contriving that his slaves should have feuds and dissensions among themselves. Harmony among them made him suspicious and fearful of them. He had those who were suspected of some capital offense brought to trial before all their fellow servants, and, if convicted, put to death. However, as he applied himself more strenuously to money-getting, he came to regard agriculture as more entertaining than profitable, and invested his capital in businesses that was safe and sure. He bought ponds, hot springs, districts given over to fullers, pitch factories, land with natural pasture, and forest, all of which brought him large profits, and could not, to use his own phrase, be ruined by Jupiter. He used to loan money also in the most disreputable of all ways, namely on ships, and his method was as follows. He required his borrowers to form a large company, and when there were 50 partners and as many ships for his security, he took one share in the company himself, and was represented by Quintio, a freedman of his, who accompanied his clients in all their ventures. In this way his entire security was not imperiled, but only a small part of it, and his profits were huge. He used to lend money also to those of his slaves who wished it, and they would buy boys with it, and, after training and teaching them for a year, at Cato's expense would sell them again. Many of these boys Cato would retain for himself, reckoning to the credit of the slave the highest price bid for his boy. He tried to incite his son also to such economies, by saying that it was not the part of a man, but of a widow woman, to lessen his subsistence. But that surely was too vehement a speech of Cato's, when he went too far, as to say that a man was to be admired and glorified like a god, if the final inventory of his property showed that he had added to it more than he had inherited. When he was well on in years, there came as ambassadors from Athens to Rome Carneades the academic, and Diogenes the Stoic philosopher, to beg the reversal of a certain decision against the Athenian people, which imposed upon them a fine of 500 talents. The people of Oropus had brought the suit, the Athenians had let the case go by default, and the Ciconians had pronounced judgment against them. Upon the arrival of these philosophers, the most studious of the city's youth hastened to wait upon them, and become their devoted and admiring listeners. The charm of Carneades especially, which had boundless power, and a fame not inferior to its power, won large and sympathetic audiences, and filled the city, like a rushing mighty wind, with the noise of his praises. Reports spread far and wide that a Greek of amazing talent, who disarmed all opposition by the magic of his eloquence, had infused a tremendous passion into the youth of the city, in consequence of which they forsook their other pleasures and pursuits, and were possessed about philosophy. The other Romans were pleased at this, and glad to see their young men lay hold of Greek culture, and consort with such admirable men. But Cato, at the very outset, when this zeal for discussion came pouring into the city, was distressed, fearing lest the young men, by giving this direction to their ambition, should come to love a reputation based on mere words, more than one achieved by martial deeds. When the fame of the visiting philosophers rose yet higher in the city, and their first speeches before the Senate were interpreted, at his own instance and request, by so conspicuous a man as Gaius Achilleus, Cato determined, on some decent pretext or other, to rid and purge the city of them all. So he rose in the Senate, and censured the magistrates for keeping in such long suspense an embassy composed of men who could easily secure anything they wished, so persuasive were they. "We ought," he said, "to make up our minds one way or the other, and vote on what the embassy proposes, in order that these men may return to their schools and lecture to the sons of Greece,
while the youth of Rome give ear to their laws and magistrates as heretofore. This he did, not, as some think, out of personal hostility to Carneades, but because he was wholly adverse to philosophy, and made mock of all Greek culture and training, out of patriotic zeal. He says, for instance, that Socrates was a mighty prattler, who attempted, as best he could, to be his country's tyrant, by abolishing its customs, and by enticing his fellow citizens into opinions contrary to the laws. He made fun of the school of Isocrates, declaring that his pupils kept on studying with him till they were old men, as if they were to practice their arts and plead their cases before Minos in Hades. In seeking to prejudice his son against Greek culture, he indulges in an utterance all too rash for his years, declaring, in the tone of a prophet or seer, that Rome would lose her empire when she became infected with Greek letters. But time has certainly shown the emptiness of this ill-boding speech of his, for while the city was at the zenith of its empire, she made every form of Greek learning and culture her own. It was not only Greek philosophers that he hated, but he was suspicious of Greeks who practiced medicine at Rome. He had heard, it would seem, of Hippocrates' reply, when the great king of Persia consulted him, that with the promise of a fee of many talents, namely that he would never put his skill at the service of barbarians who were enemies of Greece. He said all Greek physicians had taken a similar oath, and urged his son to beware of them all. He himself, he said, had written a book of recipes, which he followed in the treatment and regimen of any who were sick in his family. He never required his patients to fast, but fed them on greens, or bits of duck, pigeon, or hare. Such a diet, he said, was light and good for sick people, except that it often causes dreams. By following such treatment and regimen, he said, he had good health himself, and kept his family in good health. Such presumption on his part seems not to have gone unpunished, for he lost his wife and his son. He himself was well confirmed in bodily health and vigor, and long withstood the assaults of old age. Even when an old man he was prone to indulge his sexual appetite, and at last married a wife when he was long past the marrying age. This was the way it came about. After the death of his wife, he married his son to the daughter of Aemilius Paulus, the sister of Scipio, but he himself in widowhood took solace with a slave girl who secretly visited his bed. Of course, in a small house with a young married woman in it, the matter was discovered, and once, when the girl seemed to flaunt her way rather too boldly to his chamber, the old man could not help noticing that his son, although he said nothing, looked very sour and turned away. Perceiving that the thing displeased his children, Cato did not upbraid or blame them at all, but as he was going down in his usual way to the forum with his clients, called out with a loud voice to a certain Salonius, who had been one of his under-secretaries, and was now in his train, asking him if he had found a good husband for his young daughter. The man said that he had not, and would not do so without first consulting his patron. "Well then," said Cato, "I have found a suitable son-in-law for you, unless his age should be displeasing. In other ways, no fault can be found with him, but he is a very old man." Salonius at once bade him to take the matter in charge, and give the maid to the man of his choice, since she was the dependent on his, and in need of his kind services. Then Cato, without any more ado, said that he asked the damsel to wife for himself. At first, as was natural, the proposal amazed the man, who counted Cato far past marriage, and himself far beneath alliance with a house of consular dignity and triumphal honors. But when he saw that Cato was in earnest, he gladly accepted his proposal, and as soon as they reached the forum, the banns were published. While the marriage was in hand, Cato's son, accompanied by his friends, asked his father if it was because he had any complaint to make against him that he was now foisting a stepmother upon him, Heaven forbid, my son, cried Cato. All your conduct towards me has been admirable, and I have no fault to find with you. But I desire to bless myself and my country with more such sons. However, they say that this sentiment was uttered long before by Pisistratus, the tyrant of Athens, who gave his grown-up sons a stepmother in the person of Timonassa of Argolis, by whom he is said to have had Alophon and Thessalus. Of this second marriage a son was born to Cato, who was named Solonius after his mother's father, but his elder son died in the praetorship. Cato often speaks of him in his books as a brave and worthy man, and is said to have borne his loss with all the equanimity of a philosopher, remitting not a whit, because of it, his ardor in the public service. For he was not, like Lucullus or Metellus Pius in after times, too enfeebled by old age to serve the people, regarding the service of the state as a burdensome duty. Nor did he, like Scipio Africanus before him, because of envious attacks upon his reputation, turn his back upon the people, and make leisure his end and aim for the rest of his life. But rather, as someone persuaded Dionysus to regard his sovereignty as his fairest winding sheet, so he held public service to be the fairest privilege of old age. For recreation and amusement, when he had leisure therefor, he resorted to the writing of books, and to farming. He composed speeches then on all sorts of subjects, and histories, and as for farming, he followed it in earnest when he was young and poor. Indeed, he says, he then had only two ways of getting money, farming and frugality. But in later life he was only a theoretical and fancy farmer. He also composed a book on farming, in which he actually gave recipes for making cakes and preserving fruit. So ambitious was he to be superior and peculiar in everything. The dinners, too, which he gave in the country were quite plentiful. He often asked in congenial country neighbors, and made merry with them, and not only did those of his own age find him an agreeable and much desired companion, but also the young, for he was a man of large experience who had read and heard much of what was well worth repeating. He held the table to be the very best promoter of friendship, and at his own, the conversation turned much to the praise of honorable and worthy citizens, greatly to the neglect of those who were worthless and base. About such Cato suffered no table talk, either by way of praise or blame. The last of his public services is supposed to have been the destruction of Carthage. It was Scipio the Younger who actually brought the task to completion, but it was largely in consequence of the advice and counsel of Cato that the Romans undertook the war. It was on this wise. Cato was sent on an embassy to the Carthaginians, and Massinissa the Numidian, who were at war with one another, to inquire into the grounds of their quarrel. Massinissa had been a friend of the Roman people from the first, and the Carthaginians had entered into treaty relations with Rome after the defeat which the elder Scipio had given them. The treaty deprived them of their empire, and imposed a grievous money tribute upon them. Cato, however, found the city by no means in a poor and lowly state, as the Romans supposed, but rather teeming with vigorous fighting men, overflowing with enormous wealth, filled with arms of every sort and with military supplies, and not a little puffed up by all this. He therefore thought it no time for the Romans to be ordering and arranging the affairs of Massinissa and the Numidians, but that unless they should repress the city, which had always been their malignant foe, now that its power was so incredibly grown, that they would be involved again in dangers as great as before. Accordingly he returned with speed to Rome, and advised the Senate that the former calamitous defeats of the Carthaginians had diminished not so much their power as their foolhardiness, and were likely to render them in the end not weaker, but more expert in war. Their present contest with Numidia was but a prelude to a contest with Rome, while peace and treaty were mere names, wherewith to cover their postponement of war till a fit occasion offered. In addition to this, it is said that Cato contrived to drop a Libyan fig in the Senate as he shook out the folds of his toga, and then, as the senators admired its size and beauty, said that the country where it grew was only 3 days' sail from Rome. And in one thing he was even more savage, namely, in adding to his vote on any question whatsoever these words, "In my opinion, Carthage must be destroyed." Publius Scipio Nasica, on the contrary, when asked upon his vote, always ended his speech with this declaration, "In my opinion, Carthage must be spared." He saw, probably, that the Roman people, in its wantonness, was already guilty of many excesses, and, in the pride of its prosperity, spurned the control of the Senate, and forcibly dragged the whole state with it, whithersoever its mad desires inclined it. He wished, therefore, that the fear of Carthage should abide to curb the boldness of the multitude like a bridle, believing her not strong enough to conquer Rome, nor yet weak enough to be despised. But this was precisely what Cato dreaded, when the Roman people was inebriated and staggering with its power, to have a city which had always been great, and was now but sobered and chastened with its calamities, for ever threatening them. Such external threats to their sovereignty ought to be done away with altogether, he thought, that they might be free to devise a cure for their domestic failings. In this way Cato is said to have brought to pass the third and last war against Carthage, but it had no sooner begun than he died, having first prophesied to the man who was destined to end it. This man was then young, but as tribune in the army he was given proofs of judgment and daring in his engagements with the enemy. Tidings of this came to Rome, and Cato is said to have cried on hearing them, "Only he has wits, but the rest are fluttering shadows." This utterance of Cato's, Scipio speedily confirmed by his deeds. Cato left only one son by his second wife, whose surname, as we have already remarked, was Solonius, and one grandson by the son who had died before him. Solonius died in the praetorship, but the son whom he left, Marcus, came to be consul. Part 15 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Comparison of Aristides with Marcus Cato. Now that I have recorded the most noteworthy things in the careers of these men also, if one compare the entire life of the one with that of the other, it will not be easy to mark the difference between them, obscured as it is by many great resemblances. And even if, in our comparison, we analyze each life as we would a poem or a picture, we shall find that the rise to political power and repute in consequence of innate excellence and strength, rather than of inherited advantages, is common to both. But in the case of Aristides, Athens was not yet great when he rose to eminence, and the leaders and generals with whom he dealt were men of moderate and uniform fortunes. The highest assessment of property in those days was 500 bushels of grain, the second 300, the third and last 200, whereas Cato, coming from a little town, and from ways of life deemed rustic, plunged headlong into the boundless sea of Roman politics when they were no longer conducted by such men as Curius, Fabricius, and Attilius, nor welcomed as magistrates and leaders poor men who had mounted the rostrum after working with their own hands at the plough and the mattock, but were wont to have regard rather for great families and their wealth, largesses and solicitations, while those who sought office, such was now the power and arrogance of the people, were wantonly handled. It was not the same thing to have Themistocles for a rival, who was of no illustrious family, and had only moderate possessions. He is said to have been worth 3 or at most 5 talents when he entered public life, as it was to compete for preeminence with such men as Scipio Africanus, Servius Galba, and Quintius Flaminius, having no other advantage than a tongue which spoke boldly for the right. Besides, at Marathon, and again at Plataea, Aristides was only one of 10 generals, while Cato was elected one of 2 consuls out of many competitors, and one of 2 censors over the heads of 7 of the foremost and most illustrious Romans, who stood for the office with him. Furthermore, Aristides was not the foremost man in any one of his victories, but Miltiades has the chief honor of Marathon, Themistocles of Salamis, and at Plataea, Herodotus says it was Pausanias who won the fairest of all victories, while even for second honors Aristides had such rivals as Sophanes, Ammianus, Callimachus, and Cynaegerus, who displayed the greatest valor in those actions. Cato, on the other hand, was not only chief in the plans and actions of the Spanish war during his own consulate, but also at Thermopylae, when he was but a tribune in the army and another was consul. He got the glory of the victory, opening up great mountain passes for the Romans to rush through upon Antiochus, and swinging the war round it into the king's rear, when he had eyes only for what was in front of him. That victory was manifestly the work of Cato, and it not only drove Asia out of Hellas, but made it afterwards accessible to Scipio. It is true that both were always victorious in war, but in politics Aristides got a fall, being driven into a minority and ostracized by Themistocles. Cato, on the contrary, though he had for his antagonists almost always the greatest and ablest men in Rome, and though he kept on wrestling with them up to his old age, never lost his footing. He was involved in countless civil processes, both as plaintiff and as defendant. As plaintiff he often won his case, as defendant he never lost it, thanks to that bulwark and efficacious weapon of his life, his eloquence. To this, more justly than to fortune and the guardian genius of the man, we may ascribe the fact that he was never visited with disgrace. That was a great tribute which was paid Aristotle the philosopher by Antipater, when he wrote concerning him, after his death, that in addition to all his other gifts, the man had also the gift of persuasion. Man has no higher capacity than that for conducting cities and states, as is generally admitted, but the ability to conduct a household enters in no small degree into this higher political capacity, as most believe. For the city is but an organized sum total of households, and has public vigor only as its citizens prosper in their private lives. When Lycurgus banished both silver and gold from Sparta, and introduced there a coinage of iron that had been ruined by fire, he did not set his fellow citizens free from the duty of domestic economy. He merely removed the swollen and feverish wantonness of wealth, and so provided that all alike might have abundance of the necessary and useful things of life. He did this because, better than any other ancient legislator, he foresaw that the helpless, homeless, and poverty-stricken citizen was a greater menace to the commonwealth than one who was rich and ostentatious. Cato, then, was no whit less efficient in the conduct of his household than in that of the city. He not only increased his own substance, but became a recognized teacher of domestic economy and agriculture for others, and compiled many useful precepts on these subjects. Aristides, on the other hand, was so poor as to even bring his righteousness into disrepute, as ruining a household, reducing a man to beggary, and profiting everybody rather than its possessor. Yet Hesiod has much to say by way of exhorting us to righteousness allied with the domestic economy, and abuse and abuses idleness as a source of injustice. Homer also says well, "Labor I never liked, nor household thrift which breeds good children. But ships equipped with oars were ever my delight, battles and polished javelins and arrows," implying that the men who neglect their households are the very ones to live by injustice. Oil, as physicians tell us, is very beneficial when externally applied, though very injurious when used internally. But the righteous is not so. He is not helpful to others, while heedless of himself and of his family. Indeed, the poverty of Aristides would seem to have been a blemish on his political career, if, as most writers state, he had not foresight enough to leave his poor daughter a marriage portion, or even the cost of his own burial. And so it fell out that the family of Cato furnished Rome with praetors and consuls down to the 4th generation, for his grandsons, and their sons after them, filled the highest offices of state, whereas, though Aristides was the foremost of the Greeks, the abject poverty of his descendants forced some to ply a fortune-teller's trade, and others, for very want, to solicit the public bounty, while it robbed them all of every ambition to excel, or even to be worthy of their great ancestor. Possibly this point invites discussion. Poverty is never dishonorable in itself, but only when it is a mark of sloth, intemperance, extravagance, or thoughtlessness. When, on the other hand, it is the handmaiden of a sober, industrious, righteous, and brave man who devotes all his powers to the service of the people, it is the sign of a lofty spirit that harbors no mean thoughts. It is impossible for a man to do great things when his thoughts are busy with little things, nor can he aid the many who are in need when he himself is in need of many things. A great equipment for public service consists not in wealth, but in contented independence, which requires no private superfluities, and so puts no hindrance in the way of serving the commonwealth. God alone is absolutely free from wants, but that is the most perfect and godlike quality in human excellence, which reduces man's wants to their lowest terms. For, as a body which is well-tempered and vigorous needs no superfluous food or raiment, so a healthy individual or family life can be conducted with the simplest outlays. A man should make his gains tally with his needs. He who heaps up much substance and uses little of it is not contented and independent. If he does not need it, he is a fool for providing what he does not crave, and if he craves it, he makes himself most wretched by parsimoniously curtailing his enjoyment of it. Indeed, I would fain ask Cato himself this question. If wealth is a thing to be enjoyed, why do you plume yourself on being satisfied with little when possessed of much? But if it be a fine thing, as indeed it is, to eat ordinary bread, and to drink such wine as laborers and servants drink, and not to want purple robes, or even plastered houses, then Aristides and Epaminondas and Manius Curius and Gaius Fabricius were perfectly right in turning their backs on the gaining of what they scorned to use. Surely it is not worth while for a man who, like Cato, esteemed turnips a delectable dish and cooked them himself while his wife was kneading bread, to babble so much about a paltry copper, and write on the occupation in which one might soonest get rich. Great is the simple life, and great its independence, but only because it frees a man from the anxious desire of superfluous things. Hence it was that Aristides, as we are told, remarked at the trial of Camillus, that only those who were poor in spite of themselves should be ashamed of their poverty. Those who, like himself, chose poverty should glory in it. Surely it were ridiculous to suppose that the poverty of Aristides was due to a sloth, when, without doing anything disgraceful, but merely by stripping a single barbarian, or seizing a single tent, he might have made himself rich. So much on this head. The military campaigns of Cato made no great addition to the Roman Empire, which was great already, but those of Aristides include the fairest, most brilliant, and most important actions of the Greeks, namely Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea. And certainly Antiochus is not worthy to be compared with Xerxes, nor the demolition of the walls of the Spanish cities with the destruction of so many myriads of barbarians both by land and sea. On these occasions Aristides was inferior to no one in actual service, but he left the glory and the laurels, as he did wealth and substance, to those who wanted them more, because he was superior to all these things also. For my own part, I do not blame Cato for his constant boasting, or for rating himself above everybody else, although he does say, in one of his speeches, that self-praise and self-depreciation are alike absurd. But I regard the man who is often lauding himself as less complete in excellence than one who does not even want others to do so. Freedom from ambition is no slight requisite for the gentleness which should be the mark of statesmen. And, on the contrary, ambition is harsh, and the greatest fomenter of envy. From this spirit Aristides was wholly free, whereas Cato was very full of it. For example, Aristides cooperated with Themistocles in his greatest achievements, and, as one might say, stood guard over him while he was in command, and thereby saved Athens, while Cato, by his opposition to Scipio, almost vitiated and ruined that wonderful campaign of his against the Carthaginians, in which he overthrew the invincible Hannibal, and finally, by perpetually inventing all sorts of suspicions and calumnies against him, drove him out of Rome, and brought down on his brother's head a most shameful condemnation for embezzlement. Once more, the temperance which Cato always decked out with the fairest praises, Aristides maintained and practiced in unsullied purity, whereas Cato, by marrying unworthily and unseasonably, fell under no slight or insignificant censure in this regard. It was surely quite indecent that a man of his years should bring home as stepmother to his grown-up son, and that son's bride, a girl whose father was his assistant, and served the public for hire. Whether he did this merely for his own pleasure, or in anger to punish his son for objecting to his mistress, both what he did and what led him to do it were disgraceful, and the sarcastic reason for it, which he gave his son, was not a true one. For had he wished to begot more sons as good, he should have planned at the outset to marry a woman of family, instead of contenting himself, as long as he could so secretly, with the society of a low concubine, and, when he was discovered, making a man his father-in-law, whom he could most easily persuade, rather than
Part 16 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Cimon, Part 1. Peripultus the seer, who conducted King Opheltus with his subjects from Thessaly into Boeotia, left a posterity there which is in high repute for many generations. The greater part of them settled in Caronia, which was the first city they won from the barbarians. Now most of this posterity were naturally men of war and courage, so they were consumed away in the Persian invasion and in the contests with the Gauls, because they did not spare themselves. There remained, however, an orphan boy, Damon by name, Peripultus by surname, who far surpassed his fellows in beauty of body and vigor of spirit, though otherwise he was untrained and of a harsh disposition. With this Damon, just passed out of a boy's estate, the Roman commander of a cohort that was wintering in Caronia fell enamored, and since he could not win him over by solicitations and presents, he was plainly bent on violence, seeing that our native city was at that time in a sorry plight, and neglected because of her smallness and poverty. Violence was just what Damon feared, and since the solicitation itself had enraged him, he plotted against the man, and enlisted against him sundry companions, a few only, that they might escape notice. There were 16 of them in all, who smeared their faces with soot one night, heated themselves with wine, and at daybreak fell upon the Roman while he was sacrificing in the marketplace, slew him, together with many of his followers, and departed the city. During the commotion which followed, the council of Caronia met and condemned the murderers to death, and this was the defense which the city afterwards made to its Roman rulers. But in the evening, while the magistrates were dining together, as the custom is, Damon and his men burst into the town hall, slew them, and again fled the city. Now about that time it chanced that Lucius Lucullus passed that way, on an errand with his army. Halting on his march and investigating matters while they were still fresh in mind, he found that the city was in no wise to blame, but rather had itself also suffered wrong. So he took its garrison of soldiers and led them away with him. Then Damon, who was ravaging the country with predatory forays and threatening the city, was induced by embassies and conciliatory decrees of the citizens to return, and was appointed gymnasiarch. But soon, as he was anointing himself in the vapor bath, he was slain. And because for a long while thereafter certain phantoms appeared in the place, and groans were heard there, as our fathers tell us, the door of the vapor bath was walled up, and to this present time the neighbors think it is the source of alarming sights and sounds. Descendants of Damon's family, and some are still living, especially near Styrus and Phocis, Aeolians in speech, are called Asbolomeni, or besooted, because Damon smeared himself with soot before he went forth to do his deed of murder. But the Orchomenians, who were neighbors and rivals of the Caronians, hired a Roman informer to cite the city by name, as though it were an individual person, and prosecute it for the murder of the Roman soldiers who had been slain by Damon. The trial was held before the praetor of Macedonia. The Romans were not yet sending praetors to Greece, and the city's advocates invoked the testimony of Lucullus. Lucullus, when the praetor wrote to him, testified to the truth of the matter, and so the city escaped capital condemnation. Accordingly, the people who at that time were saved by him erected a marble statue of Lucullus in the marketplace, beside that of Dionysus. And we, though many generations removed from him, think that his favor extends even down to us who are now living. And since we believe that a portrait which reveals character and disposition is far more beautiful than one which merely copies form and feature, we shall incorporate this man's deeds into our parallel lives, and we shall rehearse them truly. The mere mention of them is sufficient favor to show him, and as a return for his truthful testimony, he himself surely will not deign to accept a false and garbled narrative of his career. We demand of those who would paint fair and graceful features that in case of any slight imperfection therein, they shall neither wholly admit it nor yet emphasize it, because the one course makes the portrait ugly and the other unlike its original. In like manner, since it is difficult, nay rather perhaps impossible, to represent a man's life as stainless and pure, in its fair chapters we must round out the truth into fullest semblance. But those transgressions and follies, by which owing to passion, perhaps, or political compulsion, a man's career is sullied, we must regard as shortcomings in some particular excellence, rather than as vile products of positive baseness, and we must not all too zealously delineate them in our history, and superfluously too, but treat them as though we were tenderly defending human nature for producing no character which is absolutely good and indisputably set towards virtue. On looking about for someone to compare with Lucullus, we decided that it must be Cimon. Both were men of war and of brilliant exploits against the barbarians, and yet they were mild and beneficent statesmen, in that they gave their countries unusual respite from civil strifes, though each one of them set up martial trophies and won victories that were famous. No Hellene before Cimon, and no Roman before Lucullus, carried his wars into such remote lands. If we leave out of our account the exploits of Heracles and Dionysus, and whatever credible deeds of Perseus against the Ethiopians, or Medes and Armenians, or of Jason, have been brought down in the memory of man from those early times to our own, common also in a way to both their careers was the incompleteness of their campaigns. Each crushed, but neither gave the death blow to his antagonist. But more than all else, the lavish ease which marked their entertainments and hospitalities, as well as the ardor and laxity of their way of living, was conspicuous alike in both. Possibly we may omit still other resemblances, but it will not be hard to gather them directly from our story. Cimon was the son of Miltiades by Hexphile, a woman of Thracian stock, daughter of King Olorus, as is stated in the poems Archelaus and Melanthius, addressed to Cimon himself. That explains how it was the father of Thucydides the historian, and Thucydides was connected with the family of Cimon, was also an Olorus, who referred his name back to that of the common ancestor, and how it was that Thucydides had gold mines in Thrace. And it is said that Thucydides dies in Scapatehule, a place in Thrace, having been murdered there, but his remains were brought to Attica, and his monument is shown among those of Cimon's family, hard by the tomb of Elpicene, Cimon's sister. However, Thucydides belonged to the deme of Halimus, the family of Miltiades to that of Lechaide. Now Miltiades, who had been condemned to pay a fine of 50 talents and confined till payment should be made, died in prison, and Cimon, thus left a mere stripling with his sister, who was a young girl and unmarried, was of no account in the city at first. He had the bad name of being dissolute and bibulous, and of taking after his grandfather Cimon, who, they said, because of his simplicity, was dubbed Coelimus, or Booby. And Sesimbrotus the Thasian, who was of about Cimon's time, says that he acquired no literary education, nor any other liberal and distinctively Hellenic accomplishment, that he lacked entirely the Attic cleverness and fluency of speech, that in his outward bearing there was much nobility and truthfulness, that the fashion of the man's spirit was rather Peloponnesian, plain, unadorned, in a great crisis, brave and true, as Euripides says of Heracles, a citation which we may add to what Sesimbrotus wrote. While he was still a youth, he was accused of improper intercourse with his sister, and indeed, in other cases too, they say that Elpicene was not very decorous, but that she had improper relations also with Polygnotus the painter, and that it was for this reason that, in the Pisonactium, as it was then called, but now the painted colonnade, when he was painting the Trojan women, he made the features of Laodice a portrait of Elpinice. Now Polygnotus was not a mere artisan, and did not paint the Stoa for a contract price, but gratis, out of zeal for the welfare of the city, as the historians relate, and as Melanthius the poet testifies after this fashion. He at his own lavish outlay the gods' great fanes and the market, named Cecropia, adorned, demigods' valor his theme. Still, there are some who say that Elpinice did not live with Cimon in secret intercourse, but openly rather, as his wedded wife, because, on account of her poverty, she could not get a husband worthy of her high lineage, but that Callias, a wealthy Athenian, fell in love with her, and offered to pay into the state treasury the fine which had been imposed on her father. She consented herself, and Cimon freely gave Elpinice to Callias as wife. However, it is perfectly apparent that Cimon was given to the love of women. Asteria, of Salaminian family, and a certain Nestra are mentioned by the poet Melanthius in a sportive elegy addressed to Cimon, as wooed and won by him, and it is clear that he was even too passionately attached to his lawful wife, Isodike, the daughter of Eurytolemus and granddaughter of Megacles, and that he was too sorely afflicted at her death, if we may judge from the elegy addressed to him for the mitigation of his grief. This was composed by the naturalist Archelaus, as Panathius the philosopher thinks, and is conjecture as chronologically possible. All other traits of Cimon's character were admirable and noble. Neither in daring was he inferior to Miltiades, nor in sagacity to Themistocles, and is it admitted that he was a juster man than either, and that while not one whit behind them in the good qualities of a soldier, he was inconceivably their superior in those of a statesman, even when he was still young and untried in war. When the Medes made their invasion, and Themistocles was trying to persuade the people to give up their city, abandon their country, make a stand with their fleet off Salamis, and fight the issue at sea, most men were terrified at the boldness of the scene. But lo, Cimon was the first to act, and with a gay mien led a procession of his companions through the Ceramasius up to the Acropolis to dedicate to the goddess there the horse's bridle which he carried in his hands, signifying thus that what the city needed then was not knightly prowess, but sea fighters. After he had dedicated his bridle, he took up one of the shields which were hung about the temple, addressed his prayers to the goddess, and went down to the sea, whereat many were first made to take heart. He was of no mean presence, as Ion the poet says, but tall and stately, with an abundant and curly head of hair. And since he displayed brilliant and heroic qualities in the actual struggle at Salamis, he soon acquired reputation and goodwill in the city. Many thronged to him and besought him to purpose and perform at once what would be worthy of Marathon. So when he entered politics, the people gladly welcomed him, and promoted him, since they were full to surfeit of Themistocles, to the highest honors and offices of the city. For he was engaging and attractive to the common folk by reason of his gentleness and artlessness. But it was Aristides, son of Lysimachus, who more than anyone else furthered his career, for he saw the fine features of his character and made him, as it were, a foil to the cleverness and daring of Themistocles. After the flight of the Medes from Hellas, Cimon was sent out a commander, before the Athenians had obtained their empire of the sea, and while they were still under the leadership of Pausanias and the Lacedaemonians. During this campaign, the citizen soldiers he furnished on expeditions were always admirably disciplined and far more zealous than any others. And again, while Pausanias was holding treasonable conferences with the barbarians, writing letters to the king, treating the allies with harsh arrogance, and displaying much wantonness of power and silly pretension, Cimon received with mildness those who brought their wrongs to him, treated them humanely, and so, before men were aware of it, secured the leadership of Hellas, not by force of arms, but by virtue of his address and character. For most of the allies, because they could not endure the severity and disdain of Pausanias, attached themselves to Cimon and Aristides, whom no sooner won this following than they sent also to the Ephors and told them, since Sparta had lost her prestige and Hellas was in confusion, to recall Pausanias. It is said that a maiden of Byzantium, of excellent parentage, Cleonis by name, was summoned by Pausanias for a purpose that would disgrace her. Her parents, influenced by constraint and fear, abandoned their daughter to her fate, and she, after requesting the attendants before his chamber to remove the light, in darkness and silence at length drew near the couch on which Pausanias was asleep, but accidentally stumbled against the lamp holder and upset it. Pausanias, startled by the noise, drew the dagger which lay at his side, with the idea that some enemy was upon him, and smote and felled the maiden. After her death, in consequence of the blow, she gave Pausanias no peace, but kept coming into his sleep by night in phantom form, wrathfully uttering this verse: "Draw thou nigh to thy doom, 'tis evil for men to be wanton." At this outrage the allies were beyond measure incensed, and joined Cimon in forcing Pausanias to give up the city. Driven from Byzantium, and still harassed by the phantom, as the story goes, he had recourse to the ghost oracle of Heraclea, and summoning up the spirit of Cleonis, besought her to forego her wrath. She came into his presence and said that he would soon cease from his troubles on coming to Sparta, thus darkly intimating, as it seems, his impending death. At any rate, this tale is told by many. But Cimon, now that the allies had attached themselves to him, took command of them, and sailed to Thrace, for he heard that men of rank among the Persians and kinsmen of the king held possession of Eion, a city on the banks of the Strymon, and were harassing the Hellenes of that vicinity. First he defeated the Persians themselves in battle, and shut them up in the city. Then he expelled from their homes above the Strymon the Thracians, from whom the Persians had been getting provisions, put the whole country under guard, and brought the besieged to such straits that Butes, the king's general, gave up the struggle, set fire to the city, and destroyed with it his family, his treasures, and himself. And so it was that though Cimon took the city, he gained no other memorable advantage thereby, since most of its treasures had been burned up with the barbarians. But the surrounding territory was very fertile and fair, and this he turned over to the Athenians for occupation. Wherefore the people permitted him to dedicate the stone Hermae, on the first of which is the inscription, "Valorous-hearted as well were they who at Cimon fighting, facing the sons of the Medes, Strimon's current beside, fiery famine arrayed, and gore-flecked Ares against them, thus first finding for foes that grim exit, despair." And on the second, "Unto their leaders reward by Athenians thus have been given, benefits won such return, valorous deeds of the brave, all the more strong at the sight will men of the future be eager, fighting for the commonwealth, war's dead strife to maintain." And on the third, "With the Atridae of old, from this our city, Menestheus led his men to the plain Trojan called, and divine. He, once Homer asserted, among well-armoured Achaeans, marshaller was of the fight, best of them all who had come. Thus there is naught unseemly in giving that name to Athenians, marshallers, they both of war and of the vigour of men." Although these inscriptions nowhere mention Cimon by name, his contemporaries held them to be a surpassing honour for him. Neither Themistocles nor Miltiades achieved any such. Nay, when the latter asked for a crown of olive merely, Sophanes, the Declian, rose up in the midst of the assembly and protested. His speech was ungracious, but it pleased the people of that day. "When," said he, "thou hast fought out alone a victory over the barbarians, then demand to be honoured alone." Why, then, were the people so excessively pleased with the achievement of Cimon? Perhaps it was because when the others were their generals they were trying to repel their enemies and so avert disaster, but when he led them they were enabled to ravage the land of their enemies with incursions of their own, and acquired fresh territories for settlement, not only in Ionia itself, but also in Amphipolis. They settled Skyros too, which Cimon seized for the following reason. Dolopians were living on the island, but they were poor tillers of the soil, so they practiced piracy on the high seas from of old, and finally did not withhold their hands even from those who put into their ports and had dealings with them, but robbed some Thessalian merchants who had cast anger at Ctesium and threw them into prison. When these men had escaped from bondage and won their suit against the city at the Amphictonic assembly, the people of Skyros were not willing to make restitution, but called on those who actually held the plunder to give it back. The robbers, in terror, sent a letter to Cimon, urging him to come with his fleet to seize the city, and they would give it up to him. In this manner Cimon got possession of the island, drove out the Dolopians, and made the Aegean a free sea. On learning that the ancient Theseus, son of Aegeus, had fled in exile from Athens to Skyros, but had been treacherously put to death there, through fear, by Lycomedes the king, Cimon eagerly sought to discover his grave. For the Athenians had once received an oracle bidding them to bring back the bones of Theseus to the city and honor him as became a hero, but they knew not where he lay buried, since the Scyrians would not admit the truth of the story, nor permit any search to be made. Now, however, Cimon set to work with great ardor, discovered at last the hallowed spot, had the bones bestowed upon his own trireme, and with general pomp and show brought them back to the hero's own country after an absence of about 400 years. This was the chief reason why the people took kindly to him. But they also cherished in kindly remembrance of him that decision of his in the tragic contest which became so famous. When Sophocles, still a young man, entered the lists with his first plays, Apsphion the Archon, seeing that the spirit of rivalry and partisanship ran high among the spectators, did not appoint the judges of the contest as usual by lot, but when Cimon and his fellow generals advanced into the theatre and made the customary libation to the god, he would not suffer them to depart, but forced them to take the oath and sit as judges, being 10 in all, 1 from each tribe. So then the contest, even because of the unusual dignity of the judges, was more animated than ever before, but Sophocles came off victorious, and it is said that Aeschylus, in great distress and indignation thereat, lingered only a little while at Athens, and then went off in anger to Sicily. There he died also, and is buried near Gela. Ion says that coming from Chios to Athens as a mere stripling, he was once a fellow guest with Cimon at a dinner given by Laoridon, and that over the wine the hero was invited to sing, and did sing very agreeably, and was praised by the guests as a cleverer man than Themistocles. That hero, they said, declared that he had not learned to sing, nor even to play the lyre, but knew how to make a city great and rich. Next, Dion says, as is natural over the cups, the conversation drifted to the exploits of Cimon, and as his greatest deeds were being recounted, the hero himself dwelt at length on a particular stratagem which he thought his shrewdest. Once, he said, when the Athenians and their allies had taken many barbarian prisoners at Sestos and Byzantium, and turned them over to him for distribution, he put into one lot the persons of the captives, and into another the rich adornments of their bodies, and his distribution was blamed as unequal. But he bade the allies choose one of the lots, and the Athenians would be content with whichever one they left. So in the advice of Hierophytus the Samian, they chose the Persian wealth rather than the Persians, and the allies took the rich adornments for themselves and left the prisoners for the Athenians. At the same time, Cimon came off with reputation as being a ridiculous distributor, since the allies had got their gold anklets and armlets and collars and jackets and purple robes to display, while the Athenians got only naked bodies, ill-trained for labor. But a little while after, the friends and kinsmen of the captives came down from Phrygia and Lydia, and ransomed every one of them at a great price, so that Cimon had 4 months' pay and rations for his fleet, and besides that, much gold from the ransoms was left over for the city. And since he was already wealthy, Cimon lavished the revenues from his campaign, which he was thought to have won with honor from the enemy, to his still greater honor on his fellow citizens. He took away the fences from his fields, that strangers and needy citizens might have it in their power to take fearlessly of the fruits of the land. And every day he gave a dinner at his house, simple, it is true, but sufficient for many, to which any poor man who wished came in, and so received a maintenance which cost him no effort, and left him free to devote himself solely to public affairs. But Aristotle says that it was not for all Athenians, but was only for his own demesmen, the Lachiadae, that he provided a free dinner. He was constantly attended by young comrades in fine attire, each one of whom, whenever an elderly citizen in needy array came up, was ready to exchange raiment with him. The practice made a deep impression. These same followers also carried with them a generous sum of money, and going up to poor men of finer quality in the marketplace, they would quietly thrust small change into their hands. To such generosity as this, Cratinus seems to have referred in his Archilochi, with the words, "Yes, I too hoped, Metrobius, I, the public scribe, along with man divine, the rarest host that lives, in every way the best of all Hellenic men, with Cimon feasting out in joyous sleek old age, to while away the remnant of my life. But he has gone before and left me." And again, Gorgias the Leontine says that Cimon made money that he might spend it, and spent it that he might be honored for it. And Critias, one of the 30 tyrants, prays in his elegies that he may have the wealth of the Scopadae, the great-mindedness of Cimon, and the victories of Arcesilaus of Lacedaemon. And we know that Lucius the Spartan became famous among the Hellenes for no other reason than that he entertained the strangers at the boys' gymnastic festival. But the generosity of Cimon surpassed even the hospitality and philanthropy of the Athenians of olden time, for they, and their city is justly very proud of it, spread about among the Hellenes the sowing of grain and the lustral uses of spring waters, and taught mankind who knew it not the art of kindling fire. But he made his home in the city a general public residence for his fellow citizens, and on his estates in the country allowed even the stranger to take and use the choicest of the ripened fruits, with all the fair things which the seasons bring. Thus, in a certain fashion, he restored to human life the fabled communism of the age of Cronus, the Golden Age. Those who slanderously said that this was flattery of the rabble and a demagogic art in him were refuted by the man's political policy, which was aristocratic and Laconian. He actually opposed Themistocles when he exalted the democracy unduly, as Aristides also did. Later on, he took hostile issue with Ephialtes, who, to please the people, tried to dethrone the council of the Areopagus. And though he saw all the rest except Aristides and Ephialtes filling their purses with the gains from their public services, he remained unbought and unapproached by bribes, devoting all his powers to the state, without recompense and in all purity, through to the end. It is told, indeed, the one Roisakes, a barbarian who had deserted from the king, came to Athens with large moneys, and being set upon fiercely by the public informers, fled for refuge to Cimon, and deposited at his door 2 platters, one filled with silver, the other with golden darics. Cimon, when he saw them, smiled, and asked the man whether he preferred to have Cimon as his hireling or his friend, and on his replying, "As my friend," "Well then," said Cimon, "take this money with thee, and go thy way, for I shall have the use of it when I want, if I am thy friend."
Part 17 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Chapter 2. Cimon. The allies continued to pay their assessments, but did not furnish men and ships according to allotment, since they were soon weary of military service, and had no need of war, but a great desire to till their land and live at their ease. The barbarians were gone, and did not harass them, so they neither manned their ships nor sent out soldiers. The rest of the Athenian generals tried to force them to do this, and by prosecuting delinquents and punishing them, rendered their empire burdensome and vexatious. But Cimon took just the opposite course when he was general, and brought no compulsion to bear on a single Hellene, but accepted money from those who did not wish to go out on service, and ships without crews, and so suffered the allies, caught with the bait of their own ease, to stay at home and become tillers of the soil, and unwarlike merchants instead of warriors, and all through their foolish love of comfort. On the other hand, he made great numbers of the Athenians man their ships, one crew relieving another, and imposed on them the toil of his expeditions, and so in a little while, by means of the very wages which they got from the allies, made them lords of their own paymasters. For those who did no military service became used to fearing and flattering those who were continually voyaging, and for ever under arms and training, and practising, and so, before they knew it, they were tributary subjects instead of allies. And surely there was no one who humbled the great king himself, and reduced his haughty spirit, more than Cimon. For he did not let him go quietly away from Hellas, but followed right at his heels as it were, and before the barbarians had come to a halt and taken breath, he sacked and overthrew here, or subverted and annexed to the Hellenes there, until Asia, from Ionia to Pamphylia, was entirely cleared of Persian arms. Learning that the generals of the king were lurking about Pamphylia with a great army and many ships, and wishing to make them afraid to enter at all the sea to the west of the Chelidonian Isles, he set sail from Cnidus and Tropium with 200 triremes. These vessels had been from the beginning very well constructed for speed and manoeuvring by Themistocles, but Cimon now made them broader, and put bridges between their decks, in order that with their immorous hoplites they might be more effective in their onsets. Putting in at Phaselis, which was a Hellenic city, but refused to admit his armament or even abandon the king's cause, he ravaged its territory and assaulted its walls. But the Chians, who formed part of his fleet, and were of old on friendly terms with the people of Phaselis, labored to soften Cimon's hostility, and at the same time, by shooting arrows over the walls with little documents attached, they conveyed messages of their success to the men of Phaselis. So finally Cimon made friends with them on condition that they should pay 10 talents, and join him in his expedition against the barbarians. Now Ephorus says that Tithrastes was commander of the royal fleet, and Pharandates of the infantry, but Callisthenes says that it was Ariomandes, the son of Gobryas, who, as commander-in-chief of all the forces, lay at anchor with the fleet off the mouth of the Eurymedon, and that he was not at all eager to fight with the Hellenes, but was waiting for 80 Phoenician ships to sail up from Cyprus. Wishing to anticipate their arrival, Cimon put out to sea, prepared to force the fighting if his enemy should decline an engagement. At first the enemy put into the river, that they might not be forced to fight, but when the Athenians bore down on them there, they sailed out to meet them. They had 600 ships, according to Phanidemus, 350 according to Ephorus. Whatever the number, nothing was achieved by them on the water which was worthy of such a force, but they straightway put about and made for shore, where the foremost of them abandoned their ships and fled for refuge to the infantry which was drawn up near by. Those who were overtaken were destroyed with their ships. Whereby also it is plain that the barbarian ships which went into action were very numerous indeed, since though many of course made their escape, and many were destroyed, still 200 were captured by the Athenians. When the enemy's land forces marched threateningly down to the sea, Cimon thought it a vast undertaking to force a landing and lead his weary Hellenes against an unwearied and many times more numerous foe. But he saw that his men were exalted by the impetus and pride of their victory, and eager to come to close quarters with the barbarians, so he landed his hoplites still hot with the struggle of the sea fight, and they advanced to the attack with shouts and on the run. The Persians stood firm and received the onset nobly, and a mighty battle ensued, wherein there fell brave men of Athens who were foremost in public office and eminent. But after a long struggle the Athenians routed the barbarians with slaughter, and then captured them in their camp, which was full of all sorts of treasure. But Cimon, though like a powerful athlete he had brought down 2 contests in one day, and though he had surpassed the victory of Salamis with an infantry battle, and that of Plataea with a naval battle, still went on competing with his own victories. Hearing that the 80 Phoenician triremes which were too late for the battle had put in at Hydrus, he sailed thither with all speed, while their commanders as yet knew nothing definite about the major force, but were still in distrustful suspense. For this reason they were all the more panic-stricken at his attack, and lost all their ships. Most of their crews were destroyed with the ships. This exploit so humbled the purpose of the king that he made the terms of that notorious peace, by which he was to keep away from the Hellenic sea-coast as far as a horse could travel in a day, and was not to sail west of the Cyanean and the Caledonian islands with armoured ships of war. And yet Callisthenes denies that the barbarian made any such terms, but says he really acted as though he did through the fear which that victory inspired, and kept so far aloof from Hellas that Pericles with 50, and Ephialtes with only 30, ships sailed beyond the Caledonian Isles without encountering any navy of the barbarians. But in the decrees collected by Craterus there is a copy of the treaty in its due place, as though it had actually been made. And they say that the Athenians also built the altar of peace to commemorate this event, and paid distinguished honours to Callias as their ambassador. By the sale of the captured spoils the people was enabled to meet various financial demands, and especially it constructed the southern wall of the Acropolis, with the generous resources obtained from that expedition. And it is said that, though the building of the long walls, called legs, was completed afterwards, yet their first foundations, where the work was obstructed by swamps and marshes, were stayed up securely by Cimon, who dumped vast quantities of rubble and heavy stones into the swamps, meeting the expenses himself. He was the first to beautify the city with the so-called liberal and elegant resorts which were so excessively popular a little later, by planting the marketplace with plane trees, and by converting the academy from a waterless and arid spot into a well-watered grove, which he provided with clear running tracks and shady walks. Now there were certain Persians who would not abandon the Chersonese, but called in Thracians from the north to help them, despising Cimon, who had sailed out from Athens with only a few triremes all told. But he sallied out against them with his 4 ships and captured their 13, drove out the Persians, overwhelmed the Thracians, and turned the whole Chersonese over to his city for settlement. And after this, when the Thracians were in revolt from Athens, he defeated them in a sea fight, captured 33 of their ships, besieged and took their city, acquired their gold mines on the opposite mainland for Athens, and took possession of the territory which the Thracians controlled there. From this base he had a good opportunity, as it was thought, to invade Macedonia and cut off a great part of it, and because he would not consent to do it, he was accused of having been bribed to this position by King Alexander, and was actually prosecuted, his enemies forming a coalition against him. In making his defence before his judges, he said he was no proxenus of rich Ionians and Thessalians, as others were, to be courted and paid for their services, but rather of Lacedaemonians, whose temperate simplicity he lovingly imitated, counting no wealth above it, but embellishing the city with the wealth which he got from the enemy. In mentioning this famous trial, Stesimbrotus says that Elpinici came with a plea for Cimon to the house of Pericles, since he was the most ardent accuser, and that he smiled and said, too old, Elpinici, to meddle with such business. But at the trial he was very gentle with Cimon, and took the floor only once in accusation of him, as though it were a mere formality. Well then, Cimon was acquitted at this trial. And during the remainder of his political career, when he was at home, he mastered and constrained the people in its onsets upon the nobles, and in its efforts to wrest all office and power to itself. But when he sailed away again on military service, the populace got completely beyond control. They confounded the established political order of things, and the ancestral practices which they had formerly observed, and under the lead of Ephialtes, they robbed the council of the Areopagus of all but a few of the cases in its jurisdiction. They made themselves masters of the courts of justice, and plunged the city into unmitigated democracy, Pericles being now a man of power, and espousing the cause of the populace. And so, when Cimon came back home, and in his indignation at the insults heaped upon the reverend council, tried to recall again in its jurisdiction and revive the aristocracy of the times of Cleisthenes, they banded together to denounce him, and tried to inflame the people against him, renewing the old slanders about his sister, and accusing him of being a Spartan sympathizer. It was to these calumnies that the famous and popular verses of Eupolis about Cimon had reference. He was not base, but fond of wine and full of sloth, and oft he did sleep in Lacedaemon, far from home, and leave his Elpinici sleeping all alone. But if, though full of sloth and given to tippling, he yet took so many cities and won so many victories, it is clear that had he been sober and mindful of his business, no Hellene either before or after him would have surpassed his exploits. It is true indeed that he was from the first a Philo-Laconian. He actually named one of his twin sons Lacedaemonius, and the other Elias, the sons whom a woman of Cleator bore him, as Stesimbrotus relates, wherefore Pericles often reproached them with their maternal lineage. But Diodorus the topographer says that these, as well as the third of Cimon's sons, Thessalus, were born of Isodice, the daughter of Euryptolemus, the son of Megacles. And he was looked upon with favour by the Lacedaemonians, who soon were at enmity with Themistocles, and therefore preferred that Cimon, young as he was, should have the more weight and power in Athens. The Athenians were glad to see this at first, since they reaped no slight advantage from the goodwill which the Spartans showed him. While their empire was fast growing, and they were busy making alliances, they were not displeased that honour and favour should be shown to Cimon. He was the foremost Hellenic statesman, dealing gently with the allies and acceptably with the Lacedaemonians. But afterwards, when they became more powerful, and saw that Cimon was strongly attached to the Spartans, they were displeased thereat. For on every occasion he was prone to exalt Lacedaemon to the Athenians, especially when he had occasion to chide or incite them. Then, as Stesimbrotus tells us, he would say, "But the Lacedaemonians are not of such a sort." In this way he awakened the envy and hatred of his fellow citizens. At any rate, the strongest charge against him rose as follows. The son of Zeuxidamus was in the 4th year of his reign at Sparta. A greater earthquake than any before reported rent the land of the Lacedaemonians into many chasms, shook Taygetus so that sundry peaks were torn away, and demolished the entire city with the exception of 5 houses. The rest were thrown down by the earthquake. It is said that while the young men and youths were exercising together in the interior of the colonnade, just a little before the earthquake, a hare made its appearance, and the youths, all anointed as they were, in sport dashed out and gave chase to it, but the young men remained behind, on whom the gymnasium fell, and all perished together. Their tomb, even down to the present day, they call Seismatius. Archidamus at once comprehended from the danger at hand that which was sure to follow, and as he saw the citizens trying to save the choicest valuables out of their houses, ordered the trumpet to give the signal of an enemy's attack, in order that they might flock to him at once under arms. This was all that saved Sparta at that crisis. For the Helots hurriedly gathered from all the country round about, with intent to dispatch the surviving Spartans. But finding them arrayed in arms, they withdrew to their cities and waged open war, persuading many Perioeci also so to do. The Messenians besides joined in this attack upon the Spartans. Accordingly the Lacedaemonians sent Pericleatus to Athens with request for aid, and Aristophanes introduces him into a comedy as sitting at the altars, pale of face, in a purple cloak, soliciting an army. But Ephialtes opposed the project, and besought the Athenians not to succour nor restore a city which was their rival, but to let haughty Sparta lie to be trodden under foot of men. Whereupon, as Critias says, Cimon made his country's increase of less account than Sparta's interest, and persuaded the people to go forth to her aid with many hoplites. And Ion actually mentions the phrase by which, more than by anything else, Cimon prevailed upon the Athenians, exhorting them not to suffer Hellas to be crippled, nor their city to be robbed of its yoke-fellow. After he had given aid to the Lacedaemonians, he was going back home with his forces through the Isthmus of Corinth, when Lachartus upbraided him for having introduced his army before he had conferred with the citizens. "People who knock at doors," said he, "do not go in before the owner bids them." To which Cimon replied, "And yet you Corinthians, O Lachartus, did not so much as knock at the gates of Cleonac and Megara, but hewed them down and forced your way in under arms, demanding that everything be opened up to the stronger." Such was his boldness of speech to the Corinthian in an emergency, and he passed on through with his forces. Once more the Lacedaemonians summoned the Athenians to come to their aid against the Messenians and Helots in Ithome, and the Athenians went, but their dashing boldness awakened fear, and they were singled out from all the allies and sent off as dangerous conspirators. They came back home in a rage, and at once took open measures of hostility against the Laconizers, and above all against Cimon. Laying hold of a trifling pretext, they ostracized him for 10 years. That was the period decreed in all cases of ostracism. It was during this period that the Lacedaemonians, after freeing the Delphians from the Phocians, encamped at Tanagra on their march back home. Here the Athenians confronted them, bent on fighting their issue out, and here Cimon came in arms, to join his own Aeneid tribe, eager to share with his fellow citizens in repelling the Lacedaemonians. But the council of the 500 learned of this and was filled with fear, since Cimon's foes accused him of wishing to throw the ranks into confusion, and then lead the Lacedaemonians in an attack upon the city, so they forbade the generals to receive the man. As he went away, he besought Euthippus of Anaphlistus and his other comrades, all who were specially charged with laconizing, to fight sturdily against the enemy, and by their deeds of valor to dissipate the charge which their countrymen laid at their door. They took his armor and set it in the midst of their company, supported one another ardently in the fight, and fell, to the number of 100, leaving behind them among the Athenians a great and yearning sense of their loss, and sorrow for the unjust charges made against them. For this reason the Athenians did not long abide by their displeasure against Cimon, partly because, as was natural, they remembered his benefits, and partly because the turn of events favoured his cause. For they were defeated at Tanagra in a great battle, and expected that in the following springtime an armed force of Peloponnesians would come against them, and so they recalled Cimon from his exile. The decree which provided for his return was formally proposed by Pericles. To such a degree in those days were dissensions based on political differences of opinion, while personal feelings were moderate, and easily recalled into conformity with the public weal. Even ambition, that master passion, paid deference to the country's welfare. Well then, as soon as Cimon returned from exile, he stopped the war and reconciled the rival cities. After peace was made, since he saw that the Athenians were unable to keep quiet, but wished to be on the move and to wax great by means of military expeditions, also because he wished that they should not exasperate the Hellenes generally, nor by hovering around the islands and the Peloponnesus with a large fleet bring down upon the city charges of intestine war, and initial complaints from the allies, he manned 200 triremes. His design was to make another expedition with them against Egypt and Cyprus. He wished to keep the Athenians in constant training by their struggles with the barbarians, and to give them the legitimate benefits of importing into Hellas the wealth taken from their natural foes. All things were now ready, and the soldiery on the point of embarking, when Cimon had a dream. He thought an angry bitch was baying at him, and that mingled with its baying it uttered a human voice, saying, "Go thy way, for a friend shalt thou be both to me and my puppies." The vision being hard of interpretation, Astyphilus of Posidonia, an inspired man and an intimate of Simon's, told him that it signified his death. He analyzed the vision thus: a dog is a foe of the man at whom it bays. To a foe one cannot be a friend any better than by dying. The mixture of speech indicates that the enemy is the Mede, for the army of the Medes is a mixture of Hellenes and barbarians. After this vision, when Cimon had sacrificed to Dionysus, and the seer was cut up in the victim, swarms of ants took the blood as it congealed, brought it little by little to Cimon, and enveloped his great toe therewith, he being unconscious of their work for some time. Just about at the time when he noticed what they were doing, the ministrant came and showed him the liver of his victim without a head. But since he could not get out of the expedition, he set sail, and after detailing 60 of his ships to go to Egypt, with the rest he made again for Cyprus. After defeating at sea the royal armament of Phoenician and Sicilian ships, he won over the cities around about, and then lay threatening the royal enterprise in Egypt, and not in any trifling fashion; nay, he had in mind the dissolution of the king's entire supremacy, and all the more because he learnt that the reputation and power of Themistocles were great among the barbarians, who had promised the king that, when the Hellenic war was set on foot, he would take command of it. At any rate, it is said that it was most of all due to Themistocles' despair of his Hellenic undertakings, since he could not eclipse the good fortune and valour of Cimon, that he took his own life. But Cimon, while he was projecting vast conflicts and holding his naval forces in the vicinity of Cyprus, sent men to the shrine of Amnion to get oracular answer from the god to some secret question. No one knows what they were sent to ask, nor did the god vouchsafe them any response, but as soon as the inquirers drew nigh, he bade them depart, saying that Cimon himself was already with him. On hearing this, the inquirers went down to the sea-coast, and when they reached the camp of the Hellenes, which was at that time on the confines of Egypt, they learned that Cimon was dead, and on counting the days back to the utterance of the oracle, they found that it was their commander's death which had been darkly intimated, since he was already with the gods. He died while besieging Citium, of sickness, as most say. But some say it was of a wound which he got while fighting the barbarians. As he was dying, he bade those about him to sail away at once and to conceal his death. And so it came to pass that neither the enemy nor the allies understood what had happened, and the force was brought back in safety under the command of Cimon, as Phanedemus says, who had been dead for 30 days. After his death no further brilliant exploit against the barbarians was performed by any general of the Hellenes, who were swayed by demagogues and partisans of civil war, with none to hold a mediating hand between them, till they actually clashed together in war. This afforded the cause of the king a respite, but brought to pass an indescribable destruction of Hellenic power. It was not until long afterwards that Agesilaus carried his arms into Asia and prosecuted a brief war against the king's generals along the sea-coast. And even he could perform no great and brilliant deeds, but was overwhelmed in his turn by a flood of Hellenic disorders and seditions, and swept away from a second empire. So he withdrew, leaving in the midst of allied and friendly cities the tax-gatherers of the Persians, not one of whose scribes, nay, nor so much as a horse, had been seen within 400 furlongs of the sea, as long as Cimon was general. That his remains were brought home to Attica, there is testimony in the funeral monuments to this day called Simonian. But the people of Citium also pay honours to a certain tomb of Cimon, as Nosocrates the rhetorician says, because in a time of pestilence and famine the god enjoined upon Part 18 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Lucullus, Part 1. In the case of Lucullus, his grandfather was a man of consular rank, and his uncle on his mother's side was Metellus, surnamed Nimidicus. But as for his parents, his father was convicted of peculation, and his mother, Cecilia, had the bad name of a dissolute woman. Lucullus himself, while he was still a mere youth, before he had entered public life or stood for any office, made it his first business to impeach his father's accuser, Servilius the augur, whom he found wronging the commonwealth. The Romans thought this a brilliant stroke, and the case was in everybody's mouth, like a great deed of prowess. Indeed, they thought the business of impeachment, on general principles and without special provocation, no ignoble thing, but were very desirous to see their young men fastening themselves on malefactors like high-bred whelps on wild beasts. However, the case stirred up great animosity, so that sundry persons were actually wounded and slain, and Servilius was acquitted. Lucullus was trained to speak fluently both Latin and Greek, so that Sulla, in writing his own memoirs, dedicated them to him, as a man who would set it in order and duly arrange the history of the times better than himself. For the style of Lucullus was not only businesslike and ready, the same was true of many another man's in the forums. There, like smitten tunny, through the billowy sea it dashed, although outside of the forum it was withered, inelegant, and dead. But Lucullus, from his youth up, was devoted to the genial and so-called liberal culture then in vogue, wherein the beautiful was sought. And when he came to be well on in years, he suffered his mind to find complete leisure and repose, as it were after many struggles, in philosophy, encouraging the contemplative side of his nature, and giving timely halt and check, after his difference with Pompey, to the play of his ambition. Now, as to his love of literature, this also is reported, in addition to what has been already said. When he was a young man, proceeding from jest to earnest in conversation with Hortensius, the orator, and Sisenna, the historian, he agreed on their suggestion of a poem and a history, both in Greek and Latin, that he would treat the Marsic War in whichever of these forms the lot should prescribe. And it would seem that the lot prescribed a Greek history, for there is extant a Greek history of the Marsic War. Of his affection for his brother Marcus there are many proofs, but the Romans dwell most upon the first. Although, namely, he was older than his brother, he was unwilling to hold office alone, but waited until his brother was of the proper age, and thus gained the favour of the people, to such an extent that, although in absence from the city, he was elected aedile along with his brother. Though he was but a young man in the Marsic War, he gave many proofs of courage and understanding. It was, however, more owing to his constancy and mildness that Sulla attached him to himself and employed him from first to last on business of the highest importance. Such, for instance, was the management of the mint. Most of the money used in Peloponnesus during the Mithridatic War was coined by him, and was called Lucullian after him. It remained current for a long time, since the wants of the soldiery during the war gave it rapid circulation. Afterwards, at Athens, Sulla found himself master on land, but cut off from supplies by sea, owing to the superior naval force of the enemy. He therefore dispatched Lucullus to Egypt and Libya, with orders to fetch ships from there. Winter was then at its worst, but he sailed forth with 3 Greek brigantines and as many small Rhodian galleys, exposing himself not only to the high sea, but to numerous hostile ships which were cruising about everywhere in full mastery of it. However, he put in at Crete and won it over to his side. He also made Cyrene, and finding it in confusion in consequence of successive tyrannies and wars, he restored it to order, and fixed its constitution, reminding the city of a certain oracular utterance which the great Plato had once vouchsafed to them. They asked him, it would seem, to write laws for them, and to mould their people into some form of sound government, whereupon he said that it was hard to be a lawgiver for the Cyrenaeans when they were having such good fortune. In fact, nothing is more ungovernable than a man reputed to be prosperous, and, on the other hand, nothing is more receptive of authority than a man who is humbled by misfortune. This was what made the Cyrenaeans at that time so submissive to Lucullus as their lawgiver. From thence he set sail for Egypt, but was attacked by pirates and lost most of his vessels. He himself, however, escaped in safety, and entered the port of Alexandria in splendid style. The entire Egyptian fleet came to meet him, as it was wont to do when a king put into port, in resplendent array, and the youthful Ptolemy, besides showing him other astonishing marks of kindness, gave him lodging and sustenance in the royal palace, whither no foreign commander had ever been brought before. The allowance which the king made for his expenses was not the same as others had received, but 4 times as much, and yet he accepted nothing beyond what was actually necessary, and took no gift, although he was offered the worth of 80 talents. It is also said that he neither went up to Memphis, nor sought out any other of the famous wonders of Egypt. This he held to be the privilege of a leisurely and luxurious sightseer, not of one who, like himself, had left his commander-in-chief encamped under the open sky alongside the battlements of the enemy. Ptolemy abandoned his alliance with Rome, out of fear for the outcome of the war, but furnished Lucullus with ships to convey him as far as Cyprus, embraced him graciously at parting, and offered him a costly emerald set in gold. At first Lucullus declined to accept it, but when the king showed him that the engraving on it was a likeness of himself, he was afraid to reject it, lest he be thought to have sailed away at utter enmity with the king, and so have some plot laid against him on the voyage. As he sailed along, he collected a multitude of ships from the maritime cities, omitting all those engaged in piracy, and came at last to Cyprus. Learning there that the enemy lay at anchor off the headlands and were watching for his coming, he hauled all his vessels up on land, and wrote letters to the cities requesting winter quarters and provisions, as though he would await the fine season there. Then, when the wind served, he suddenly launched his ships and put out to sea, and by sailing in the daytime with his sails reefed and low, but in the night time under full canvas, he came safely to Rhodes. The Rhodians furnished him with more ships, and he induced the people of Cos and Cnidus to forsake the royal cause, and join him in an expedition against Samos. Without any aid he also drove the royal forces out of Chios, and set the Colophonians free from their tyrant, Epigonus, whom he arrested. It also happened about this time that Mithridates abandoned Pergamum and shut himself up in Pitane. Since Fimbria held him in close siege there by land, he looked to make his escape by sea, and collected and summoned his fleets from every quarter for this purpose, renouncing all engagements in the field with a man so bold and victorious as Fimbria. This design Fimbria perceived, and being without any fleet of his own, sent to Lucullus, beseeching him to come with his, and assist in capturing the most hostile and warlike of kings, that the great prize which they had sought with so many toils and struggles might not escape the Romans, now that Mithridates was in their grip and fast in the meshes of their net. If he should be captured, Fimbria said, no one would get more of the glory than the man who stood in the way of his flight, and seized him as he was running off. Driven from the land by me, and excluded from the sea by you, he will crown us both with success, and the much heralded exploits of Sulla at Orchomenus and Chaeronea will cease to interest the Romans. And there was nothing absurd in the proposition. It is clear to everyone that if Lucullus, who was close at hand, had then listened to Fimbria, brought his ships thither, and closed up the harbour with his fleet, the war would have been at an end, and the world freed from an infinite mischief. But, whether he ranked the honourable treatment of Sulla above every consideration of private or public advantage, or whether he regarded Fimbria as a wretch whose ambition for command had recently led him to murder a man who was his friend and superior officer, or whether it was by some mysterious dispensation of fortune that he chose to spare Mithridates, and so reserved him for his own antagonist, for whatever the reason, he would not listen to the proposal, but suffered Mithridates to sail off and mock at Fimbria's forces, while he himself, to begin with, defeated the king's ships which showed themselves off Lectum and in the Troad. And again, catching sight of Neoptolemus lying in wait for him at Tenedos with a still larger armament, he sailed out against him in advance of the rest, on board of a Rhodian galley which was commanded by Demagoras, a man well disposed to the Romans, and of the largest experience as a sea-fighter. Neoptolemus dashed out to meet him, and ordered his steersman to ram the enemy. Demagoras, however, fearing the weight of the royal ship and her rugged bronze armour, did not venture to engage head-on, but put swiftly about and ordered his men to back water, thus receiving his enemy astern, where his vessel was depressed. The blow was harmless, since it fell upon the submerged parts of the ship. At this point, his friends coming up, Lucullus gave orders to turn the ship about, and after performing many praiseworthy feats, put the enemy to flight and gave close chase to Neoptolemus. From thence he joined Sulla at the Chersonesus, where he was about to cross the strait into Asia. He rendered his passage safe, and assisted in transporting his troops. After peace had been made, Mithridates sailed away into the Euxine, and Sulla laid a contribution of 20,000 talents upon Asia. Lucullus was commissioned to collect the money and recoin it, and the cities of Asia felt it to be no slight assuagement of Sulla's severity when Lucullus showed himself not only honest and just, but even mild in the performance of a task so oppressive and disagreeable. The Mytilenaeans, too, who had revolted outright, he wished to be reasonable, and to submit to a moderate penalty for having espoused the cause of Marius. But when he saw that they were possessed by an evil spirit, he sailed against them, conquered them in battle, and shut them up within their walls. After instituting a siege of their city, he sailed away in open day to Elea, but returned by stealth, and lay quietly in ambush near the city. When the Mytilenaeans sailed forth in disorder and with the confident expectation of plundering his deserted camp, he fell upon them, took a great number of them alive, and slew 500 of those who offered resistance. He also carried off 6,000 slaves, besides countless other booty. But in the boundless and manifold evils which Sulla and Marius were bringing upon the people of Italy at that time, he had no share whatever, for, as some kindly fortune would have it, he was detained at his business in Asia. However, Sulla accorded no less favour to Lucullus than to his other friends. His memoirs, as I have said, Sulla dedicated to Lucullus in token of affection, and in his will appointed him guardian of his son, thereby passing Pompey by. And this seems to have been the first ground for estrangement and jealousy between these two men. Both were young and burning for distinction. Shortly after the death of Sulla, Lucullus was made consul along with Marcus Cotta, about the 176th Olympiad. Many were now trying to stir up anew the Mithridatic war, which Marcus said had not come to an end, but merely to a pause. Therefore, when the province of Cisalpine Gaul was allotted to Lucullus, he was displeased, since it offered no opportunity for great exploits. But what most of all embittered him was the reputation which Pompey was winning in Spain. If the war in Spain should happen to come to an end, Pompey was more likely than any one else to be at once chosen general against Mithridates. Therefore, when Pompey wrote home requesting money, and declaring that if they did not send it, he would abandon Spain and Sertorius and bring his forces back to Italy, Lucullus moved heaven and earth to have the money sent, and to prevent Pompey from coming back, on any pretext whatsoever, while he was consul. He knew that all Rome would be in Pompey's hands if he were there with so large an army. For the man who at that time controlled the course of political affairs, by virtue of doing and saying everything to court the favour of the people, Cathagus hated Lucullus, who loathed his manner of life, full as it was of disgraceful amours and wanton trespasses. Against this man Lucullus waged open war. But Lucius Quintus, another popular leader, who opposed the institutions of Sulla and sought to confound the established order of things, he turned from his purpose by much private remonstrance and public admonition, and delayed his ambition, thus treating in as wise and wholesome a manner as was possible the beginnings of a great distemper. At this time there came tidings of the death of Octavius, the governor of Cilicia. There were many eager applicants for the province, and they paid court to Cathagus as the man best able to further their designs. Of Cilicia itself Lucullus made little account, but in the belief that, if he should get this province, which was near Cappadocia, no one else would be sent to conduct the war against Mithridates, he strained every nerve to keep the province from being assigned to another. And finally, contrary to his natural bent, he was driven by the necessities of the case to adopt a course which was neither dignified nor praiseworthy, it is true, but conducive to his end. There was a certain woman then in Rome, Praetia by name, whose fame for beauty and wit filled the city. In other respects she was no whit better than an ordinary courtesan, but she used her associates and companions to further the political ambitions of her friends, and so added to her other charms the reputation of being a true comrade, and one who could bring things to pass. She thus acquired the greatest influence. And when Cathagus also, then at the zenith of his fame and in control of the city, joined her train and became her lover, political power passed entirely into her hands. No public measure passed unless Cathagus favoured it, and Cathagus did nothing except with Praetia's approval. This woman, then, Lucullus won over by gifts and flatteries, and it was doubtless a great boon for a woman so forward and ostentatious to be seen sharing the ambitions of Lucullus. Straightway he had Cathagus singing his praises and suing for Cilicia in his behalf. But as soon as he had obtained this province, there was no further need of his soliciting the aid of Praetia, or of Cathagus, for that matter, but all were unanimous and prompt in putting into his hands the Mithridatic war, assured him that no one else could bring it to a triumphant close. Pompey was still engaged in his war with Sertorius, Metellus had now retired from active service by reason of his age, and these were the only men who could be regarded as rivals of Lucullus in any dispute about this command. Cato, however, his colleague in the consulship, after fervent entreaties to the Senate, was sent with some ships to guard the Propontis, and to protect Bithynia. With a legion which he had raised himself in Italy, Lucullus crossed into Asia, and there assumed command of the rest of the Roman forces. All these had long been spoiled by habits of luxury and greed, and the Fimbrians, as they were called, had become unmanageable through long lack of discipline. These were the men who, in collusion with Fimbrius, had slain Flaccus, their consul and general, had delivered Fimbrius himself over to Sulla. They were self-willed and lawless, but good fighters, hardy and experienced in war. However, in a short time Lucullus pruned off their insolent boldness, and reformed the rest. Then for the first time, as it would seem, they made the acquaintance of a genuine commander and leader, whereas before this they had always been cajoled into doing their duty, like crowds at the hustings. On the enemy's side matters stood as follows. Mithridates, boastful and pompous at the outset, like most of the sophists, had first opposed the Romans, with forces which were really unsubstantial, though brilliant and ostentatious to look upon. With these he had made a ridiculous fiasco and learned a salutary lesson. When, therefore, he thought to go to war the second time, he organized his forces into a genuinely effective armament. He did away with barbarous hordes from every clime, and all their discordant and threatening cries. He provided no more armor inlaid with gold and set with precious stones, for he saw that these made a rich booty for the victors, but gave no strength whatever to their wearers. Instead, he had swords forged in the Roman fashion, and heavy shields welded. He collected horses that were well trained, rather than richly caparisoned, and 120,000 footmen drilled in the Roman phalanx formation, and 16,000 horsemen, not counting the Scythe-bearing 4-horse chariots, which were 100 in number. And further, he put in readiness ships which were not tricked out with gilded canopies, or baths for concubines, and luxurious apartments for women, but which were rather loaded down with armor and missiles and munitions of war. Then he burst into Bithynia, and not only did the cities there receive him again with gladness, but all Asia suffered a relapse into its former distempered condition, afflicted as it was, past bearing by Roman money-lenders and tax-gatherers. These were afterwards driven off by Lucullus, harpies that they were, snatching the people's food, but then he merely tried, by admonishing them, to make them more moderate in their demands, and laboured to stop the uprisings of the towns, hardly one of which was in a quiet state. While Lucullus was thus occupied, Cato, thinking that his own golden opportunity had come, was getting ready to give battle to Mithridates. And when tidings came from many sources that Lucullus was coming up, and was already encamped in Phrygia, thinking that a triumph was all but in his grasp, and desiring that Lucullus have no share in it, he hastened to engage the king. But he was defeated by sea and land, lost 60 vessels, crews and all, and 4,000 foot soldiers, while he himself was shut up in Chalcedon and besieged there, looking for relief at the hands of Lucullus. Now there were some who urged Lucullus to ignore Cato and march on into the kingdom of Mithridates, assured of capturing it in its defenceless condition. This was the reasoning of the soldiers especially, who were indignant that Cato, by his evil counsels, should not only be the undoing of himself and his army, but also block their way to a victory which they could have won without a battle. But Lucullus, in a harangue which he made them, said that he would rather save one Roman from the enemy than take all the enemy's possessions. And when Archelaus, who had held command for Mithridates in Boeotia, and then had abandoned his cause, and was now in the Roman army, stoutly maintained that if Lucullus were once seen in Pontus he would master everything at once, Lucullus declared that he was at least as courageous as the hunter. He would not give the wild beasts the slip and stalk their empty lairs. With these words he led his army against Mithridates, having 30,000 foot soldiers and 2,500 horsemen. But when he had come within sight of the enemy and had seen with amazement their multitude, he desired to refrain from battle and draw out the time. But Marius, whom Sertorius had sent to Mithridates from Spain with an army, came out to meet him, and challenged him to combat, and so he put his forces in array to fight the issue out. But presently, as they were on the point of joining in battle, with no apparent change of weather, but all on a sudden, the sky burst asunder, and a huge flame-like body was seen to fall between the two armies. In shape, it was most like a wine-jar, and in colour like molten silver. Both sides were astonished at the sight and separated. This marvel, as they say, occurred in Phrygia, at a place called Atriae. But Lucullus, feeling sure that no human provision or wealth could maintain, for any length of time, and in the face of an enemy, so many thousands of men as Mithridates had, ordered one of the captives to be brought to him, and asked him first how many men shared his mess, and then how much food he had left in his tent. When the man answered these questions, he ordered him to be removed, and questioned a second and a third in like manner. Then, comparing the amount of food provided with the number of men to be fed, he concluded that within 3 or 4 days the enemy's provisions would fail them. All the more, therefore, did he trust to time, and collected into his camp a great Part 19 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Lucullus, Part 2. But in the meantime, Mithridates planned a blow at Cyzicus, which had suffered terribly in the battle near Chalcedon, having lost 3,000 men and 10 ships. Accordingly, wishing to evade the notice of Lucullus, he set out immediately after the evening meal, taking advantage of a dark and rainy night, and succeeded in planting his forces over against the city, on the slopes of the mountain range of Adresteia, by daybreak. Lucullus got wind of his departure and pursued him, but was well satisfied not to fall upon the enemy, while his own troops were in disorder from their march, and stationed his army near the village called Thracia, in a spot best suited to command the roads and regions from which, and over which, the army of Mithridates must get its necessary supplies. Seeing clearly, therefore, what the issue must be, he did not conceal it from his soldiers, but as soon as they had completed the labor of fortifying their camp, called them together, and boastfully told them that within a few days he would give them their victory, and that without any bloodshed. Mithridates was besieging Cyzicus both by land and sea, having encompassed it with 10 camps on the land side, and having blockaded with his ships by sea the narrow strait which parts the city from the mainland. Although the citizens viewed their peril with a high courage, and were resolved to sustain every hardship for the sake of the Romans, still they knew not where Lucullus was, and were disturbed because they heard nothing of him. And yet his camp was in plain sight, only they were deceived by their enemies. Those pointed the Romans out to them, lying encamped on the heights, and said, "Do you see those forces? It is an army of Armenians and Medes, which Tigranes has sent to assist Mithridates." They were therefore terrified to see such hosts encompassing them, and had no hopes that any way of succor remained, even if Lucullus should come. However, in the first place, Demonax was sent in to them by Archelaus, and told them that Lucullus was arrived. They disbelieved him, and thought that he had invented his story merely to mitigate their anxieties. But then a boy came to them, who had escaped from his captivity with the enemy. On their asking him where he thought Lucullus was, he laughed at them, supposing them to be jesting. But when he saw that they were in earnest, he pointed out the Roman camp to them, and their courage was revived. Again Lucullus drew out on shore the largest of the sizable craft which plied the lake Discalatis, carried it across the sea on a wagon, and embarked upon it as many soldiers as it would hold, who crossed by night unobserved, and got safely into the city. It would seem also that heaven, in admiration of their bravery, emboldened the men of Cyzicus by many manifest signs, and especially by the following. The festival of Persephone was at hand, and the people, in lack of a black heifer for the sacrifice, fashioned one of dough, and brought it to the altar. Now the sacred heifer reared for the goddess was pasturing, like the other herds of the Cyzicines, on the opposite side of the strait, but on that day she left her herd, swam over alone to the city, and presented herself for the sacrifice. And again the goddess appeared in a dream to Aristides, the town clerk, saying, "Lo, here I am, and I bring the Libyan fifer against the Pontic trumpeter. Bid the citizens therefore to be of good cheer." While the Cyzicines were lost in wondering at the saying, at daybreak the sea began to toss under a boisterous wind, and the siege engines of the king along the walls, the wonderful works of Niconides the Thessalian, by their creaking and crackling showed clearly what was about to happen. Then a south wind burst forth with incredible fury, shattered the other engines in a short space of time, and threw down with a great shock the wooden tower 100 cubits high. It is related, too, that the goddess Athena appeared to many of the inhabitants of Ilium in their sleep, dripping with sweat, showing parts of her peplus torn away, and saying that she was just come from assisting the Cyzicines. And the people of Ilium used to show a stele which had on it certain decrees and inscriptions relating to this matter. Mithridates, as long as his generals deceived him into ignorance of the famine in his army, was vexed that the Cyzicines should successfully withstand his siege. But his eager ambition quickly ebbed away when he perceived the straits in which his soldiers were involved, and their actual cannibalism. For Lucullus was not carrying on the war in any theatrical way, nor for mere display, but, as the saying is, was kicking in the belly, and devising every means for cutting off food. Accordingly, while Lucullus was laying siege to some outpost or other, Mithridates eagerly took advantage of the opportunity, and sent away into Bithynia almost all his horsemen, together with the beasts of burden, and those of his foot soldiers who were disabled. On learning of this, Lucullus returned to his camp while it was still night, and early in the morning, in spite of a storm, took 10 cohorts of infantry and his cavalry, and started in pursuit, although snow was falling and his hardships were extreme. Many of his soldiers were overcome with the cold and had to be left behind, but with the rest he overtook the enemy at the river Rhindacus, and inflicted such a defeat upon them that the very women came forth from Apollonia and carried off their baggage and stripped their slain. Many fell in the battle, as it is natural to suppose. 6,000 horses and 15,000 men were captured, besides an untold number of beasts of burden. All these followed in the train of Lucullus as he marched back past the camp of the enemy. Sallust says, to my amazement, that camels were then seen by the Romans for the first time. He must have thought that the soldiers of Scipio who conquered Antiochus before this, and those who had lately fought Archelaus at Orchomenus and Chaeronea, were unacquainted with the camel. Mithridates was now resolved upon the speediest possible flight, but with a view to dragging Lucullus away, and holding him back from pursuit, he dispatched his admiral, Aristides, to the Grecian Sea. Aristides was just on the point of sailing when he was betrayed into the hands of Lucullus, together with 10,000 pieces of gold which he was carrying for the corruption of some portion of the Roman army. Upon this, Mithridates fled to the sea, and his generals of infantry began to lead the army away. But Lucullus fell upon them at the river Granicus, captured a vast number of them, and slew 20,000. It is said that out of the whole horde of camp followers and fighting men, not much less than 300,000 perished in the campaign. Lucullus, in the first place, entered Cyzicus in triumph, and enjoyed the pleasant welcome which was his due. Then he proceeded to the Hellespont, and began to equip a fleet. On visiting the Troad, he pitched his tent in the sacred precinct of Aphrodite, and in the night, after he had fallen asleep, he thought he saw the goddess standing over him, and saying, "Why dost thou sleep, great lion? The fawns are near for thy taking." Rising up from sleep and calling his friends, he narrated to them his vision, while it was yet night. And lo, there came certain men from Ilium, with tidings that 13 of the king's galleys had been seen off the harbour of the Achaeans, making for Lemnos. Accordingly, Lucullus put to sea at once, captured these, slew their commander, Isidorus, and then sailed in pursuit of the other captains, whom these were seeking to join. They chanced to be lying at anchor close to shore, and drawing their vessels all up on land, they fought from their decks, and sorely galled the crews of Lucullus. These had no chance to sail round their enemies, nor to make onset upon them, since their own ships were afloat, while those of their enemies were planted upon the land and securely fixed. However, Lucullus at last succeeded in disembarking the best of his soldiers, where the island afforded some sort of access. These fell upon the enemy from the rear, slew some of them, and forced the rest to cut their stern cables and fly from the shore, their vessels thus falling foul of one another, and receiving the impact of the ships of Lucullus. Many of the enemy perished, of course, and among the captives there was brought in Marius, the general sent from Sertorius. He had but one eye, and the soldiers had received strict orders from Lucullus, as soon as they set sail, to kill no one-eyed man. Lucullus wished Marius to die under the most shameful insults. These things being done, Lucullus hastened in pursuit of Mithridates himself. For he expected to find him still in Bithynia under the watch and ward of Vaconius, whom he had dispatched with a fleet to Nicomedia that he might intercept the king's flight. But Vaconius was behindhand, owing to his initiation into, and celebration of, the mysteries in Samothrace, and Mithridates put to sea with his armament, eager to reach Pontus before Lucullus turned and set upon him. He was overtaken, however, by a great storm, which destroyed some of his vessels and disabled others. The whole coast for many days was covered with the wrecks dashed upon it by the billows. As for the king himself, the merchantman on which he was sailing was too large to be readily beached when the sea ran so high and the waves were so baffling, nor would it answer to its helm, and it was now too heavy and full of water to gain an offing. Accordingly he abandoned it for a light brigantine belonging to some pirates, and entrusting his person to their hands, contrary to expectation and after great hazard, got safely to Heraclea in Pontus. And so it happened that the boastful speech of Lucullus to the Senate brought no divine retribution down upon him. When, namely, that body was ready to vote 3,000 talents to provide a fleet for this war, Lucullus blocked the measure by writing a letter, in which he made the haughty boast that without any such costly array, but only with the ships of the allies, he would drive Mithridates from the sea. And this success he gained with the assistance of heaven. For it is said that it was owing to the wrath of Artemis of Priapus that the tempest fell upon the men of Pontus, who had plundered her shrine and pulled down her image. Though many now advised Lucullus to suspend the war, he paid no heed to them, but threw his army into the king's country by way of Bithynia and Galatia. At first he lacked the necessary supplies, so that 30,000 Galatians followed in his train, each carrying a bushel of grain upon his shoulders. But as he advanced and mastered everything, he found himself in the midst of such plenty that an ox sold in his camp for a drachma, and a man-slave for 4, while other booty had no value at all. Some abandoned it, and some destroyed it. There was no sale for anything to anybody when all had such abundance. But when Lucullus merely wasted and ravaged the country with cavalry incursions, which penetrated to Themistocles in the plains of the river Thermodon, his soldiers found fault with him because he brought all the cities over to him by peaceful measures. He had not taken a single one by storm, they said, nor given them a chance to enrich themselves by plunder. Nay, they said, at this very moment we are leaving Amisus, a rich and prosperous city, which it would be no great matter to take, if its siege were pressed, and are following our general into the desert of Tiberine and the Chaldeans to fight with Mithridates. But these grievances, not dreaming that they would bring the soldiers to such acts of madness as they afterwards performed, Lucullus overlooked and ignored. He was, however, more ready to defend himself against those who denounced his slowness in lingering there a long while, subduing worthless little villages and cities, and allowing Mithridates to recruit himself. That, he said, is the very thing I want, and I am sitting here to get it. I want the man to become powerful again, and to get together a fourth with which it is worth our while to fight, in order that he may stand his ground, and not fly when we approach. Do you not see that he has a vast and trackless desert behind him? The Caucasus, too, is near, with its many hills and dells, which are sufficient to hide away in safety 10,000 kings who decline to fight. And it is only a few days' journey from Cabira into Armenia, and over Armenia there sits enthroned Tigranes, king of kings, with forces which enable him to cut the Parthians off from Asia, transplant Greek cities into Media, sway Syria and Palestine, put to death the successors of Seleucus, and carry off their wives and daughters into captivity. This king is a kinsman of Mithridates, his son-in-law. He will not be content to receive him as a suppliant, but will make war against us. If we strive, therefore, to eject Mithridates from his kingdom, we shall run the risk of drawing Tigranes down upon us. He has long wanted an excuse for coming against us, and could not get a better one than that of being compelled to aid a man who is his kinsman and a king. Why, then, should we bring this to pass, and teach Mithridates, when he does not know it, with what allies he must carry on a war against us? Why help to drive him, against his wish and as a last resource, into the arms of Tigranes, instead of giving him time to equip himself from his own resources and get fresh courage? Then we shall fight with Colchians and Tibereni and Cappadocians, whom we have often overcome, rather than with Medes and Armenians. Influenced by such considerations as these, Lucullus lingered about Amisus, without punishing the siege vigorously. When winter was over, he left Marina in charge of the siege, and marched against Mithridates, who had taken his stand at Cabira, and intended to await the Roman onset there. A force of 40,000 footmen had been collected by him, and 4,000 horsemen. On the latter he placed his chief reliance. Crossing the river Lycus and advancing into the plain, he offered the Romans battle. A cavalry fight ensued, and the Romans took to flight. Pomponius, a man of some note, having been wounded, was taken prisoner and led into the presence of Mithridates, suffering greatly from his wounds. When the king asked him if he would become his friend provided he spared his life, Pomponius answered, "Yes, indeed, if you come to terms with the Romans. Otherwise I must remain your enemy." Mithridates was struck with admiration for him, and did him no harm. Lucullus was now afraid of the plains, since the enemy was superior in cavalry, and yet hesitated to go forward into the hill country, which was remote, woody, and impassable. But it chanced that certain Greeks, who had taken refuge in a sort of cave, were captured, and the elder of them, Artemidorus, promised to serve Lucullus as a guide, and set him in a place which was safe for his camp, and which had a fortress overlooking Cabira. Lucullus put confidence in this promise, and as soon as it was night, lit his campfires and set out. He passed safely through the narrow defiles and took possession of the desired place, and at daybreak was seen above the enemy, stationing his men in positions which gave him access to the enemy if he wished to fight, and safety from their assaults if he wished to keep quiet. Now neither commander had any intention of hazarding an engagement at once. But we are told that while some of the king's men were chasing a stag, the Romans cut them off and confronted them, whereupon a skirmish followed, with fresh accessions continually to either side. At last the king's men were victorious. Then the Romans in their camp, beholding the flight of their comrades, were in distress, and ran in throngs to Lucullus, begging him to lead them, and demanding the signal for battle. But he, wishing them to learn how important, in a dangerous struggle with the enemy, the visible presence of a prudent general is, bade them keep quiet. Then he went down into the plain by himself, and confronting the foremost of the fugitives, bade them stop, and turn back with him. They obeyed, and the rest also wheeled about and formed in battle array, and in a short time routed the enemy and drove them to their camp. When he came back, however, Lucullus inflicted the customary disgrace upon the fugitives. He bade them dig a 12-foot ditch, working in ungirt blouses, while the rest of the soldiers stood by and watched them. In the camp of Mithridates there was a Dandarian prince named Authicus. The Dandarians are a tribe of barbarians dwelling about Lake Mateos, a man conspicuous as a soldier for qualities of strength and boldness, of a most excellent judgment, and withal affable in address and of insinuating manners. This man was always in emulous rivalry for the precedence with a fellow prince of his tribe, and so was led to undertake a great exploit for Mithridates, namely, the murder of Lucullus. The king approved of his design, and purposefully inflicted upon him sundry marks of disgrace, whereupon, pretending to be enraged, he galloped off to Lucullus, who gladly welcomed him, since there was much talk of him in the camp. After a short probation, Lucullus was so pleased with his shrewdness and zeal, that he made him a table companion, and at last a member of his council. Now, when the Dandarian thought his opportunity had come, he ordered his slaves to lead his horse outside the camp, while he himself at midday, when the soldiers were lying around enjoying their rest, went to the general's tent. He thought no one would deny entrance to a man who was an intimate of the general, and said he brought him certain messages of great importance. And he would have entered without let or hindrance, had not sleep, the destroyer of many generals, saved Lucullus. For it chanced that he was asleep, and Menedemus, one of his chamberlains, who stood at the tent door, told Authicus that he had come at an inopportune time, since Lucullus had just betaken himself to rest after his long watching and many hardships. Authicus did not retire at the bidding of Menedemus, but declared that even in spite of him he would go in, since he wished to confer with the general on urgent business of great importance. Then Menedemus got angry, declared that nothing was more urgent than the preservation of Lucullus, and pushed the man away with both hands. Then Authicus, in fear, left the camp, took horse, and rode off to the camp of Mithridates, without effecting his purpose. So true is it that in active life, as well as in sickness, it is the critical moment which gives the scales their savings or their fatal inclination. After this, Sornetius was sent with 10 cohorts to get supplies of grain. Being pursued by Menander, one of the generals of Mithridates, he faced about, joined battle, and routed the enemy with great slaughter. And again, when Adrian was sent out with a force to procure an abundance of grain for the soldiers, Mithridates did not look on idly, but dispatched Menomachus and Myron, at the head of a large body of cavalry and footmen. All these, it is said, except 2, were cut to pieces by the Romans. Mithridates tried to conceal the extent of the disaster, pretending that it was a slight matter, and due to the inexperience of his generals. But when Adrian marched pompously past his camp, convoying many wagons laden with grain and booty, a great despair fell upon the king, and confusion and helpless fear upon his soldiers. They decided, therefore, to remain where they were no longer. But when the king's servants tried to send away their own baggage first, and to hinder the rest from going, the soldiers at once got angry, pushed and forced their way to the exits of the camp, and there plundered the luggage and slew the men in charge of it. There it was that Dorlius, the general, with nothing else about him but his purple robe, lost his life for that, and Hermaeus the priest was trampled to death at the gates. Mithridates himself, with no attendant or groom to assist him, fled away from the camp in the midst of the throng, not even provided with one of the royal horses. But at last the eunuch Ptolemaeus, who was mounted, spied him as he was borne along in the torrent of the rout, leaped down from his horse, and gave it to the king. Presently the Romans, who were forcing the pursuit, were hard upon him, and it was for no lack of speed that they did not take him. Indeed, they were very near doing so, but greed and petty soldiers' avarice snatched from them the quarry which they had so long pursued in many struggles and great dangers, and robbed Lucullus of the victor's prize. For the horse which carried the king was just within reach of his pursuers, when one of the mules which carried the royal gold came between him and them, either of his own accord or because the king purposely sent him into the path of pursuit. The soldiers fell to plundering and collecting the gold, fought with one another over it, and so were left behind in the chase. Nor was this the only fruit of their greed which Lucullus reaped. He had given orders that Callistratus, who was in charge of the king's private papers, should be brought alive to him, but his conductors, finding that he had 500 pieces of gold in his girdle, slew him. However, Lucullus allowed such soldiers as these to plunder the enemy's camp. In capturing Cabira and most of the other strongholds he found great treasures, and many prisons, in which many Greeks and many kinsfolk of the king were confined. As they had long been given up for dead, it was not so much a rescue as it was a resurrection and a sort of second birth, for which they were indebted to the favour of Lucullus. Nyssa, a sister of Mithridates, was also captured, and her capture was her salvation. But the sisters and wives of the king, who were thought to be at farthest remove from danger and quietly hidden away in Pharnacia, perished pitifully, since Mithridates paused long enough in his flight to send Bacchides, a eunuch, to compass their death. Among many other women, there were 2 sisters of the king, Roxana and Statira, about 40 years old and unmarried, and 2 of his wives of Ionian families, Berenice from Chios, and Monim, a Milesian. The latter was most talked of among the Greeks, to the effect that though the king tempted her virtue and sent her 15,000 pieces of gold, she resisted his advances, until he entered into a marriage contract with her, sent her a diadem, and greeted her with the title of queen. But her marriage had been an unhappy one, and she bewailed that beauty which had procured her a master instead of a husband, and a guard of barbarians instead of home and family, dwelling, as she did, far, far away from Greece, where the blessings for which she had hoped existed only in her dreams, while she was bereft of the real blessings to which she had been wonted. And now Bacchides came and ordered them all to die, in whatever manner each might deem easiest and most painless. Monim snatched the diadem from her head, fastened it round her neck, and hanged herself. But her halter quickly broke in 2. "O cursed bauble!" she cried, "couldst thou not serve me even in this office?" Then she spat upon it, hurled it from her, and offered her throat to Bacchides. But Berenice, taking a cup of poison, shared it with her mother, who stood at her side and begged for some. Together they drank it off, and the force of the poison sufficed for the weaker body, but it did not carry off Berenice, who had not drunk enough. As she was long in dying, and Bacchides was in a hurry, she was strangled. It is said also that of the unmarried sisters, one drank off her poison with many abrasive imprecations on her brother, but that Statira did so without uttering a single reproachful or ungenerous word. She rather commended her brother because, when his own life was at hazard, he had not neglected them, but had taken measures to have them die in freedom and under no insults. Part 20 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Lucullus, Part 3. Lucullus pushed on in pursuit as far as Tolora, whence, 4 days before, Mithridates had succeeded in escaping to Granus, in Armenia. Then he turned aside. After subduing the Chaldeans and the Tiberini, he occupied Lesser Armenia, reducing its fortresses and cities, and then sent Appius to Tigranes with a demand for Mithridates. He himself, however, came to Amisus, which was still holding out against the siege. Its success in this was due to Callimachus, its commander, who by his acquaintance with mechanical contrivances, and his power to employ every resource which the siege of a city demands, had given the Romans the greatest annoyance. For this he afterwards paid the penalty. But at this time he was simply outgeneralled by Lucullus, who made a sudden attack at just that time of day when Callimachus was accustomed to draw his soldiers off from the ramparts and give them a rest. When the Romans had got possession of a small part of the wall, Callimachus abandoned the city, first setting fire to it with his own hands, either because he begrudged the visitors their booty, or because his own escape was thus facilitated. For no one paid attention to those who were sailing away, but when the flames increased mightily and enveloped the walls, the soldiers made ready to plunder the houses. Lucullus, out of pity for the perishing city, tried to bring aid from outside against the fire, and gave orders to extinguish the flames, but no one paid any heed to his commands. The soldiers all clamored for the booty, and shouted, and clashed their shields and spears together, until he was forced to let them have their way, hoping that he could at least save the city itself from the flames. But the soldiers did just the opposite. Ransacking everything by torchlight and carrying lights about everywhere, they destroyed most of the houses themselves. When Lucullus entered the city at daybreak he burst into tears, and said to his friends that he had often deemed Sulla happy, and that on that day more than ever he admired the man's good fortune, in that when he wished to save Athens he had the power to do so. But upon me, he said, who have been so eager to imitate his example, heaven has devolved the reputation of Mummius. However, as far as circumstances allowed, he endeavoured to restore the city. The fire, indeed, had been quenched by showers which fell providentially, just as the city was captured, and most of what the soldiers had destroyed he rebuilt himself before his departure. He also received into the city those of the Amenses who had fled, and settled there any other Greeks who so desired, and added to the city's domain a tract of 120 stadia. The city was a colony of Athens, founded in that period when her power was at its height, and she controlled the sea. This was the reason why many who wished to escape the tyranny of Aristides at Athens sailed to Amisus, settled there, and became citizens. Flying from evils at home, they got the benefit of greater evils abroad. But those of them who survived were well clothed by Lucullus, and sent back home with a present of 200 drachmas apiece. Terranio, the grammarian, was also taken prisoner at this time. Marina asked to have him as his own prize, and on getting him, formally gave him his liberty, therein making an illiberal use of the gift which he had received. For Lucullus did not think it meet that a man so esteemed for his learning should first become a slave, and then be set at liberty. To give him a nominal liberty was to rob him of the liberty to which he was born. But this was not the only case in which Marina was found to be far inferior to his commander in nobility of conduct. Lucullus now turned his attention to the cities in Asia, in order that, while he was at leisure from military enterprises, he might do something for the furtherance of justice and law. Through long lack of these, unspeakable and incredible misfortunes were rife in the province. Its people were plundered and reduced to slavery by the tax-gatherers and money-lenders. Families were forced to sell their comely sons and virgin daughters, and cities their votive offerings, pictures, and sacred statues. At last men had to surrender to their creditors and serve themselves as slaves, but what preceded this was far worse: tortures of rope, barrier, and horse, standing under the open sky in the blazing sun of summer, and in winter being thrust into mud or ice. Slavery seemed by comparison to be a disburdenment and peace. Such were the evils which Lucullus found in the cities, and in a short time he freed the oppressed from all of them. In the first place, he ordered that the monthly rate of interest should be reckoned at 1%, and no more. In the second place, he cut off all interest that exceeded the principal. Third, and most important of all, he ordained that the lender should receive not more than the fourth part of his debtor's income, and any lender who added interest to principal was deprived of the whole. Thus, in less than 4 years' time, the debts were all paid, and the properties restored to their owners unencumbered. This public debt had its origin in the 20,000 talents which Sulla had laid upon Asia as a contribution, and twice this amount had been paid back to the moneylenders. Yet now, by reckoning usurious interest, they had brought the total debt up to 120,000 talents. These men accordingly considered themselves outraged, and raised a clamour against Lucullus at Rome. They also bribed some of the tribunes to proceed against him, being men of great influence, who had got many of the active politicians into their debt. Lucullus, however, was not only beloved by the peoples whom he had benefited, nay, other provinces also longed to have him sent over them, and felicitated those whose good fortune it was to have such a governor. Appius Clodius, who had been sent to Tigranes, Clodius was a brother of her who was then the wife of Lucullus, was at first conducted by the royal guides through the upper country by a route needlessly circuitous and long. But when a freedman of his, who was a Syrian, told him of the direct route, he left the long one which was being trickily imposed upon him, bade his barbarian guides a long farewell, and within a few days crossed the Euphrates and came to Antioch by Daphne. Then, being ordered to await Tigranes there, the king was still engaged in subduing some cities of Phoenicia. He gained over many of the princes who paid but a hollow obedience to the Armenian. One of these was Arbienus, the king of Gordina. He also promised many of the enslaved cities, when they sent to confer with him secretly, the assistance of Lucullus, although for the present he bade them keep quiet. Now the sway of the Armenians was intolerably grievous to the Greeks. Above all else, the spirit of the king himself had become pompous and haughty in the midst of his great prosperity. All the things which most men covet and admire, he not only had in his possession, but actually thought that they existed for his sake. For though he had started on his career with small and insignificant expectations, he had subdued many nations, humbled the Parthian power as no man before him had done, and filled Mesopotamia with Greeks whom he removed in great numbers from Cilicia and from Cappadocia, and settled anew. He also removed from their wonted haunts the nomadic Arabians, and brought them to an adjacent settlement, that he might employ them in trade and commerce. Many were the kings who waited upon him, and 4, whom he always had about him like attendants or bodyguards, would run on foot by their master's side when he rode out, clad in short blouses, and when he sat transacting business would stand by with their arms crossed. This attitude was thought to be the plainest confession of servitude, as if they had sold their freedom and offered their persons to their master disposed for suffering rather than for service. Appius, however, was not frightened or astonished at all this pomp and show, but as soon as he obtained an audience, told the king plainly that he was come to take back Mithridates, as an ornament due to the triumph of Lucullus, or else to declare war against Tigranes. Although Tigranes made every effort to listen to this speech with a cheerful countenance and a forced smile, he could not hide from the bystanders his discomfiture at the bold words of the young man. It must have been 25 years since he had listened to a free speech. That was the length of his reign, or rather of his wanton tyranny. However, he replied to Appius that he would not surrender Mithridates, and that if the Romans began war he would defend himself. He was vexed with Lucullus for addressing him in his letter with the title of king only, and not king of kings, and accordingly in his reply he would not address Lucullus as imperator. But he sent splendid gifts to Appius, and when he would not take them, added more besides. Appius finally accepted a single bowl from among them, not wishing his rejection of the king's offers to seem prompted by any personal enmity, but sent back the rest, and marched off with all speed to join the Imperator. Up to this time Tigranes had not deigned to see Mithridates, nor speak to him, although the man was allied to him by marriage, and had been expelled from such a great kingdom. Instead, he had kept him at the farthest remove possible, in disgrace and contumely, and he had suffered him to be held a sort of prisoner in marshy and sickly regions. Now, however, he summoned him to his palace with marks of esteem and friendship. There, in secret conference, they strove to allay their mutual suspicions at the expense of their friends, by laying the blame upon them. One of these was Metrodorus of Cepus, a man of agreeable speech and wide learning, who enjoyed the friendship of Mithridates in such a high degree that he was called the king's father. This man, as it seems, had once been sent as an ambassador from Mithridates to Tigranes, with a request for aid against the Romans. On this occasion Tigranes asked him, "But what is your own advice to me, Metrodorus, in this matter?" Whereupon Metrodorus, either with an eye to the interests of Tigranes, or because he did not wish Mithridates to be saved, said that as an ambassador he urged consent, but that as an adviser he forbade it. Tigranes disclosed this to Mithridates, not supposing, when he told him, that he would punish Metrodorus past all healing. But Metrodorus was at once put out of the way. Then Tigranes repented of what he had done, although he was not entirely to blame for the death of Metrodorus. He merely gave an impulse, as it were, to the hatred which Mithridates already had for the man. For he had long been secretly hostile to him, as was seen from his private papers when they were captured, in which there were directions that Metrodorus as well as others be put to death. Accordingly Tigranes gave the body of Metrodorus a splendid burial, sparing no expense upon the man when dead, although he had betrayed him when alive. Amphicrates, the rhetorician, also lost his life at the court of Tigranes, if, for the sake of Athens, we may make some mention of him too. It is said that when he was exiled from his native city, he went to Seleucia on the Tigris, and that when the citizens asked him to give lectures there, he treated their invitation with contempt, arrogantly remarking that a stewpan could not hold a dolphin. Removing thence, he attached himself to Cleopatra, the daughter of Mithridates and wife of Tigranes, but speedily fell into disfavor, and being excluded from intercourse with Greeks, starved himself to death. He also received honorable burial at the hands of Cleopatra, and his body lies at Sapha, as a place in those parts is called. Lucullus, after filling Asia full of law and order, and full of peace, did not neglect the things which minister to pleasure and win favor, but during his stay at Ephesus gratified the cities with processions and triumphal festivals, and contests of athletes and gladiators. And the cities, in response, celebrated festivals which they called Lucullae, to do honor to the man, and bestowed upon him what is sweeter than honor, their genuine goodwill. But when Appius came, and it was plain that war must be waged against Tigranes, he went back into Pontus, put himself at the head of his soldiers, and laid siege to Sinope, or rather, to the Cilicians who were occupying that city for the king. These slew many of the Sinopians, fired the city, and set on to fly by night. But Lucullus saw what was going on, made his way into the city, and slew 8,000 of the Cilicians who were still there. Then he restored to the city their private property, and ministered to the needs of the city, more especially on account of the following vision. He thought in his sleep that a form stood by his side and said, "Go forward a little, Lucullus, for Autolycus is come, and wishes to meet you." On rising from sleep, he was unable to conjecture what the vision meant, but he took the city on that day, and as he pursued the Cilicians who were sailing away, he saw a statue lying on the beach, which the Cilicians had not succeeded in getting on board with them. It was the work of Sthenes, one of his masterpieces. Well then, someone told Lucullus that it was the statue of Autolycus, the founder of Sinope. Now Autolycus is said to have been one of those who made an expedition with Heracles from Thessaly against the Amazons, a son of Deimachus. On his voyage of return, in company with Demoleon and Phlogus, he lost his ship, which was wrecked at the place called Pedelium, in the Chersonesus. but he himself escaped, with his arms and companions, and coming to Sinope, took the city away from the Syrians. These Syrians who were in possession of the city were descended, as it is said, from Cyrus, the son of Apollo, and Sinope, the daughter of Asopus. On hearing this, Lucullus called to mind the advice of Sulla in his Memoirs, which was to think nothing so trustworthy and sure as that which is signified by dreams. Being informed now that Mithridates and Tigranes were on the point of entering Laconia and Cilicia, with the purpose of invading Asia before war was actually declared, he was amazed that the Armenian, if he cherished the design of attacking the Romans, had not made use of Mithridates for this war when he was at the zenith of his power, nor joined forces with him when he was strong, but had allowed him to be crushed and ruined, and now began a war which offered only faint hopes of success, prostrating himself to the level of those who were unable to stand erect. But when Machaerus, also, the son of Mithridates, who held the Bosphorus, sent Lucullus a crown valued at 1,000 pieces of gold, begging to be included in the list of Rome's friends and allies, Lucullus decided at once that the first war was finished. He therefore left Sornatius there as a guardian of Pontus, with 6,000 soldiers, while he himself, with 12,000 footmen and less than 3,000 horse, set out for the second war. He seemed to be making a reckless attack, and one which admitted of no saving calculation, upon warlike nations, countless thousands of horsemen, and a boundless region surrounded by deep rivers and mountains covered with perpetual snow. His soldiers, therefore, who were none too well disciplined in any case, followed him reluctantly and rebelliously, while the popular tribunes at Rome raised an outcry against him, and accused him of seeking one war after another, although the city had no need of them, that he might be in perpetual command and never lay down his arms, or cease enriching himself from the public dangers. And in time these men accomplished their purpose. But Lucullus advanced by forced marches to the Euphrates. Here he found the stream swollen and turbid from the winter storms, and was vexed to think of the delay and trouble which it would cost him to collect boats and build rafts. But at evening the stream began to subside, went on diminishing through the night, and at daybreak the river was running between lofty banks. The natives, observing that sundry small islands in the channel had become visible, and that the current near them was quiet, made obeisance to Lucullus, saying that this had seldom happened before, and that the river had voluntarily made itself tame and gentle for Lucullus, and offered him an easy and speedy passage. Accordingly, he took advantage of his opportunity and put his troops across, and a favourable sign accompanied his crossing. Heifers pasture there which are sacred to Persia Artemis, a goddess whom the barbarians on the further side of the Euphrates hold in the highest honour. These heifers are used only for sacrifice, and at other times are left to roam about the country at large, with brands upon them in the shape of the torch of the goddess. Nor is it a slight or easy matter to catch any of them when they are wanted. One of these heifers, after the army had crossed the Euphrates, came to a certain rock which is deemed sacred to the goddess, and stood upon it, and lowering its head without any compulsion from the usual rope, offered itself to Lucullus for sacrifice. He also sacrificed a bull to the Euphrates, in acknowledgment of his safe passage. Then, after encamping there during the day, on the next and the succeeding days he advanced through Sophene. He wrought no harm to the inhabitants, who came to meet him and received his army gladly. Nay, when his soldiers wanted to take a certain fortress which was thought to contain much wealth, "Yonder lies the fortress which we must rather bring low," said he, pointing to the Taurus in the distance. "These nearer things are reserved for the victors." Then he went on by forced marches, crossing the Tigris, and entered Armenia. Since the first messenger who told Tigranes that Lucullus was coming had his head cut off for his pains, no one else would tell him anything, and so he sat in ignorance while the fires of war were already blazing around him, giving ear only to those who flattered him, and said that Lucullus would not be a great general if he ventured to withstand Tigranes at Ephesus, and did not fly incontinently from Asia at the mere sight of so many myriads of men. Which only proves that it is not every man who can bear much unmixed wine, nor is it any ordinary understanding that does not lose its reckoning in the midst of great prosperity. The first of his friends who ventured to tell him the truth was Mithrobarzanes, and he too got no very excellent reward for his boldness of speech. He was sent at once against Lucullus with 3,000 horsemen and a large force of infantry, under orders to bring the general alive, but to trample his men under foot. Now part of the army of Lucullus was already preparing to go into camp, and the rest was still coming up, when his scouts told him that the barbarian was advancing to the attack. Fearing lest the enemy attack his men when they were separated and in disorder, and so throw them into confusion, he himself fell to arranging the encampment, and Sextilius, the legate, was sent at the head of 1,600 horsemen and about as many light and heavy infantry, with orders to get near the enemy and wait there until he learned that the main body was safely encamped. Well then, this was what Sextilius wished to do, but he was forced into an engagement by Mithrobarzanes, who boldly charged upon him. A battle ensued, in which Mithrobarzanes fell fighting, and the rest of his forces took to flight and were cut to pieces, all except a few. Upon this, Tigranes abandoned Tigranocerta, that great city which he had built, withdrew to the Taurus, and there began collecting his forces from every quarter. Lucullus, however, gave him no time for preparation, but sent out Marina to harass and cut off the forces gathering to join Tigranes, and Sextilius again to hold in check a large body of Arabs which was drawing near the king. At one and the same time Sextilius fell upon the Arabs as they were going into camp, and slew most of them, and Marina, following hard upon Tigranes, seized his opportunity and attacked the king as he was passing through a rough and narrow defile with his army in long column. Part 21 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Lucullus, Part 4. Thus successful in his campaign, Lucullus struck camp and proceeded to Tigranocerta, which city he invested and began to besiege. There were in the city many Greeks who had been transplanted, like others, from Cilicia, and many barbarians who had suffered the same fate as the Greeks, Adiabeni, Assyrians, Gordieni, and Cappadocians, whose native cities Tigranes had demolished, and brought their inhabitants to dwell there under compulsion. The city was also full of wealth and votive offerings, since every private person and every prince vied with the king in contributing to its increase and adornment. Therefore Lucullus pressed the siege of the city with vigor, in the belief that Tigranes would not endure it, but, contrary to his better judgment, and in anger would descend into the plains to offer battle, and his belief was justified. Mithridates, indeed, both by messengers and letters, strongly urged the king not to join battle, but to cut off the enemy's supplies with his cavalry. Taxiles also, who came from Mithridates and joined the forces of Tigranes, earnestly begged the king to remain on the defensive and avoid the invincible arms of the Romans. And at first Tigranes gave considerate hearing to this advice. But when the Armenians and Gordieni joined with him all their hosts, and the kings of the Medes and Adiabeni came up with all their hosts, and many Arabs arrived from the Sea of Babylonia, and many Albanians from the Caspian Sea, together with Iberians who were neighbors to the Albanians, and when not a few of the people about the river Araxes, who are not subject to kings, had been induced by favors and gifts to come and join him, and when the banquets of the king, and his councils as well, were full of hopes and boldness and barbaric threats, then Taxiles ran the risk of being put to death when he opposed the plan of fighting, and Mithridates was thought to be diverting the king from a great success out of mere envy. Wherefore Tigranes would not even wait for him, lest he share in the glory, but advanced with all his army, bitterly lamenting to his friends, as it is said, that he was going to contend with Lucullus alone, and not with all the Roman generals put together. And his boldness was not altogether that of a madman, nor without good reason, when he saw so many nations and kings in his following, with phalanxes of heavy infantry and myriads of horsemen. For he was in command of 20,000 bowmen and slingers, 55,000 horsemen, of whom 17,000 were clad in mail, as Lucullus said in his letter to the Senate, also of 150,000 heavy infantry, some of whom were drawn up in cohorts, and some in phalanxes, also of road makers, bridge builders, clearers of rivers, foresters, and ministers to the other needs of an army, to the number of 35,000. These latter, being drawn up in array behind the fighting men, increased the apparent strength of the army. When Tigranes had crossed the Taurus, deployed with all his forces, and looked down upon the Roman army investing Tigranocerta, the throng of barbarians in the city greeted his appearance with shouts and din, and standing on the walls, threateningly pointed out the Armenians to the Romans. When Lucullus held a council of war, some of his officers advised him to give up the siege and lead his army against Tigranes. Others urged him not to leave so many enemies in his rear, and not to remit the siege. Whereupon, remarking that each counsel by itself was bad, but both together were good, he divided his army. Marina, with 6,000 footmen, he left behind in charge of the siege, while he himself, with 24 cohorts, comprising no more than 10,000 heavy infantry, and all the horsemen, slingers, and archers, to the number of about 1,000, set out against the enemy. When he had encamped along the river in a great plain, he appeared utterly insignificant to Tigranes, and supplied the king's flatterers with ground for amusement. Some mocked at the Romans, and others in pleasantry cast lots for their spoil, while each of the generals and kings came forward and begged that the task of conquering them might be entrusted to himself alone, and that the king would sit by as a spectator. Then Tigranes, not wishing to be left behind entirely in this play of wit and scoffing, uttered that famous saying, "If they are come as ambassadors, they are too many; if as soldiers, too few." And so for the while they continued their sarcasms and jests. But at daybreak Lucullus led out his forces under arms. Now the barbarian army lay to the east of the river. But as the stream takes a turn to the west at the point where it was easiest to ford, and as Lucullus led his troops to the attack in that direction first and with speed, he seemed to Tigranes to be retreating. So he called Taxiles and said, with a laugh, "Don't you see that the invincible Roman hoplites are taking to flight?" "O king," said Taxiles, "I could wish that some marvellous thing might fall to your good fortune, but when these men are merely on a march, they do not put on shining raiment, nor have they their shields polished and their helmets uncovered, as now that they have stripped the leathern coverings from their armor. Nay, this splendor means that they are going to fight, and are now advancing upon their enemies." While Taxiles was yet speaking, the first eagle came in sight, as Lucullus wheeled towards the river, and the cohorts were seen forming in manoplies with a view to crossing. Then at last, as though coming out of a drunken stupor, Tigranes cried out 2 or 3 times, "Are the men coming against us?" And so, with much tumult and confusion, his multitude formed in battle array, the king himself occupying the centre, and assigning the left wing to the king of the Adiabeni, the right to the king of the Medes. In front of this wing also the greater part of the mail-clad horsemen were drawn up. As Lucullus was about to cross the river, some of his officers advised him to beware of the day, which was one of the unlucky days; the Romans call them black days. For on that day Scipio and his army perished in a battle with the Cimbri. But Lucullus answered with the memorable words, "Verily, I will make this day too a lucky one for the Romans." Now the day was the 6th of October. Saying this, and bidding his men be of good courage, he crossed the river, and led the way in person against the enemy. He wore a steel breastplate of glittering scales, and a tasselled cloak, and at once let his sword flash forth from his scabbard, indicating that they must forthwith come to close quarters with men who fought with long-range missiles, and eliminate, by the rapidity of their onset, the space in which the archery would be effective. But when he saw that the mail-clad horsemen, on whom the greatest reliance was placed, were stationed at the foot of a considerable hill, which was crowned by a broad and level space, and that the approach to this was a matter of only 4 stadia, and neither rough nor steep, he ordered his Thracian and Gallic horsemen to attack the enemy in the flank, and to parry their long spears with their own short swords. Now the sole resource of the mail-clad horsemen is their long spear, and they have none other whatsoever, either in defending themselves or attacking their enemies, owing to the weight and rigidity of their armour. In this they are as it were immured. Then he himself, with 2 cohorts, hastened eagerly towards the hill, his soldiers following with all their might, because they saw him ahead of them in armour, enduring all the fatigue of a foot soldier, and pressing his way along. Arrived at the top, and standing in the most conspicuous spot, he cried with a loud voice, "The day is ours, the day is ours, my fellow soldiers." With these words he led his men against the mail-clad horsemen, ordering them not to hurl their javelins yet, but taking each his own man, to smite the enemy's legs and thighs, which are the only parts of these mail-clad horsemen left exposed. However, there was no need of this mode of fighting, for the enemy did not await the Romans, but with loud cries, and in most disgraceful flight, they hurled themselves and their horses, with all their weight, upon the ranks of their own infantry, before it had so much as begun to fight, and so all those tens of thousands were defeated without the infliction of a wound or the sight of blood. But the great slaughter began at once when they fled, or rather tried to fly, for they were prevented from really doing so by the closeness and depths of their own ranks. Tigranes rode away at the very outset with a few attendants, and took to flight. Seeing his son also in the same plight, he took off the diadem from his head, and in tears gave it to him, bidding him save himself as best he could by another route. The young man, however, did not venture to assume the diadem, but gave it to his most trusted slave for safe keeping. This slave happened to be captured, and was brought to Lucullus, and thus even the diadem of Tigranes became part of the booty. It is said that more than 100,000 of the enemy's infantry perished, while of the cavalry only a few, all told, made their escape. Of the Romans, on the other hand, only 100 were wounded, and only 5 killed. Antiochus the philosopher makes mention of this battle in his treatise concerning gods, and says that the sun never looked down on such another. And Strabo, another philosopher, in his historical commentaries, says that the Romans themselves were ashamed, and laughed one another to scorn for requiring arms against such slaves. Livy also has remarked that the Romans were never in such inferior numbers when they faced an enemy, for the victors were hardly even a 20th part of the vanquished, but less than this. The Roman generals, who were most capable and most experienced in war, praised Lucullus especially for this, that he outgeneraled 2 kings who were most distinguished and powerful by 2 most opposite tactics, speed and slowness. For he used up Mithridates at the height of his power by long delays, but crushed Tigranes by the speed of his operations, being one of the few generals of all time to use delay for great achievement, and boldness for greater safety. This was the reason why Mithridates made no haste to be at the battle. He thought Lucullus would carry on the war with his wonted caution and indirectness, and so marched slowly to join Tigranes. At first he met a few Armenians hurrying back over the road in panic fear, and conjectured what had happened. Then, presently, when he had learned of the defeat from more unarmed and wounded fugitives whom he met, he sought to find Tigranes. And though he found him destitute of all things and humiliated, he did not return his insolent behavior, but got down from his horse and wept with him over their common sufferings. Then he gave him his own royal equipage, and tried to fill him with courage for the future. And so these kings began to assemble fresh forces. But in the city of Tigranocerta, the Greeks had risen up against the barbarians and were ready to hand the city over to Lucullus, so he assaulted and took it. The royal treasures in the city he took into his own charge, but the city itself he turned over to his soldiers for plunder, and it contained 8,000 talents in money, together with the usual valuables. Besides this, he gave to each man 800 drachmas from the general spoils. On learning that many dramatic artists had been captured in the city, whom Tigranes had collected there from all quarters for the formal decoration of the theatre which he had built, Lucullus employed them for the contests and spectacles with which he celebrated his victories. The Greeks he sent to their native cities, giving them also the means wherewith to make the journey, and likewise the barbarians who had been compelled to settle there. Thus it came to pass that the dissolution of one city was the restoration of many others, by reason of their recovering their own inhabitants, and they all loved Lucullus as their benefactor and founder. And whatever else he did also prospered, in a way worthy of the man, who was ambitious of the praise that is consequent upon righteousness and humanity, rather than of that which follows military successes. For the latter, the army also was in no slight degree, and fortune in the highest degree, responsible, but the former were the manifestations of a gentle and disciplined spirit, and in the exercise of these qualities Lucullus now, without appeal to arms, subdued the barbarians. The kings of the Arabs came to him, with proffers of their possessions, and the Sophini joined his cause. The Gordiani were so affected by his kindness that they were ready to abandon their cities and follow him with their wives and children, in voluntary service. The reason for this was as follows. Zarbienus, the king of the Gordiani, as has been said, secretly stipulated with Lucullus, through Appius, for an alliance, being oppressed by the tyranny of Tigranes. He was informed against, however, and put to death, and his wife and children perished with him, before the Romans entered Armenia. Lucullus was not unmindful of all this, but on entering the country of the Gordiani, appointed funeral rites in honour of Zarbienus, and after adorning a pile with royal raiment and gold, and with the spoils taken from Tigranes, set fire to it with his own hand, and joined the friends and kindred of the man in pouring libations upon it, calling him a comrade of his and an ally of the Romans. He also ordered that a monument be erected to his memory at great cost, for many treasures were found in the palace of Zarbienus, including gold and silver, and 3,000,000 bushels of grain were stored up there, so that the soldiers were plentifully supplied, and Lucullus was admired for not taking a single drachma from the public treasury, but making the war pay for itself. Here he received an embassy from the king of the Parthians also, inviting him into friendly alliance. This was agreeable to Lucullus, and in his turn he sent ambassadors to the Parthian, but they discovered that he was playing a double game, and secretly asking for Mesopotamia as a reward for an alliance with Tigranes. Accordingly, when Lucullus was apprised of this, he determined to ignore Tigranes and Mithridates as exhausted antagonists, and to make trial of the Parthian power by marching against them, thinking it a glorious thing, in a single impetuous onset of war, to throw like an athlete 3 kings in succession, and to make his way, unvanquished and victorious, through 3 of the greatest empires under the sun. Accordingly he sent orders to Sornatius and his fellow commanders in Pontus to bring the army there to him, as he intended to proceed eastward from Gordiani. These officers had already found their soldiers unmanageable and disobedient, but now they discovered that they were utterly beyond control, being unable to move them by any manner of persuasion or compulsion. Nay, they roundly swore that they would not even stay where they were, but would go off and leave Pontus undefended. When news of this was brought to Lucullus, it demoralized his soldiers there also. Their wealth and luxurious life had already made them averse to military service and desirous of leisure, and when they heard of the bold words of their comrades in Pontus, they called them brave men, and said their example must be followed in Gordiani, for their many achievements entitled them to respite from toil and freedom from danger. Such speeches, and even worse than these, coming to the ears of Lucullus, he gave up his expedition against the Parthians, and marched once more against Tigranes, it being now the height of summer. And yet, after crossing the Taurus, he was discouraged to find the plain still covered with unripe grain, so much later are the seasons there, owing to the coolness of the atmosphere. However, he descended from the mountains, routed the Armenians who twice or thrice ventured to attack him, and then plundered their villages without fear, and by taking away the grain which had been stored up for Tigranes, reduced his enemy to the straits which he had been fearing for himself. Then he challenged them to battle by encompassing their camp with a moat, and by ravaging their territory before their eyes. But this did not move them, so often had they been defeated. He therefore broke camp and marched against Artaxata, the royal residence of Tigranes, where were his wives and young children, thinking that Tigranes would not give these up without fighting. It is said that Hannibal the Carthaginian, after Antiochus had been conquered by the Romans, left him and went to Artaxas the Athenian, to whom he gave many excellent suggestions and instructions. For instance, observing that a section of the country which had the greatest natural advantages and attractions was lying idle and neglected, he drew up a plan for a city there, and then brought Artaxas to the place and showed him its possibilities and urged him to undertake the building. The king was delighted, and begged Hannibal to superintend the work himself, whereupon a very great and beautiful city arose there, which was named after the king, and proclaimed the capital of Armenia. When Lucullus marched against this city, Tigranes could not suffer it quietly, but put himself at the head of his forces, and on the 4th day encamped over against the Romans, keeping the river Arsania between himself and them, which they must of necessity cross on their way to Artaxata. Thereupon Lucullus sacrificed to the gods, in full assurance that the victory was already his, and then crossed the river with 12 cohorts in the van, and the rest disposed so as to prevent the enemy from closing in upon his flanks. For large bodies of horsemen and picked soldiers confronted him, and these were covered by Mardian mounted archers and Iberian lancers, on whom Tigranes relied beyond any other mercenaries, deeming them the most warlike. However, they did not shine in action, but after a slight skirmish with the Roman cavalry, gave way before the advancing infantry, scattered to right and left in flight, and drew after them the cavalry in pursuit. On the dispersion of these troops, Tigranes rode out at the head of his cavalry, and when Lucullus saw their splendor and their numbers, he was afraid. He therefore recalled his cavalry from their pursuit of the flying enemy, and taking the lead of the troops in person, set upon the Atropateni, who were stationed opposite him with the magnates of the king's following, and before coming to close quarters, sent them off in panic flight. Of 3 kings who together confronted the Romans, Mithridates of Pontus seems to have fled most disgracefully, for he could not endure even their shouting. The pursuit was long and lasted through the whole night, and the Romans were worn out, not only with killing their enemies, but also with taking prisoners and getting all sorts of booty. Livy says that in the former battle a great number of the enemy, but in this more men of high station were slain and taken prisoners. Elated and emboldened by this victory, Lucullus purposed to advance further into the interior and subdue the barbarian realm utterly. But contrary to what might have been expected at the time of the autumnal equinox, severe winter weather was encountered, which generally covered the ground with snow, and even when the sky was clear produced hoar-frost and ice, owing to which the horses could not well drink of the rivers, so excessive was the cold, nor could they easily cross them, since the ice broke and cut the horses' sinews with its jagged edges. Most of the country was thickly shaded, full of narrow defiles and marshy, so that it kept the soldiers continually wet. They were covered with snow while they marched, and spent the nights uncomfortably in damp places. Accordingly, they had not followed Lucullus for many days after the battle when they began to object. At first they sent their tribunes to him with entreaties to desist. Then they held more tumultuous assemblies, and shouted in their tents at night, which seems to have been characteristic of a mutinous army. And yet Lucullus plied them with entreaties, calling upon them to possess their souls in patience until they had taken and destroyed the Armenian Carthage, the work of their most hated foe, meaning Hannibal. But since he could not persuade them, he led them back, and crossing the Taurus by another pass, descended into the country called Mygdonia, which is fertile and open to the sun, and contains a large and populous city, called Nisibis by the barbarians, Antioch in Mygdonia by the Greeks. The nominal defender of this city, by virtue of his rank, was Gorus, a brother of Tigranes, but its actual defender, by virtue of his experience and skill as an engineer, was Callimachus, the man who gave Lucullus most trouble at Amisus also. But Lucullus established his camp before it, laid siege to it in every way, and in a short time took the city by storm. To Gorus, who surrendered himself unto his hands, he gave kind treatment, but to Callimachus, who promised to reveal secret stores of great treasure, he would not hearken. Instead, he ordered him to be brought in chains, that he might be punished for destroying Amisus by fire, Part 22 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadette Perrin. Lucullus, Part 5. Up to this point, one might say that fortune had followed Lucullus and fought on his side, but from now on, as though a favouring breeze had failed him, he had to force every issue, and met with obstacles everywhere. He still displayed the bravery and patience of a good leader, but his undertakings brought him no new fame or favour. Indeed, so ill-starred and devious was his course, that he came near losing that which he had already won. And he himself was not least to blame for this. He was not disposed to court the favour of the common soldier, and thought that everything that was done to please one's command only dishonoured and undermined one's authority. Worst of all, not even with men of power and of equal rank with himself could he readily co-operate. He despised them all, and thought them of no account as compared with himself. These bad qualities Lucullus is said to have had, but no more than these. He was tall and handsome, a powerful speaker, and equally able in the forum and the field. Well then, Sallust says that his soldiers were ill-disposed towards him at the very beginning of the war, before Cyzicus, and again before Amisus, because they were compelled to spend 2 successive winters in camp. The winters that followed also vexed them. They spent them either in the enemy's country, or among the allies, encamped under the open sky. Not once did Lucullus take his army into a city that was Greek and friendly. In their disaffection, they received the greatest support from the popular leaders at Rome. These envied Lucullus and denounced him for protracting the war through love of power and love of wealth. They said he all but had in his sole power Cilicia, Asia, Bithynia, Paphlagonia, Galatia, Pontus, Armenia, and the regions extending to the Phasis, and now that he had actually plundered the palaces of Tigranes, as if he had been sent, not to subdue the kings, but to strip them. These were the words, they say, of Lucius Quintus, one of the praetors, to whom most of the people listened when they passed a vote to send men who should succeed Lucullus in the command of his province. They voted also that many of the soldiers under him should be released from military service. To these factors in the case, so unfavourable in themselves, there was added another, which most of all vitiated the undertakings of Lucullus. This was Publius Clodius, a man of wanton violence and full of all arrogance and boldness. He was a brother of the wife of Lucullus, a woman of the most dissolute ways, whom he was actually accused of debauching. At this time he was in service with Lucullus, and did not get all the honour which he thought his due. He thought a foremost place his due, when many were preferred before him because of his evil character. He worked secretly upon the soldiers who had been commanded by Fimbria, and tried to incite them against Lucullus, disseminating among them speeches well adapted to men who were neither unwilling nor unaccustomed to have their favour courted. These were the men whom Fimbria had once persuaded to kill the consul Flaccus, and choose himself for their general. They therefore gladly listened to Clodius also, and called him the soldiers' friend. For he pretended to be incensed in their behalf, if there was to be no end of their countless wars and toils, but they were rather to wear out their lives in fighting with every nation and wandering over every land, receiving no suitable reward for such service, but convoying the wagons and camels of Lucullus laden with golden beakers set with precious stones, while the soldiers of Pompey, citizens now, were snugly ensconced with wives and children in the possession of fertile lands and prosperous cities, not for having driven Mithridates and Tigranes into uninhabitable deserts, nor for having demolished the royal palaces of Asia, but for having fought with wretched exiles in Spain and runaway slaves in Italy. Why, then he would cry, if our campaigns are never to come to an end, if we do not reserve what is left of our bodies and our lives for a general in whose eyes the wealth of his soldiers is his fairest honour. For such reasons as these the army of Lucullus was demoralized, and refused to follow him either against Tigranes or against Mithridates, who had come back into Pontus from Armenia, and was trying to restore his power there. They made the long winter their excuse for lingering in Gordiani, expecting every moment that Pompey or some other commander would be sent out to succeed Lucullus. But when tidings came that Mithridates had defeated Fabius, and was on the march against Sornatius and Triarius, they were struck with shame and followed Lucullus. But Triarius, who was ambitious to snatch the victory, which he thought assured, before Lucullus, who was near, should come up, was defeated in a great battle. It is said that over 7,000 Romans fell, among whom were 150 centurions and 24 tribunes, and their camp was captured by Mithridates. But Lucullus, coming up a few days afterward, hid Triarius from the search of his infuriated soldiers. Then, since Mithridates was unwilling to give fight, but lay waiting for Tigranes, who was coming down with a large force, he determined to anticipate the junction of their armies, and march back to meet Tigranes in battle. But while he was on the way thither, the Fimbrian soldiers mutinied and left their ranks, declaring that they were discharged from service by a decree of the people, and that Lucullus no longer had the right to command them, since the provinces had been assigned to others. Accordingly, there was no expedient, however much beneath his dignity, to which Lucullus did not force himself to resort, entreating the soldiers man by man, going about from tent to tent in humility and tears, and actually taking some of the men by the hand in supplication. But they rejected his advances, and threw their empty purses down before him, bidding him fight the enemy alone, since he alone knew how to get rich from them. However, at the request of the other soldiers, the Fimbrians were constrained to agree to remain during the summer, but, if in the meantime no enemy should come down to fight them, they were to be dismissed. Lucullus was obliged to content himself with these terms, or else to be deserted and give up the country to the barbarians. He therefore simply held his soldiers together, without forcing them any more, or leading them out to battle. Their remaining with him was all that he could expect, and he looked on helplessly while Tigranes ravaged Cappadocia, and Mithridates resumed his insolent ways, a monarch whom he had reported by letter to the Senate as completely subdued. Besides, the commissioners were now with him, who had been sent out to regulate the affairs of Pontus, on the supposition that it was a secure Roman possession. And lo, when they came, they saw that Lucullus was not even his own master, but was mocked and insulted by his soldiers. These went so far in their outrageous treatment of their general, that at the close of the summer they donned their armor, drew their swords, and challenged to battle an enemy who was nowhere near, but had already withdrawn. Then they shouted their war cries, brandished their weapons in the air, and departed from the camp, calling men to witness that the time had expired during which they had agreed to remain with Lucullus. The rest of the soldiers Pompey summoned by letter, for he had already been appointed to conduct the war against Mithridates and Tigranes, because he won the favor of the people and flattered their leaders. But the Senate and the nobility considered Lucullus a wronged man. He had been superseded, they said, not in a war, but in a triumph, and had been forced to relinquish and turn over to others, not his campaign, but the prizes of victory in his campaign. But to those who were on the spot, what happened there seemed still greater matter for wrath and indignation. For Lucullus was not allowed to bestow rewards or punishments for what had been done in the war, nor would Pompey even suffer anyone to visit him, or to pay any heed to the edicts and regulations which he made in concert with the 10 commissioners, but prevented it by issuing counter-edicts, and by the terror which his presence with a larger force inspired. Nevertheless, their friends decided to bring the 2 men together, and so they met in a certain village of Galatia. They greeted one another amicably, and each congratulated the other on his victories. Lucullus was the elder man, but Pompey's prestige was the greater, because he had conducted more campaigns, and celebrated 2 triumphs. Faces wreathed with laurel were carried before both commanders in token of their victories, and since Pompey had made a long march through waterless and arid regions, the laurel which wreathed his faces was withered. When the lictors of Lucullus noticed this, they considerately gave Pompey's lictors some of their own laurel, which was fresh and green. This circumstance was interpreted as a good omen by the friends of Pompey, for in fact the exploits of Lucullus did adorn the command of Pompey. However, their conference resulted in no equitable agreement, but they left it still more estranged from one another. Pompey also annulled the ordinances of Lucullus, and took away all but 1,600 of his soldiers. These he left to share his triumph, but even these did not follow him very cheerfully. To such a marvellous degree was Lucullus either unqualified or unfortunate as regards the first and highest of all requisites in a leader. Had this power of gaining the affection of his soldiers been added to his other gifts, which were so many and so great, courage, diligence, wisdom, and justice, the Roman Empire would not have been bounded by the Euphrates, but by the outer confines of Asia, and the Hyrcanian Sea, for all the other nations had already been subdued by Tigranes, and in the time of Lucullus the Parthian power was not so great as it proved to be in the time of Crassus, nor was it so well united, nay, rather, owing to intestine and neighbouring wars, it had not even strength enough to repel the wanton attacks of the Armenians. Now my own opinion is that the harm Lucullus did his country through his influence upon others was greater than the good he did her himself. For his trophies in Armenia, standing on the borders of Parthia and Tigranocerta and Nisibis, and the vast wealth brought to Rome from these cities, and of the display in his triumph of the captured diadem of Tigranes, incited Crassus to his attack upon Asia. He thought that the barbarians were spoil and booty, and nothing else. It was not long, however, before he encountered the Parthian arrows, and proved that Lucullus had won his victories, not through the folly and cowardice of his enemies, but through his own daring and ability. This, however, is later history. Now when Lucullus had returned to Rome, he found in the first place that his brother Marcus was under prosecution by Gaius Memmius for his acts as quaestor under the administration of Sulla. Marcus indeed was acquitted, but Memmius then turned his attack upon Lucullus, and strove to excite the people against him. He charged him with diverting much property to his own uses, and with needlessly protracting the war, and finally persuaded the people not to grant him a triumph. Lucullus strove mightily against this decision, and the foremost and most influential men mingled with the tribes, and by much entreaty and exertion at last persuaded the people to allow him to celebrate a triumph, not, however, like some, a triumph which was startling and tumultuous from the length of the procession and the multitude of objects displayed. Instead, he decorated the circus of Flaminius with the arms of the enemy, which were very numerous, and with the royal engines of war, and this was a great spectacle in itself, and far from contemptible. But in the procession, a few of the mail-clad horsemen and 10 of the scythe-bearing chariots moved along, together with 60 of the king's friends and generals. 110 bronze-beaked ships of war were also carried along, a golden statue of Mithridates himself, 6 feet in height, a wonderful shield adorned with precious stones, 20 litters of silver vessels, and 32 litters of gold beakers, armor, and money. All this was carried by men. Then there were 8 mules which bore golden couches, 56 bearing ingots of silver, and 107 more bearing something less than 2,700,000 pieces of silver coin. There were also tablets with records of the sums of money already paid by Lucullus to Pompey for the war against the pirates, and to the keepers of the public treasury, as well as of the fact that each of his soldiers had received 950 drachmas. To crown all, Lucullus gave a magnificent feast to the city, and to the surrounding villages, called Fede. After his divorce from Clodia, who was a licentious and base woman, he married Servilia, a sister of Cato, but this too was an unfortunate marriage. For it lacked none of the evils which Clodia had brought in her train except one, namely, the scandal about her brothers. In all other respects Servilia was equally vile and abandoned, and yet Lucullus forced himself to tolerate her, out of regard for Cato. At last, however, he put her away. The Senate had conceived wondrous hopes that in him it would find an opposer of the tyranny of Pompey, and a champion of the aristocracy, with all the advantage of great glory and influence. But he quitted and abandoned public affairs, either because he saw that they were already beyond proper control and diseased, or, as some say, because he had his fill of glory, and felt that the unfortunate issue of his many struggles and toils entitled him to fall back upon a life of ease and luxury. Some commend him for making such a change, and thereby escaping the unhappy lot of Marius, who, after his Cimbrian victories, and the large and fair successes which were so famous, was unwilling to relax his efforts and enjoy honours won, but with an insatiate desire for glory and power, old man that he was, fought with young men in the conduct of the state, and so drove headlong into terrible deeds, and sufferings more terrible still. Cicero, they say, would have had a better old age if he had taken in sail after the affair of Catiline, and Scipio, too, if he had given himself pause after adding Numantia to Carthage. For a political cycle, too, has a sort of natural termination, and political no less than athletic contests are absurd, after the full vigour of life has departed. Crassus and Pompey, on the other hand, ridiculed Lucullus for giving himself up to pleasure and extravagance, as if a luxurious life were not even more unsuitable to men of his years than political and military activities. And it is true that in the life of Lucullus, as in an ancient comedy, one reads in the first part of political measures and military commands, and in the latter part of drinking bouts and banquets, and what might pass for revel routs, and torch races, and all manner of frivolity. For I must count as frivolous his costly edifices, his ambulatories and baths, and still more his paintings and statues, not to speak of his devotion to these arts, which he collected at enormous outlays, pouring out into such channels the vast and splendid wealth which he had accumulated from his campaigns. Even now, when luxury has increased so much, the gardens of Lucullus are counted among the most costly of the imperial gardens. As for his works on the seashore and in the vicinity of Neapolis, where he suspended hills over vast tunnels, girded his residences with zones of sea and with streams for the breeding of fish, and built dwellings in the sea, when Tubero the Stoic saw them, he called him Xerxes in a toga. He had also country establishments near Tusculum, with observatories, and extensive open banqueting halls and cloisters. Pompey once visited these, and chided Lucullus because he had arranged his country seat in the best possible way for summer, but had made it uninhabitable in winter. Whereupon Lucullus burst out laughing and said, "Do you suppose, then, that I have less sense than cranes and storks, and do not change residences according to the seasons?" A praetor was once making ambitious plans for a public spectacle, and asked of him some purple cloaks for the adornment of a chorus. Lucullus replied that he would investigate, and if he had any, would give them to him. The next day he asked the praetor how many he wanted, and on his replying that 100 would suffice, he bade him take twice that number. The poet Flaccus alluded to this when he said that he did not regard a house as wealthy in which the treasures that were overlooked and unobserved were not more than those which met the eye. The daily repasts of Lucullus were such as the newly rich affect. Not only with his dyed coverlets, and beakers set with precious stones, and choruses and dramatic recitations, but also with his arrays of all sorts of meat and daintily prepared dishes, did he make himself the envy of the vulgar. A saying of Pompey's, when he was ill, was certainly very popular. His physicians had prescribed a thrush for him to eat, and his servants said that a thrush could not be found anywhere in the summer season, except where Lucullus kept them fattening. Pompey, however, would not suffer them to get one from there, but bade them prepare something else that was easily to be had, remarking as he did so to his physician, "What! Must a Pompey have died if a Lucullus were not luxurious?" And Cato, who was a friend of his, and a relation by marriage, was nevertheless much offended by his life and habits. Once, when a youthful senator had delivered a tedious and lengthy discourse, all out of season, on frugality and temperance, Cato rose and said, "Stop there! You get wealth like Crassus, you live like Lucullus, but you talk like Cato." Some, however, while they say that these words were actually uttered, do not say that they were spoken by Cato. Moreover, that Lucullus took not only pleasure but pride in this way of living is clear from the anecdotes recorded of him. It is said, for instance, that he entertained for many successive days some Greeks who had come up to Rome, and that they, with genuinely Greek scruples, were at last ashamed to accept his invitation, on the ground that he was incurring so much expense every day on their account. Whereupon Lucullus said to them with a smile, "Some of this expense, my Grecian friends, is indeed on your account. Most of it, however, is on account of Lucullus." And once, when he was dining alone, and a modest repast of one course had been prepared for him, he was angry, and summoned the servant who had the matter in charge. The servant said that he did not suppose, since there were no guests, that he wanted anything very costly. "What sayest thou?" said the master. "Dost thou not know that to-day Lucullus dines with Lucullus?" While this matter was much talked of in the city, as was natural, Cicero and Pompey came up to him as he was idling in the forum. Cicero was one of his most intimate friends, and although the matter of the command of the army had led to some coolness between him and Pompey, still they were accustomed to frequent and friendly intercourse and conversation with one another. Accordingly, Cicero saluted him, and asked how he was disposed towards receiving a petition. "Most excellently well," said Lucullus, and invited them to make their petition. "We desire," said Cicero, "to dine with you today, just as you would have dined by yourself." Lucullus demurred to this, and begged the privilege of selecting a later day, but they refused to allow it, nor would they suffer him to confer with his servants, that he might not order anything more provided than what was provided for himself. Thus much, however, and no more, did they allow him at his request, namely, to tell one of his servants in their presence that he would dine that day in the Apollo. Now this was the name of one of his costly apartments, and he thus outwitted the men without their knowing it. For each of his dining rooms, as it seems, had a fixed allowance for the dinner served there, as well as his own special apparatus and equipment, so that his slaves, on hearing where he wished to dine, knew just how much the dinner was to cost, and what were to be its decorations and arrangements. Now the usual cost of a dinner in the Apollo was 50,000 drachmas, and that was the sum laid out on the present occasion. Pompey was amazed at the speed with which the banquet was prepared, notwithstanding it had cost so much. In these ways, then, Lucullus used his wealth wantonly, as though it were in very truth a barbarian prisoner of war. But what he did in the establishment of a library deserves warm praise. He got together many books, and they were well written, and his use of them was more honourable to him than his acquisition of them. His libraries were thrown open to all, and the cloisters surrounding them, and the study rooms, were accessible without restriction to the Greeks, who constantly repaired thither as to an hostelry of the Muses, and spent the day with one another, in glad escape from their other occupations. Lucullus himself also spent his leisure hours there with them, walking about in the cloisters with their scholars, and he would assist their statesmen in whatever they desired. And in general, his house was a home and Peritoneum for the Greeks who came to Rome. He was fond of all philosophy, and well disposed and friendly towards every school, but from the first he cherished a particular and zealous love for the Academy, not the new Academy so called, although that school at the time had a vigorous representative of the doctrines of Candidaeus and Philo, but the old Academy, which at that time was headed by a persuasive man and powerful speaker in the person of Antiochus of Scalon. This man Lucullus hastened to make his friend and companion, and arrayed him against the disciples of Philo, of whom Cicero also was one. Indeed, Cicero wrote a noble treatise on the doctrines of this sect, in which he has put the argument in support of apprehension into the mouth of Lucullus, and carried the opposing argument himself. The book is entitled Lucullus. Lucullus and Cicero were, as I have said, ardent friends, and members of the same political party, for Lucullus had not withdrawn himself entirely from political life, although he lost no time in leaving to Crassus and Cato the ambitious struggle for the chief place and the greatest power, since he saw that it invoked both peril and ignominy. For those who looked with suspicion on the power of Pompey made Crassus and Cato the champions of the senatorial party, when Lucullus declined the leadership. But Lucullus would still go to the forum in support of his friends, and also to the Senate, whenever there was need of combating some ambitious scheme of Pompey's. Thus the dispositions which Pompey made after his conquest of the kings, Lucullus made null and void, and his proposal for a generous distribution of lands to his soldiers, Lucullus, with the cooperation of Cato, prevented from being granted. Pompey therefore took refuge in an alliance, or rather a conspiracy, with Crassus and Caesar, and by filling the city with his armed soldiery and expelling from the forum the artisans of Cato and Lucullus, got his measures ratified. As these proceedings were resented by the nobles, the partisans of Pompey produced a certain Vettius, whom, as they declared, they had caught plotting against the life of Pompey. So the man was examined in the Senate, where he accused sundry other persons, but before the people he named Lucullus as the man who had engaged him to kill Pompey. However, no one believed his story, nay, it was at once clear that the fellow had been put forward by the partisans of Pompey to make false and malicious charges, and the fraud was made all the plainer when, a few days afterwards, his dead body was cast out of the prison. It was said indeed that he had died a natural death, but he bore the marks of throttling and violence, and the opinion was that he had been taken off by the very men who had engaged his services. Of course this induced Lucullus to withdraw even more from public life, and when Cicero was banished from the city, and Cato was sent out to Cyprus, he retired altogether. Even before his death, it is said that his understanding was affected and gradually faded away. But Cornelius Nepos says that Lucullus lost his mind not from old age, nor yet from disease, but that he was disabled by drugs administered to him by one of his freedmen, Callisthenes, that the drugs were given him by Callisthenes in order to win more of his love, in the belief that they had such a power, but they drove him from his senses and overwhelmed his reason, so that even while he was still alive, his brother managed his property. However, when he died, the people grieved just as much as if his death had come at the culmination of his military and political services, and flocked together, and tried to compel the young nobles who had carried the body into the Forum to bury it in the Campus Martius, where Sulla also had been buried. But no one had expected this, and preparations for it were not easy, and so his brother, by prayers and supplications, succeeded in persuading them to suffer the burial to take place on the estate at Tusculum, where preparations for it had been made. Nor did he himself long survive Lucullus, but as in age Part 23 of Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 2 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadette Perrin. Comparison of Lucullus with Cimon. One might deem Lucullus especially happy in his end, from the fact that he died before that constitutional change had come, which fate was already contriving by means of the civil wars. His country was in a distempered state when he had laid down his life, but still she was free. And in this respect, more than any other, he is like Cimon. For Cimon also died before Greece was confounded, and while she was at the acme of her power. He died, however, in the field, and at the head of an army, not exhausted or of a wandering mind, nor yet making feastings and revelling at the crowning prize for arms and campaigns and trophies. Plato banters the followers of Orpheus for declaring that for those who have lived rightly there is laid up in Hades a treasure of everlasting intoxication. Leisure, no doubt, and quiet, and the pursuit of pleasantly speculative learning, furnish a most fitting solace for a man of years who has retired from wars and politics. But to divert fair achievements to pleasure as their final end, and then to sport and wanton at the head of Aphrodite's train, as a sequel to wars and fightings, was not worthy of the noble academy, nor yet of one who would follow Xenocrates, but rather of one who leaned towards Epicurus. And this is the more astonishing because, contrariwise, Cimon seems to have been of ill repute and unrestrained in his youth, while Lucullus was disciplined and sober. Better, surely, is the man in whom the change is for the better, for it argues a more wholesome nature than its evil withers and its good ripens. And further, though both alike were wealthy, they did not make a like use of their wealth. There is no comparing the south wall of the Acropolis, which was completed with the moneys brought home by Cimon, with the palaces and sea-washed belvederes at Neapolis, which Lucullus built out of the spoils of the barbarians. Nor can the table of Cimon be likened to that of Lucullus. The one was democratic and charitable, the other sumptuous and oriental. The one, at slight outlay, gave daily sustenance to many; the other, at large cost, was prepared for a few luxurious livers. It may be said, indeed, that the difference in state was due to the difference in time. For it is at least possible that Cimon also, if he had retired after his active campaigns to an old age which knew neither war nor politics, might have led an even more ostentatious and pleasure-loving life. He was fond of wine and given to display, and his relations with women, as I have said before, were scandalous. But success in strenuous achievement, affording as it does a higher pleasure, gives public-spirited and ambitious natures no time to indulge the baser appetites, which are forgotten. At any rate, if Lucullus also had ended his days in active military command, not even the most carping and censorious spirit, I think, could have brought accusations against him. Thus much concerning their manners of life. In war, it is plain that both were good fighters, both on land and sea. But just as those athletes who win crowns in wrestling and the pancratium on a single day are called by custom victors extraordinary, so Cimon, who in a single day crowned Greece with the trophies of a land and sea victory, may justly have a certain preeminence among generals. And further, it was his country which conferred imperial power upon Lucullus, whereas Cimon conferred it upon his. The one added his foreign conquest to a country which already ruled her allies, the other found his country obeying others, and gave her command over her allies and victory over her foreign foes, by defeating the Persians and driving them from the sea, and by persuading the Lacedaemonians voluntarily to relinquish the command. Granted that it is the most important task of a leader to secure prompt obedience through goodwill, Lucullus was despised by his own soldiers, while Cimon was admired by the allies. His soldiers deserted the one, the allies came over to the other. The one came back home abandoned by those whom he commanded when he set out, the other was sent out with allies to do the commands of others, but before he sailed home he himself gave commands to those allies, having successfully secured for his city three of the most difficult objects at once, namely, peace with the enemy, leadership of the allies, and concord with the Lacedaemonians. Again, both attempted to subvert great empires and to subdue all Asia, and both left their work unfinished. Cimon through ill fortune, pure and simple, for he died at the head of his army and at the height of his success. But Lucullus one cannot altogether acquit of blame, whether he was ignorant of, or would not attend to the grievances and complaints among his soldiery, in consequence of which he became so bitterly hated. Or perhaps this has its counterpart in the life of Cimon, for he was brought to trial by his fellow citizens and finally ostracized, in order that for 10 years, as Plato says, they might not hear his voice. For aristocratic natures are a little in accord with the multitude, and seldom please it, but by so often using force to rectify its aberrations, they vex and annoy it, just as physicians' bandages vex and annoy, although they bring the dislocated members into their natural position. Perhaps, then, both come off about alike on this count. But Lucullus was much the greater in war. He was the first Roman to cross the Taurus with an army. He passed the Tigris and captured and burnt the royal cities of Asia, Tigranocerta, Cabira, Sinope, and Nisibis, before the eyes of their kings. He made his own regions to the north as far as the Phasis, to the east as far as Media, and to the south as far as the Red Sea, through the assistance of the Arabian kings. He annihilated the forces of the hostile kings, and failed only in the capture of their persons, since like wild beasts they fled away into deserts and trackless and impenetrable forests. Strong proof of his superiority is seen in this, that the Persians, since they had suffered no great harm at the hands of Cimon, straightway arrayed themselves against the Greeks, and overwhelmed and destroyed that large force of theirs in Egypt, whereas after Lucullus, Tigranes and Mithridates availed nothing. The latter, already weak and disabled by his first struggles, did not once dare to show Pompey his forces outside their camp, but fled away to the Bosphorus, and there put an end to his life. As for Tigranes, he hastened to throw himself, while unrobed and unarmed, at the feet of Pompey, and taking the diadem from off his head, laid it there upon the ground, flattering Pompey thus not with his own exploits, but with those for which Lucullus had celebrated a triumph. At any rate, he was as much delighted to get back the insignity of his royalty as though he had been robbed of them before. Greater therefore is the general, as is the athlete, who hands over his antagonist to his successor in a weaker plight. Moreover, and still further, Cimon made his onsets when the power of the king had been broken, and the pride of the Persians humbled by great defeats and incessant routs at the hand of Themistocles, Pausanias, and Litycleides, and easily conquered the bodies of men whose spirits had been defeated beforehand and lay prone. But when Tigranes encountered Lucullus, he had known no defeat in many battles, and was in exultant mood. In point of numbers also, those who were overpowered by Cimon are not worthy of comparison with those who united against Lucullus. Therefore, one who takes everything into consideration finds it hard to reach a decision. Heaven seems to have been kindly disposed to both, directing the one as to what he must perform, and the other as to what he must avoid. Both, therefore, may be said to have received the vote of the gods as noble and godlike natures. End of comparison of